Now, today, we're going to see what if Godlike Harry Potter was Forbidden Dark Guardian? Harry Potter X Rise of the Guardians? Part 1. Join Patreon for early access of Super Op stories. Also adult and steamy Harry Potter stories too. Please subscribe this channel, because definitely I will try my best to provide a valuable content for you all. Also check the description to support the original author for this beautiful creation. The North Pole. The place at the top of the world where Santa lives in his workshop with the elves and Yetis all getting ready for Christmas. At the moment North was in his office, Jack Frost along with him, thinking up some new toys for the children of the world. "Run this by me again, please, Jack," North said, looking at the picture Jack had made of a very badly drawn teddy bear dressed up to look like him. "They're Jack Frost teddy bears," Jack said proudly. "Well, I need to have some way of getting myself known that doesn't conclude with people getting hurt or expressions." He said, getting a look from the old man, "And I also thought maybe there could be some stories or some coloring books with my frost patterns in for the kids to color in." Hearing this, North sighed and nodded. "We'll see, Jack," he said, putting the picture to one side, and was about to get back to work on his mini ice aeroplane when there was a knock on the door, confusing both spirits. "Since when did the Yetis learn how to knock?" Jack asked jokingly, but got his staff ready just in case. "Not sure," North said, getting up and going over to the door, he too pulling out one of his weapons. Slowly he opened the door, and they saw a man. A very old-looking, tall, thin man, in long robes and a purple cloak, and with hair and a beard almost as white as North's, which was long enough to tuck into his belt, and on his feet high-heeled, buckled boots. He had light blue sparkling eyes, which were shining behind a pair of half-moon spectacles, which were perched on a nose that was very long and very crooked. "Ah, Albus Dumbledore," North said, relaxing a little, inviting the man in. "To what do we owe this pleasure?" "I have need of your newest guardian's help, actually, North," the man said, looking to Jack, who was still confused. "But I will like to wait until everyone is here before I say anything," he said calmly. "Means I won't have to repeat myself, and the message will come out right." Nodding in understanding, North got up and went to go summon the other guardians, leaving Jack and Dumbledore together. Smiling, Dumbledore looked around North's office, making sure he always stayed in Jack's sight. "I see North has made quite a few new toys since I was here last," he said, spotting the Russian doll family of the 5 guardians. "Well, he does have to make them every year," Jack said, sitting back in the chair, grabbing some paper, and got to work drawing some frost patterns. Tell me, Jack, how good are you at protecting children?" Dumbledore asked in a let's get a conversation started voice. "Depends who you ask," Jack said right away, "but I think I'm good with it." "Why?" he asked, looking up, but Dumbledore didn't answer. Instead, he asked, "And how good would you say you are at acting?" "Reasonably good," Jack said, nodding, thinking of all those times he pretended to be happy, even though inside he was upset. "I used to act out stories to my sister and friends when I was still alive." Just when Dumbledore was about to ask another question, the door opened and all the other guardians came in. North, Tooth, Bunny, and Sandy. "Albus," Tooth said cheerfully, rushing to hug him. "So good to see you again. Why are you here?" "I am here because a child that I believe needs protecting is about to start at my school in September," Dumbledore said, explaining to everyone all he knew about this Potter boy. "And I believe that Voldemort may still be out there, biding his time until he is strong enough to get his full powers back." "Sounds like Pitch to me," Jack said, snorting a little, remembering how the boogeyman waited years upon years before striking back to get back at the Guardians. "Jack, this is serious," Tooth said, glaring at the white-haired boy a little. "You know who was one of the most dark and most powerful wizards of the century, harming those who didn't follow his instructions, doing whatever he pleased, torturing and killing innocent people just for the fun of it. Like I said, sounds like Pitch Black," he said, the air getting a little colder in the room as he remembered how Pitch killed Sandy. "Getting back to the topic, if I may," Dumbledore said calmly, before anything else can be said about Pitch Black and the similarities he had to Voldemort. "Harry Potter will be attending his first of 7 years at Hogwarts come September. That is assuming Hagrid can get to him before the 31st of July. And I am here to ask if Jack would like to come and help protect Harry from the inside of the school." Wait, Jack said, having his ears open for the first time during this meeting. "You're saying that if I do this, I need to go to a school?" "I think it's a grand idea," Tooth said, smiling. "You will able to learn more magic than Jack, and since loads of new students attend Hogwarts each year, it won't look suspicious when you turn up. If you think it's such a great idea, Tooth, then you do it," Jack said, standing up and heading for the door. I don't need to go to a school to learn how to use my staff, thank you very much. Jack, Dumbledore said in a voice that was just above a whisper, making everyone go quiet. Tell me, please. What does it mean to be a guardian? To protect all the children of the world and guard the hopes, wishes, and dreams. Jack said, thinking of Emma, his sister, and gripping his staff a little tighter, even if it means we end up getting hurt instead. The Guardians were a little confused when Jack said this, never seeing the boy like this before. Precisely, Dumbledore said, smiling and giving North a letter. All the things Jack will need are on a list in there, along with his ticket for the train. I trust you still have the key to the vault Gringotts made you all those years ago. I'm sure it is somewhere. North said, going through his mind where it might be. Well, just in case, Dumbledore said, giving Tooth a small bronze key. Thank you, she said, holding onto it tightly. You're welcome, Tooth, my dear, Dumbledore said, smiling. Oh, and this will help people see you, Jack, he said, giving him a potion. Just in case. Hey, that's a good point, Jack said, taking the vial, but only holding on to it. How come you can see me and the rest of them? He asked, nodding to the Guardians. I, myself, am also good friends with the Man in the Moon, he answered, and don't worry about your job about bringing winter. Mother Nature said she will deal with that. Dumbledore said, getting a nod of understanding from Jack. One more question, Jack said before the old man left. Just the one? Dumbledore said, smiling. You said this was a school, which means it has more than 1 year in it. Jack said, slowly, making sure Dumbledore understood. What year will I be in? I do not know, Jack, Dumbledore said, but yes, you are right. There is more than one. There are 7, in fact. I suspect it will all be the Sorting Hat's decision, but I suspect one of the first 3 years, so just in case, don't go buying him his own broom yet. I'll make sure of that, Dumbledore, Bunny said, looking towards Jack. Right? I trust you all remember how to get to Diagon Alley, he said, looking to the others who nodded. Very well then. I will be off then. See you in September, Jack, he said before turning and leaving the odd family be. So, North said, pulling out the list and reading it. When do you want to get all of this, Jack? He asked, grinning. Diagon Alley, Part 1. Chapter Summary. Jack and the Guardians head to the magical street in London to get his things for this school. While they're there, they come across an odd-looking, bespectacled boy with a mess of black hair and a lightning scar on his forehead. A couple of days later, everyone had put their jobs on hold so Jack could get the things required to do this mission. Not knowing how long it would take, North suggested on going right after breakfast. Remember to take some of that potion, Jack, just in case, Tooth said as she was sipping her tea. She was dressed as a human teenage girl, a green jumper to hide her wings, and somehow her feathery crown had turned to long black hair with streaks of yellow and green. Yeah, Jack said, his mouth full of cereal as he read the letter that was in the envelope, not having had a chance to read it yet. Dear Mr. Frost, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted into Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Please find enclosed a list of all necessary books and equipment. Term begins on the 1 SD of September. We await your owl by no later than 31 SD of July. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress. Bunny, who was also designed as a human, with bluey gray hair, a yellow shirt, long leather jacket, and an Easter egg medallion around his neck, had been watching Jack read the letter. Something wrong, Frostbite? He asked, seeing looks of confusion on Jack's face. What does it mean they await my owl? Jack asked, checking the calendar. That's how witches and wizards send messages to each other, Tooth said a little grumpily, remembering a few barn owls a few years ago who attacked a couple of her fairies. They have talking owls then? Jack asked, confused, seeing that was the only way owls can pass on messages. Of course not, you Gumby, Bunny said, rolling his eyes. They'll write down the messages and tie them to the bird's leg and then send them off. But how do the owls know where to go? Jack asked. It's magic, Jack, North said, coming into the room with Sandy. That's how. So what does it mean by they await my owl? Jack asked again, having learned to accept when he got answers like this. They want us to write to them to say we got their letter and that you will be attending the school, North explained, but seeing as this is all set up by Dumbledore, I don't think we will need to do that. Half an hour later, they were all in the sleigh and on their way to London, Jack looking like his human self again thanks to the potion, and told to leave his staff behind. Along the way, he pulled out the second sheet of paper and read it. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Uniform. 1. 3 sets of plain work robes, black. 2. 1 plain pointed hat, black, for day wear. 3. 1 pair of protective gloves, dragon hide or similar. 4. 1 winter cloak, black with silver fastenings. Please note that all pupils' clothes should carry name tags. Set books. All students should have a copy of each of the following. Asterisk the Standard Book of Spells, Grade 1. By Miranda Goshawk, A History of Magic by Bathilda Bagshot. Magical Theory by Adalbert Waffling. A Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration by Emmerich Switch. 1000 Magical Herbs and Fungi by Philetus Spore. Magical Drafts and Potions by Arsenius Jigger. Fantastic Beast and Where to Find Them by Newt Scamander. The Dark Forces. A Guide to Self-Protection by Quentin Trimble. Other equipment. 1 wand, 1 cauldron, pewter, standard size 2. 1 set of glass or crystal files, 1 telescope, 1 set of brass scales. Students may also bring an owl, or a cat, or a toad. At the bottom, there was a message in a different handwriting. Asterisk Jack, if the sorting hat does not place you in the first year, I will get you the right book of the standard book of spells you need. Dumbledore, can we get all this in London? Jack asked as he felt the sleigh go down, meaning they were nearly there. And how am I meant to pay for all of this? If you know where to look, Tooth said, smiling, always wanting to bring Jack here. And you remember Gringotts? She asked, reminding Jack that Dumbledore said something about this place. Well, it's a wizard bank, and however long ago, Manny made us sign up to be part of it. 000. As they got to their destination, the roof of a building Jack saw was the Leaky Cauldron. They all got out of the sleigh and headed down into the bar to see everyone in there around a boy with black hair and glasses next to a large man with a long, shaggy black hair and a wild beard. What's so good about him? Jack asked the Guardians as they came up behind him. That young man, said a man with a long beard and dark green eyes, is Harry Potter. So? Jack asked. So he's the one who stopped, you know who, ain't he? The man asked, starting to get the attention of some of the other people in the bar. He's the one who made the world safe again for us wizards and even the muggles. Muggles? Jack whispered to Tooth. Europe's name for non-magic people, she whispered back. And you know what? The man said, getting Jack's attention again. They say that he was just a baby, merely 1-year-old, when you know who showed up where he and his parents were hiding and killed his mom and dad. But he couldn't kill the boy. After killing and torturing and harming all the mothers, he couldn't kill little baby Harry Potter. Jack looked over to Harry. Who's that man with him if his dad was killed then? Jack asked. That's Hagrid. He's the keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts. The man said, now puffing on a pipe. Suppose Dumbledore sent him to see to it that Harry got all his school stuff. And as if to answer, just at that moment Hagrid called out, must get on, lots to buy. Come on, Harry. An old lady Jack was sure had been up 3 times, already got in one handshake with Harry, and then Hagrid led him through the bar and out. Come on, Jack. Nor said the others already going ahead. Jack thanked the man for the information and followed everyone into a small walled courtyard, where there was nothing but a dustbin and a few weeds. Told ya, didn't I? Told ya you was famous. Even Professor Quirrell was trembling to meet ya. Mind you, he's usually trembling. Hagrid was telling Harry as the Guardians came out. Is he always that nervous? Harry asked, waving hello to them, while Hagrid seemed to be looking for something. Oh yeah, Hagrid said, not noticing the Guardians. Poor bloke. Brilliant mind. He took a year off to get some first-hand experience. They say he met vampires in the Black Forest, and there was a nasty bit of trouble with a hag. Never the same. There are vampires in the Black Forest? Jack asked loudly, getting Hagrid to turn around. North, he yelled, embracing the other bearded man like a brother. So sorry I didn't see you there. And Tooth, and Aster, Sandy, good to see all of ya. And who's this? Hagrid asked, looking at Jack. This is Jack Frost, Tooth said, smiling. He came to our family a couple of years ago. Nice to meet you too then, Jack, Hagrid said, shaking Jack's hand so roughly that once he let go, Jack felt like it was going to fall off. Same here, Jack says, smiling, trying to get some feeling back into his hand. Well then, now we can all go to get their stuff together, North suggested, getting nods. Just what I was thinking, Hagrid said, smiling. Now, where's my umbrella? Umbrella? Jack thought, confused, as Hagrid pulled out an old pink umbrella and was counting bricks in the wall above the dustbin. It's 3 up and 2 across, Hagrid, Tooth said kindly. Ah, thank you, Tooth, Hagrid said, nodding and telling Jack and Harry to step back. Tap said brick 3 times with the point of his umbrella. The brick he touched quivered a little, wriggled, and jumped out, making a small hole appear that got bigger and bigger and bigger, making both Jack and Harry's eyes grow wider as well, which pleased North. After a bit, there was a large archway, big enough for even Hagrid and North, if they stood side to side, to use, facing into a cobbled street which twisted and turned out of sight. Welcome you two, To Diagon Alley, Hagrid said, addressing the two boys. Well, we gonna get going? Or are you gonna just stare? Bunny asked, setting off soon followed by everyone else, Jack and Harry taking a little longer, so they can see everything. Keep up, Jack, keep up. North said when he saw the boys had stopped to look at a cauldron shop with a sign saying cauldrons, all sizes, copper, brass, pewter, silver, self-stirring, collapsible. Hey, give me a break, Jack said, following them. It's my first time here, remember? You can look around after you get your money, Hagrid said, pointing down the street to the large building at the end. Jack, and he had a good idea that Harry wanted this too, wished he had about 8 more eyes. There was just so much to see, almost as many things, if not more, which Jack could believe than the stuff at the pole. One thing that got Jack's attention was a low, soft hooting that came from a dark shop with a sign over it saying, Elop's Owl Emporium. Tawny, screech, barn, brown, and snowy. Next to this shop was what looked like a post office with different sizes of owls outside, all color-coded with a sign saying, Owl Posting Service. Red tag. Super fast, orange tag, fast, yellow tag, medium, green, slow/fragile. Told you they use owls like that, didn't we? Bunny asked, smirking at Jack's face. A little further on there was a group of boys around Harry's age with their noses pressed up against a window with broomsticks. Look, it's the Nimbus 2000. Fastest broom ever, one said. That's not the fastest, a girl said, pointing to a different broom. The fastest is the Snow Flurry 68 over there. There were shops selling robes, shops selling telescopes and other strange silver instruments. Windows stacked with barrels of bats' spleens and eels' eyes, tottering piles of spell books, quills, and rolls of parchment, potion bottles, globes of the moon, which North took a liking to and had to be pulled away from. And Gringotts, Hagrid said. They reached a large snowy, white building which towered over the other shops. Standing beside its burnished bronze doors, wearing a uniform of scarlet and gold, was, Yep, that's a goblin, Hagrid whispered to Harry as they walked up the steps, but the goblin was more focused on Jack. What are you doing here? He asked, scowling, looking down his long, pointy nose at the disguised winter spirit, confusing everyone. Do I know you? Jack asked, sure he had never met his goblin before. America, 1921. The black, greasy-haired goblin said. Nope, sorry, don't know you. Now, if you excuse me, Jack said, but was blocked by the goblin. Matey said he doesn't know ya. Now move it, Bunny said, glaring at him. After a staring contest, the goblins stepped aside and bowed them in. We'll talk about that later, Jack, Bunny whispered as they went in and met a second pair of doors, silver this time, with words engraved upon them. Ooh, enter stranger, but take heed of what awaits the sin of greed. For those who take, but do not earn, must pay most dearly in their turn. So if you seek beneath our floors a treasure that is not yours, thief, you have been warned, beware of finding more than treasure there. Oh, huh, Jack said, reading it confused. It's basically saying don't try robbing the place, Tooth said. A pair of goblins bowed them through the silver doors, and they were now in a vast marble hall. About 100 more goblins were sitting on high stools behind a long counter, scribbling in large books, weighing oddly shaped coins on brass scales, and examining precious stones through eyeglasses. Meet you back here, North? Hagrid asked, getting a nod as they went to different desks on the counter. Morning, North said to the goblin. We've come to take some money out of the Guardians of Childhood's safe. You have your key, sir? I do, Tooth said, coming over and handing the key over, which the goblin looked at it closely. That seems to be in order, the goblin said. I will have someone take you to the vault. Haggard was yet another goblin who led the Guardians towards one of the doors leading out of the hall. Jack, who was expecting more marble, was surprised to see a long, narrow stone passageway lit with flaming torches and had many railway tracks on the floor and what looked like an old mining cart. After climbing in, North having to pull Bunny in, they set off. The thrill and speed and twists and turns reminded Jack of North's sleigh runway. Jack tried to remember the course, but they were going so fast that the next part came before he could place the old one in his head. Bunny looked very green, whereas Sandy, North, and Tooth were all beaming and looking as if they were on a roller coaster. Finally, the cart started to slow down and came to a stop. Once it had, Bunny was the first to get out and ran to the side to be sick, getting a chuckle and a small look of sympathy from Jack. Lamp, please, Hagrid said to North, who detached the lamp at the front of the cart and gave it to the goblin, who used it to lead the Guardians to the door in the wall and set the lamp down. Key, please, he said, holding out his hand, accepting the small bronze key and inserting it into the keyhole and turning it. The door slid open, and inside were piles of gold, silver, and bronze coins. "All ours custody of Manny," North said, trying to remember the number system of the wizard's coins. "The gold ones are galleons," Tooth said, butting in 17 silver sickles to a galleon, 29 bronze nuts to a sickle. "It's easy enough. I'm right," Jack said, not sure he believed her. Sandy gave Jack a small leather money pouch and helped him scoop some coins into it. Once that was done, they went back to the cart. "Back to the surface now, please," North said as they all got back into the cart. "Hey, can we please go more slowly?" Bunny asked as he got in. "One speed only," said Haggard as he took the driver's seat. Once they were all in, they set off. Diagon Alley, Part 2. Chapter Summary. After one cart ride back to the surface, Jack and Harry go to get their robes where they meet a spoiled blonde boy. One wild cart ride later, they were back in the main hall of the bank waiting for Harry and Haggard to come back, Bunny rushing off for a pick-me-up at the leaky cauldron. 10 minutes later, Harry and Haggard came back, Harry looking very excited. "Might as well get your uniforms first," Haggard said, pointing towards Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions. "While you do that, Jack, we'll get your other things," North said to Jack, while Haggard said to Harry he was going back the leaky cauldron, saying he hated the Gringotts' carts. Together, Harry and Jack went into the shop, one looking curious, one looking nervous. Madame Malkin was a squat, smiling witch dressed in mauve. "Hogwarts dears," she said when they walked in, "got the whole lot here. Another young man being fitted right now, in fact, so I'm afraid one of you will need to wait. I only have 2 stools." "I'll wait," Jack said, letting Harry get fitted first as he looked at all the different cloaks and robes, spotting one particular light blue one with snowflakes that was in a display case with a sign saying, "Old Man Winter's Cloak. Dates to 1748. Smirking, Jack remembered when he defeated that old geezer and took the role of the Spirit of Winter. Asterisk, and read my other story. How did Jack Frost become the bringer of winter? For the full story. While he was looking around, he heard the other boy talking to Harry about Quidditch and Hufflepuff and Slytherin, having no idea what any of these were, and nor did it seem did. "Harry, I say, look at that man," the blonde boy said suddenly, nodding to the window where Hagrid was holding some ice creams to show why he couldn't come in. "That's Hagrid," Harry said. "He works at Hogwarts." Jack went back to looking at the cloaks, finding it harder and harder to ignore the other boy as he was shunning people just because they weren't witches and wizards. "That's you done then, dear," Madame Malkin said to Harry, who got down right away, not looking sorry for an excuse to stop talking to the boy. Jack got onto the footstool as Harry paid for his robe, saying to Jack he'll be outside with Hagrid. "So, what are you, his brother or something?" the blonde boy asked Jack. "Or something," Jack said, glaring at him a little. Before they can have a conversation, Madame Malkin said that the other boy was done. "Well, see both of you at Hogwarts then, I suppose," he said, getting down, paying for his own uniform, and leaving. A few minutes later, Jack was leaving too, and went looking for the others, seeing Harry and Hagrid outside an ice cream shop. "Hey guys," Jack said, coming over. "Hello, Jack. Come on over. I was just about to tell Harry what Quidditch is," Hagrid said, turning back to Harry. "It's our sport. Wizard sport. It's like football for muggles. Everyone loves Quidditch, played in the air on broomsticks, and there are 4 balls, sort of hard to explain the rules." "Played in the air on brooms?" Jack asked, looking forward to that. "Yep," Hagrid said, nodding. "And what are Slytherin and Hufflepuff?" Harry asked, taking a bite of his ice cream. "Schoolhouses. There's 4. Everyone says Hufflepuff are a lot of duffers, but I bet I'm in Hufflepuff," said Harry gloomily. "I'll take that bet," Jack said, smiling. "Let's see. I bet you 3 sickles that you are not put in that house. You want to bet money on something that's sure to happen?" Harry asked, confused. "How do you know it will sure to happen?" Jack asked. Hagrid said there are 4 houses, not 2. "So you in?" Before Harry could say yes or no, Hagrid said darkly, "Better Hufflepuff than Slytherin. There's not a single witch or wizard who went bad who wasn't in that house. You know who was one. Sorry, you know who was at Hogwarts?" "Years and years ago," said Hagrid. "There you are, Jack," North called as he and the other Guardians came over with different parcels and things wrapped up in brown paper. "Bunny looked much better. All that's left is your wand, unless you want to take a pet with you," Tooth said, looking at the list as Harry and Hagrid went off to continue getting Harry's things. "Okay, sure," Jack said, nodding as they set it to the Owl Emporium first, Tooth waiting outside with North, who was a little too big for the shop. As Jack came out, he was carrying a silver cage holding small burrowing owl. There was a snowy owl, but she didn't seem interested in Jack. "Just Ollivanders left now," North said, leading the way to the wand shop. What for? I got my staff, haven't I? Why do I need a wand? Jack asked. 1, because it's on your list, Bunny said, rolling his eyes, and 2, when you go to Hogwarts, you're not going to be Jack Frost, Ice Prince / Winter Spirit. You're going to be a normal boy like everyone else. Pouting, Jack just followed them inside, not even reading the sign over the door saying, Ollivanders, makers of fine wands since 382 BC. A tinkling bell rang somewhere in the depths of the shop as they stepped inside. It was a tiny place, so tiny Jack wondered just how everyone was able to fit inside it. Jack looked around at all the boxes, each one, no doubt holding a different wand. Good afternoon, a soft voice said, making Jack jump and spin around to see an old man with wide, pale eyes. Hello, Jack said nervously, looking around for the others to help him. Yes, Professor Dumbledore told me you would be coming, Jack Frost, Mr. Ollivander said, coming over. I believe you have a staff, or at least that's what Albus told me. May I see it, please, to get an idea on what wand you need, he asked. No, sorry. North made me leave it behind at the pole, Jack said, looking to where North was, surprised to see the man holding his staff. Snow globe, Jack, North said, chuckling at the boy's expression and giving the staff to Ollivander. The man said, taking it and playing with it gently. 5 foot 8 inches, powerful, very old, but seeing as it's yours, my boy, I'm not surprised. Jack stayed quiet, avoiding everyone's eyes. What's this? Ollivander asked, coming to the middle of the staff, where if the light caught it just right, you could see there was ice binding it together. It got broken a couple of years ago, Jack said nervously, but I was able to fix it again afterwards. Jack, when was this? Tooth asked, concerned a little, but Jack didn't answer her. And you're sure you're all right, my boy? Ollivander asked, looking Jack up and down. After all, a consort such as this, when broken, could have effects on its holder. I'm fine, it was years ago anyway, so I doubt it did anything but make my insides feel like they were on fire for a bit. This made the Guardians look to each other, wondering what else Jack wasn't telling them. Giving Jack back his staff, Mr. Ollivander asked to see of magic. Nodding, Jack touched the head of his staff to the desk and made some frost patterns appear. Amazing, Ollivander said, smiling. Now taking out a tape measure out of his pocket. Now, which is your wand arm? Well, I can use my staff in both hands, but I mostly use my right one, Jack said. Hold out your arm. That's it, he said, and measured Jack from shoulder to finger, then wrist to elbow, shoulder to floor, knee to armpit, and around the head. As he measured, he told Jack and the Guardians that every Ollivander wand was different, and each one holding either a phoenix tail feather, a hair of a unicorn's tail, or a heartstring of a dragon. That will do, Mr. Ollivander, coming back with some boxes, said to the tape, which was measuring around Jack's waist at the moment, and it fell to the floor now, he said, opening the first box and giving the wand to Jack. Try this. Unicorn tail, 10.5 inches, just take it and give it a wave. Giving his staff to Tooth, Jack took the wand and waved it, making boxes go flying. I guess not. After trying a few more, Jack found one that was right for him. Dragon heartstring, 7.6 inches, dates back to the early 1700s. Oh, well done, Mr. Ollivander said cheerfully, and Tooth clapping happily, and Sandy jumped for joy. After paying for it, they left, catching Harry and Hagrid as they were about to head inside to get Harry's wand. Well, see you at Hogwarts then, Jack, Hagrid said to the youngest Guardian when North said they had to go. Yes, see you. And see you on the train, Harry, Jack said, picking up his owl, seeing Harry had the Snowy that rejected him. Bye, Harry said, smiling. And with that, the Guardians went back to the leaky cauldron, back onto the roof, and headed back to the pole. Chapter 3. Platform 9 3/4. Chapter summary. One last month of freedom, and then Jack sets off to school, only they can't find the platform. 1 month. Jack only had 1 month left before he had to go to this wizard school. So he tried to make the most out of it by pulling the wildest, messiest, and loudest pranks ever. Unfortunately, that didn't work because a few certain people coughed the Guardians' cough. Didn't know a good prank when they saw them. So, mainly because he was bored, Jack spent the last few weeks reading his books, wondering if he or anyone in the spirit world was mentioned in there. He found a chapter in Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them about nature spirits, but no mention of him. Only that, despite the Muggles' beliefs on what brings the changes to the seasons and the weather, Theses spirits, fairies, pixies, etc., are the ones that cause it. Next to the description, there were pictures of fairies with labels to say what season they helped to bring. Jack also thought he should read a history of magic, where he found the name Archimedes, which he gave to his owl. On the last day of August, Dumbledore came to visit the pole again with some more of that seamy potion. Thanks, Jack said, taking the bottle. Hey, I've been wondering about how I'm supposed to get to Hogwarts. It's just, Jack pulling out the ticket. This ticket says to catch the train on platform 9 3/4 from King's Cross Station in London. And Dumbledore asked in his old wise man voice. Well, King's Cross doesn't have a platform 9 3/4. Does it? Jack said, confused. None of them do. It's not real. This coming from a 300-year-old white-haired spirit of winter, whose friends include a giant talking bunny and a man made out of sand. Dumbledore said, smiling, getting Jack to stop. And think, Jack, I can assure you that what that ticket says is a real platform. Why else will it be on your ticket? I suppose, Jack said, still confused. I'm sure you'll be able to find it when you need to, Jack, Dumbledore said, smiling and taking his leave. The next day, Jack woke up, had breakfast, a small argument on him wearing/not wearing shoes with Tooth, which he lost, checked he had all his things in the trunk North had given him, checked Archimedes was safely shut in his cage, placed his staff in a safe elf-free place, and met everyone in the globe room. There had been an agreement that they would just use a snow globe this time, and not the sleigh, in case it was seen, or one of Bunny's tunnels, in case it scared Archimedes. Ready, Jack? North asked, handing the snow globe to him. I think so, Jack said, clearing his throat. King's Cross Station, London, England, Jack said, shaking it and then throwing it to the ground. It was 11:15 when they got there, got a trolley and wheeled it into the station. Right away, they saw a desperate-looking Harry. Harry, Jack called, getting his attention. I'm guessing you can't find the platform either? No, and I've already asked the guards, but they say there is no train that leaves at 11 o'clock. Harry said, feeling a little better now that Jack and his family were here. I was thinking of getting my wand out and start tapping bricks, he whispered. Well, if it's on your tickets. Tickets I'm sure all students have gotten. Bunny said, then it has to exist somewhere. While they were discussing this, Sandy said a group of people with red hair, consisting of a plump woman trailed by 4 boys all with trolleys and trunks of their own, and a young girl all with bright red hair. One of the boys Sandy saw had an owl. Getting Tooth's attention, he pointed them out. Hey guys, Tooth said, showing them. Maybe they know. So a few paces back they followed them. They stopped, and so did they, all just near enough so they can hear what they were saying. Now, what's the platform number? The woman said. 9 3/4. The girl said, Mum, can I go too? You're not old enough, Ginny. Now be quiet. All right, Percy, you go first. What looked like the eldest boy walked up to the barrier that divided platforms 9 and 10. Harry, Jack, and the Guardians were all watching carefully. But just as the boy reached the wall, a crowd of tourists went past. After the last backpack had passed, the boy was gone. Fred, you next, the woman said. I'm not Fred, I'm George. The boy said, honestly, woman, call yourself our mother. Can't you tell I'm George? Jack had to stifle fits of laughter at this. He had seen this twins prank before and had a feeling these two would have many more pranks. He could tell he was going to like this Fred and George. Oh, sorry, George, the woman said, sending him off. Only joking, I am Fred, he said, and he and his twin obviously must have done the same thing the first boy had done, because they weren't there anymore. Getting desperate, Harry and Jack walked forward. Excuse me, Harry called out. Hello, dears, she said. First time at Hogwarts, too? It's Ron's first time as well, she said, nodding to the last boy. Yes, well, ma'am, the thing is, Tooth said, coming over to stand next to Jack. We're not from here, she said, pointing to herself. And the other Guardians and Harry's new, so we don't really know how to get onto the platform? The woman asked. Oh, it's very easy, dears. You see, all you have to do is walk straight at the wall between platforms 9 and 10. Best do it at a run if you're nervous. And get out of the way once you're on the other side, Ginny said, smiling. Go on, the woman said, smiling kindly. All of you go now before Ron. One by one, starting with Harry, they went through the barrier and came out the other side to see a large, bright red steam engine next to a platform that was packed with people, with a sign overhead saying Hogwarts Express, 11 o'clock. Come on, Jack said, smiling. Let's find a free compartment. Nodding, Harry and the Guardians followed him, passing a round-faced boy who was saying, Gran, I lost my toad again. Oh, Neville, they heard an old woman say. Finally, they find an empty seat and helped each other pack their things inside. Want a few more hands? One of the red-haired twins from the other side of the wall asked. Yes, please, Harry said. With Fred and George's help, and the Guardians keeping out of the way, Jack and Harry got their trunks onto the train. Thanks, Harry said, pushing his hair out of his eyes. What's that? One of the twins asked, pointing at the lightning scar on Harry's forehead. Blimey. The other said, Are you? He is. Aren't you? He asked, both of them staring at Harry now. Come, boys, you must know it's rude to stare, North said, snapping the twins out of it. Sorry, but, Fred said, then looking at Harry said, Are you Harry Potter? Yes, Harry said, feeling himself go a bit red. I am. Just then the boys' mother was calling to them, and they left. Having no one to say goodbye to, Harry went inside. So Jack, Tooth said, hugging him, good luck and write to us when you get there. Or, if you feel lonely or need help with anything, or, I get it, Tooth. Jack said, freeing himself, but thanks. Blow up a toilet? We've never blown up a toilet. One of the twins say to their mother a little bit down the platform. Great idea, though. Thanks, Mom, the other said. Yeah, and try to stay away from them, please, Jack. North said after Jack got his control over his laughter back. I know them very well. And they're both almost as high up on the naughty list as you. What? Jack asked. A pair of wizard-white twins almost match me. A 300-year-old winter spirit? Well, I have to meet them to congratulate them then. Sandy laughed a bit, but got control and shook his head to Jack, saying no. Just then a whistle sounded and doors were being slammed shut. Quickly, Jack got inside the compartment Harry was in, and the train started to move and looked out the window, waving to the Guardians. Chapter 4. The Train Journey. Chapter Summary. Jack and Harry take their first ride aboard the Hogwarts Express, meet some friends, make some enemies, and have some very bad-tasting sweets. A few minutes into the journey, the door slid open to reveal the youngest redhead boy. Excuse me, you guys mind? He asked shyly. Everywhere else is full. I don't mind, Jack said, looking to Harry, who shook his head too. The redhead slipped in, keeping his eyes on Harry, and sat down. When he realized he was staring, he quickly looked out of the window, pretending he hadn't looked. Smirking, Jack started playing with a yo-yo he managed to snatch from the pole, seeing a black mark on the redhead's nose. Hey, Ron, the twins were back. Listen, we're going down to the middle of the train. Lee Jordan's got a giant tarantula down there. Right? Ron mumbled. Harry, said the other twin, did we introduce ourselves? Fred and George Weasley, and this is Ron, our brother. I've heard about you. Jack spoke up, grinning, getting their attention. My uncle says you're this generation's troublemakers at Hogwarts. Mind if I join you in some pranks? Troublemakers? George asked, astonished. You hear that Fred his uncle think we're troublemakers. I know, can you believe it? Fred asked, being just as dramatic for your and you uncle's information. Jack Frost, Jack said, helping them. Right? Well, Frost, for your information, we don't cause trouble, Fred finished. Yeah, it just follows us around, George said. So you really were joking about that toilet seat thing back there? Jack asked, referring to what they said to their mom. Well, okay, so we may be a little hard to handle, but we never do anything that can harm a fellow living creature. Besides, Peeves is way worse, Fred said, defending himself and his brother. Who's Peeves? Jack asked, sure he knew that name from somewhere. He's a poltergeist who has been living at Hogwarts for no one knows how long, George explained. I think my mom may have said something about him once. Jack said, remembering once when Tooth was on a tooth-collecting frenzy and warned her mini fairies about him. Well, see you all later then, they said, and left. Bye, the three boys said as the twins left, closing the compartment door shut. Once it had, Jack turned to Ron. You're scared of spiders, aren't you? He asked in the most friendly way possible, getting a small nod from Ron. How do you know? Harry asked. My family have some experience with handling and controlling fears, Jack said, then pointed out some symptoms like clenched fists, avoiding of the eyes, and fast-paced breathing. Once that was over, Ron looked over to Harry and blurted out, Are you really Harry Potter? Harry nodded. Oh, well, I thought it might have been one of Fred and George's jokes, Ron explained. And do you really have the what? Harry asked, confused. Scar, Ron whispered. Grinning, Harry pulled his hair back to show his lightning-shaped scar. So that's where you know who? Yes, Harry said calmly, but I don't really remember any of it. Nothing? Ron asked eagerly. Well, I remember a bunch of green light, but nothing else. Wow, Ron said, staring at Harry again, then turned his attention out the window again. Still up for our bet, Harry? Jack asked, thinking it was time to change the subject. You were serious about it? Harry asked. What are you going on about? Ron asked. Back in Diagon Alley, we met this Pratt who said, imagine being in Hufflepuff. I think I'd leave. Jack said, doing a perfect imitation of the boy. So, after we asked Hagrid, He was with Harry getting his stuff, what Hufflepuff was, and he explained, and when he said that that was the house for O'Duffers, Harry bet himself that he'd be in that house, and I challenged him on it. Jack said, coming to an end. It's only 3 sickles. Harry said, rolling his eyes. Why do you care so much? It's not about the money, Harry, Jack said, grinning. It's about proving you wrong. Rolling his eyes, Harry then turned to Ron and changed the subject again. Are all your family wizards? I think so, Ron said, smiling, liking this Jack Frost. I think Mum's got a second cousin who's an accountant, but we never talk about him. What about you, Jack? Harry asked. We didn't get to talk about families back in Diagon Alley. I've had a few families. Jack said, not wanting to get into this too much. My birth family died when I was just a kid. Got caught in a blizzard one night. So with no one to look after me, I chose to live life on the streets for a bit. I'll spare you some sob stories about how lonely it was and of some of the wrong people I spent some time with. Anyway, a couple of years ago, my new family adopted me, and they were the ones at the station. Well, either way, Harry said, you both must know a bit about magic already. I heard you want to live with muggles, said Ron. What are they like? Horrible, Harry said right away, then said, well, not all of them. My aunt, uncle, and cousin are, though. Wish I had 3 wizard brothers. 5, Ron corrected him, for some reason looking gloomy again. I'm the 6th in our family to go to Hogwarts. You could say I've got a lot to live up to. Bill and Charlie have already left. Bill was head boy and Charlie was captain at Quidditch. Now Percy's prefect. Fred and George mess around a lot, but everyone likes them and they still get pretty good marks. Everyone expects me to do as well as the others, but if I do, it's no big deal because they did it first. As Ron said his speech, Jack was getting minor flashbacks to when he was still human. In the 1700s, there were a lot of big families. And as Jack thought about it, he could remember having a couple of older siblings himself. You never get anything new, either, with 5 brothers. I've got Bill's old robes, Charlie's old wand, and Percy's old rat. Ron reached into his jacket pocket and pulled out a fat gray rat, which was asleep. His name's Scabbers, but he doesn't do much, well, except sleep. Percy got an owl for becoming prefect, but they couldn't I got Scabbers instead. Sensing that the speech was over, Jack said what was on his mind. Being part of a big family isn't something to be upset about. Just means you have more people to play with. And you shouldn't try and be a second to anyone. Just be yourself. When all he got were looks of confusion, Jack explained. Why worry and bother about being them when you are already perfect at being yourself? Jack asked. Besides, isn't it great to be different and be exactly who you are? Feeling a little better, but still not wanting to say anything, Ron looked out the window again. I don't think there's anything wrong with not being able to afford an owl, Harry said. Until a month ago, I didn't even have any money or anything that belonged to me myself. They were all Dudley's first. And I never got any real birthday presents either. But you got Christmas ones, Easter eggs, and tooth fairy money, right? Jack asked, knowing that at least Sandy would do his job right. A few, but not as much as Dudley. And the numbers got smaller as I got older. Harry said, then went back to telling Ron about not knowing anything, thinking on what to do. Jack looked into his trunk and pulled out some parchment and ink and a book to lean on and wrote a letter to the Guardian asking for an explanation to this news. As Jack was finishing, saying to himself he'll send it with the I'm here letter he said he'd send to them when he got to Hogwarts, the door slid open and a smiling, dimpled woman was there with a trolley of snacks and sweets. Anything off the trolley, dears? She asked. Harry and Jack got to their feet and grabbed their money bags and went outside, Ron muttering he brought sandwiches. While Harry looked confused and bought some of everything, Jack asked if there was anything that didn't have sugar in it. I've got some butter and ham sandwiches here if you like, the witch said kindly, but that's about it. Just my mom isn't all that keen with me having sugary things, Jack said, weighing his options. In the end, he bought the sandwiches and a few chocolate frogs and a pack of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. When he got back inside the compartment, Ron and Harry were digging into Harry's sweets, Ron's sandwiches being forgotten. Smiling, Jack looked at the chocolate frogs. These aren't real frogs, are they? Harry asked. It's just a spell, Ron said. Besides, it's the card you want. I'm missing Agrippa. What? Jack and Harry asked together. All right. Well, each pack has a different card inside them to collect, and each card is of a famous witch or wizard. Ron explained, I've got about 500 myself. But I haven't got Agrippa or Ptolemy. You mean these guys? Jack asked, lifting out 2 cards from his packs. That's them, Ron said, nodding, then was confused when Jack held them out to him. You want them, don't you? Jack asked, smiling. Are you serious? Ron asked, looking as if it were his birthday, getting a grin and a nod from Jack. Thanks. So, this is Dumbledore? Harry said, looking at his card. Don't tell me you've never heard of Dumbledore. Ron said, reading his cards. Smiling, Jack took a bite out of his sandwiches. Hey, he's gone? Harry said, looking amazed at his card. Well, you can't expect him to be around all day, can you? Ron asked. Well, no, but in Muggle photos they just stay put, right, Jack? Harry asked, looking for backup, getting a nod from him. What? They don't move at all? Ron asked, sounding amazed weird. Once Jack had finished his sandwiches, he moved to his Birdie Bots every flavor beans. You want to be careful with them, Ron said, his mouth stuffed with a licorice wand. Why? Jack asked, unsure he wanted them now. When they say every flavor, they mean every flavor, Ron explained, Harry listening in as well. They do all the usual things like orange and lime and chocolate and peppermint. But they also do spinach, liver, and tripe. George swore he got a bogey-flavored one once. As Ron finished, Jack took a small lick of the brown bean he was holding. Ack! That's disgusting, Jack cried, and threw the bean into the empty sandwich box Cowpat. He said, looking around for some water. How on earth do you know what Cowpat tastes like? Ron asked, giving him some water. One of the years I was alone, Jack said, not sure if he wanted to tell them this. I was in a farmer's field camping for the night, having dinner. I went into my tent to get some extra lights because it was getting dark and, well, Jack said, blushing, seeing the others turn green. Thinking I only burn it. Yeah, Jack said, leaving it at that. In less than 5 seconds, Ron and Harry burst out laughing. Wow, man, that has got to be some of the worst luck I have ever heard of, Ron said, calming down a bit. After eating the rest of the good beans and throwing the unwanted ones in the sandwich box, there was a knock on the door. It was the round-faced boy from the station, looking a bit upset. Excuse me, but have you seen a toad at all? Sorry, Harry said, shaking his head. I've lost him, he cried loudly. He keeps running away from me. I'll help you look for him, Jack said, getting up and getting his wand out. You will? The boy asked, beaming. Yeah, come on, he can't have gone far, Jack said. He's got to be somewhere on this train, right? Asterisco. After around 3/4 of an hour, going up and down the train, asking everyone they could if they had seen a runaway toad, unfortunately not getting any luck, Jack and Neville went back to their compartments. Jack seeing 3 unknown boys inside as one. Well, 2 unknown ones and the boy from Madame Malkin's. Oh, you're going to fight us, are you? The boy sneered, not noticing Jack come in. Unless you get out now, Harry said. But we don't feel like leaving, do we, boys? The blonde asked the 2 gorillas either side of him. We've eaten all out food, and you seem to have some left. As the boy on the right was reaching for a chocolate frog, Jack spoke up, making the 3 boys jump. You know what, you're right, he said, going to his side of the compartment and tipped the discarded beans into an empty box, telling Harry and Ron to be quiet. Here you are. Now at last, someone who knows how to show loyalty to his fellow wizard, the boy said, saying his name was Draco Malfoy. You're welcome, Jack said, not shaking the boy's hand. If I were you, Draco, I'd have the brown one first. Brown's the color for chocolate, right? He said, smirking, looking over to Harry and Ron, who were having trouble keeping their laughter inside them. Spitting it out, he swore and asked what it was. Just a birdie bean, Jack said, shrugging. If you don't like them, then kindly hand them back and leave. Snarling a little, they left. And good thing, too, because Ron and Harry couldn't keep their laughs inside themselves much longer. Man, I really hope you and my brothers don't gang up on us with your pranking, Jack, Ron said, whipping tears from his eyes. Seconds later, a girl with brown bushy hair appeared, sounding like a mother when she asked, what has been going on? But all the boys ignore her as Ron asked after calming down, you guys have met Malfoy before? And Harry explained all about Diagon Alley. Ah, he's the prat, Ron said in understanding, explaining about their family being supporters of you-know-who. May we help you? Jack asked the girl. You guys had better hurry up and change into your robes, she said, again, sounding like a mother in Jack's opinion. I've just been up the front to ask the driver, and he says we're nearly there. You haven't been fighting, have you? You'll be in trouble before we even get there. Hey, Mum, none of us has been fighting, all right, Jack said, pointing his wand at her. But if you don't back off, I might do something about that hair for you. All right, I only came in because people outside were acting very childishly. Newsflash, pigtails, we are children, Jack said, the compartment getting a little colder. Now would you mind leaving so we can get changed? Fine, she said, turning to leave, then stopped and looked at Ron. You've got dirt on your nose, by the way. Did you know? Just there, And finally she was gone. Good riddance, Jack mumbled, putting his wand away and pulling out his robes. Whatever house I'm in, I hope she's not in it. Hey, Jack, you all right? Harry asked carefully. Huh? Oh, yeah, I'm fine, Jack said. I just don't like being accused of things that I didn't do. I've had some bad experiences with things like that, and my family when we were getting to know each other. Nodding, Harry and Ron dropped the subject, and silently, they all changed into their robes. After the three of them were changed, a voice echoed through the train, saying they would be arriving in 5 minutes and asked for everything to be left on the train. Jack helped Ron and Harry to stuff their pockets with the remainders of Harry's sweets, finishing as the train came to a halt. One by one, doors were opened and people were stepping out onto the platform. A lamp could be seen, and a familiar voice was heard calling, "Furs years. Furs years over here. All right there, Harry? Jack." When all the first years were gathered together, Hagrid led them to a fleet of little boats sitting on top of a large lake. Seeing it made Jack come to a standstill. "No more than 4 to a boat," Hagrid said, then saw Jack. "You okay there, Jack?" "Huh, I'm fine," Jack said, trying to stay calm. "Just don't have all that much good experience with large lakes." "It will be all right," Hagrid said gently. "As long as you don't rock the boat too much or lean over the side too far, you'll be fine." So with that, Jack got into the boat. Harry, Ron, and Neville were in. "Everyone in?" Hagrid asked, getting into a boat all to himself. Right then, forward, all at once, the boat set sail across the lake, everyone amazed by how wonderful the castle was. Heads down, Hagrid called, getting everyone to duck as they entered a cliff. After going through the tunnel that seemed to go right under the castle, the boat stopped. Carefully, everyone got out of the boats. "Oh, you there? This your Toad?" Hagrid asked, calling Neville back. "Trevor," he cried, going to collect him. Once they were all out, they climbed up a passageway to what Jack suspected was the back door to the castle, then up a flight of stone steps, coming to a stop in front of a pair of large oak doors. "Everyone here? You there? Still got your Toad?" Hagrid raised a gigantic fist and knocked on 3 times on the door. Chapter 5. The Shorting. Chapter Summary. The students have arrived, and we learn where Jack is going to be placed. The door opened to show a tall, black-haired witch with a stern face in emerald green robes. Right away, Jack said to himself not to get on her bad side. "The Furs years, Professor McGonagall," Hagrid said, smiling. "Thank you, Hagrid. I will take them from here," she said, opening the door a little wider to show the entrance hall, which many of the people surrounding Jack awed at the size at, but he just shrugged and followed Professor McGonagall to a small, empty chamber. "Welcome to Hogwarts," said Professor McGonagall. "Now the start of term banquet in the Great Hall will begin shortly, but before that you must be sorted into your houses. The sorting is a very important ceremony because while you're here, your house will be like your family." This bit caught Jack a bit off guard and turned his eyes to the floor, blocking out McGonagall's voice for the rest of her speech about where they would sleep and about the points and house cup. "The sorting ceremony will take place in a few minutes in front of the rest of the school. I suggest you all use that time to smarten yourselves up as much as you can while you are waiting," she said, her eyes scanning over everyone as if picking out inappropriately dressed students. "I shall return when we are ready for you," said Professor McGonagall. "Please wait quietly." Once the door was shut, a muttering of questions on how exactly the sorting happened went about them. Hearing that it may be some sort of test, Jack went over everything he could about what he had learned the past 3 centuries and from the books. Just then several people started screaming, making him look around, a fierce look on his face, ready to fight. But was surprised to see about 20 ghosts come through the back wall, all pearly white and slightly transparent. They glided across the room, talking to each other. Looking them over, Jack saw one he knew and called out. "Nick," he called out, getting the ghost and the rough's attention. "I say, who may you be?" he said, looking confused as a pathway was made to show Jack to the ghost. "It's me, Jack Frost," he said, smiling. "I didn't know you lived here." "Jack Frost. Jack Frost. Ah, yes. I say, what have you done to your eyes and hair, my boy?" Nick asked, looking Jack over. "And why are you here? Last I saw you, you were in America." Everyone, ghosts and students, were stunned, no one understanding how it were possible that these two could know each other. Jack was about to answer when Professor McGonagall came back. "Move along now. The sorting ceremony is about to start." One by one, all the ghosts left by the opposite wall they came through. "Right," she said, seeing them off, then turning to the new students. "Now, from a line, please, and follow me." Getting in line with Harry, Ron, and everyone else, together they all walked out of the chamber, back across the hall, and through a pair of double doors into the Great Hall. Even though Jack had been living at the North Pole for the last few months, he was amazed by how strange and wonderful it was in here, with its night sky, ceiling, and thousands of floating candles, and 4 long tables where everyone else was sitting. Looking around, Jack spotted the Weasley twins on the table on the far left. Up top, there was another long table holding who could only be all of the teachers. Jack spotting Dumbledore sitting in the middle. Professor McGonagall led the first years up through the middle of the room, so they came to a halt facing the other students. The teachers behind them and the ghosts were dotted around the room, amongst everyone else. Looking forwards, Jack saw Professor McGonagall setting down a 4-legged stool, putting an old shabby worn wizard's hat on top. Seeing everybody was looking at it, and the room had gone silent, Jack started staring at it too. Just then, the hat twitched and a rip near the brim opened wide like a mouth, and the hat began to sing. "Oh, you may not think I'm pretty, but don't judge on what you see. I'll eat myself if you can find a smarter hat than me. You can keep your bowlers black, your top hat sleek and tall, for I am the Hogwarts sorting hat, and I can cap them all. There's nothing hidden in your head the sorting hat can't see. So try me on, and I will tell you where you ought to be. You might belong in Gryffindor, where dwell the brave at heart. Their daring, nerve, and chivalry set Gryffindors apart. You might belong in Hufflepuff, where they are just and loyal. Those patient Hufflepuffs are true and unafraid of foil. Or yet in wise Ravenclaw, if you've a ready mind, where those of wit and learning will always find their kind. Or perhaps in Slytherin, you'll make your real friends. Those cunning folk use any means to achieve their ends. So put me on. Don't be afraid, and don't get in a flap. You're in safe hands, though I have none, for I am a thinking cap." The whole hall burst into applause as the hat finished its song. It bowed to each of the 4 tables and then became quite still again. "So, we've just got to try on the hat," Ron whispered to Harry. "I'll kill Fred." He was going on about wrestling a troll. Professor McGonagall now stepped up holding a long roll of parchment. "When I call your name, you will put on the hat and sit on the stool to be sorted," she said. "Abbott, Hannah." A pink-faced, blonde, pigtailed girl stepped up, put on the hat which slid over her eyes, and sat down. After a moment's pause, "Hufflepuff." The table to the right cheered and clapped as Hannah went to go join them. And it kept on like that. Students went up, put the hat which slid over everyone's eyes, some going to Hufflepuff, some to Ravenclaw, more to Gryffindor, and others to Slytherin. As Professor McGonagall was going into the G's, Harry whispered something to Jax. "Hey, Jack, they missed you out. It's either because I've got a few other surnames starting with different letters further in the alphabet, or since I'm from America and a last-minute entry here, I may be last." Jack found himself whispering back. "Granger, Hermione." The bossy, mother-brown, curly-haired figure from the train stepped up and jammed the hat eagerly on her head. "Gryffindor," shouted the hat. Ron groaned, making Jack look to him confused. "I'm 95% sure that's the house I'll be in since everyone in my family were in it." When Neville Longbottom, the boy who kept losing his toad, was called, he fell over on his way to the stool. The hat took a long time to decide where to place Neville. When it finally shouted, "Gryffindor," Neville ran off still wearing it and had to jog back, blushing, getting rounds of laughter to give it to McDougal Morak. When Malfoy was called up, he practically swaggered forward and got his wish at once. The hat had barely touched his head when it screamed Slytherin. Malfoy took off the hat and went to join his friends Crabbe and Goyle, looking pleased with himself. There weren't a lot of people left now. "Moon, nah, Parkinson, so I'm going to be last then since they missed O's altogether," Jack thought to himself. After that, a pair of twins, Patil and Perks, sallying. At last it was Potter Harry. Harry stepped forward, getting all whispers from everybody. After a bit of silence, the hat finally yelled Gryffindor. Smiling, Harry got up, looked to Jack, who grinned and rubbed his fingers and thumb together, saying he was expecting the money. Rolling his eyes and giving a small nod, Harry went to join the others at the Gryffindor table. There were only 4 people left now. Turpin, Lisa became a Ravenclaw. Weasley, Ronald got to be a Gryffindor. And Zabini, Blaze went into Slytherin. And finally, Professor McGonagall said, getting everyone's attention, "Frost Jack." Jack came forward, but before he could put the hat on, he was stopped by my McGonagall, who looked to Dumbledore, with the rest of the room, who had stood up. "Mr. Frost is a boy from a wizarding school in America, so the hat will not only place him in the house, but also the year. However, please keep in mind America start teaching their children how to deal with magic at a much younger age. Thank you. With that, he sat down again, and Professor McGonagall let Jack sit down and put the hat on. So Jackson Benjamin Overland Frost, at last we meet, a small voice said in his ear. You know me? Jack asking in his head. Idol. I know you're also one of many titles, the hat said as he began listing some of the Spirit of Winter, the Guardian of Fun, the Prankster Prince, the Frost Child. Okay, I get it. Jack said, making the hat stop. Look, all I need is to be put into the same house as Harry Potter. Gryffindor. Gryffindor? Are you sure? You got many talents, Jack Frost. 300 years alone, and yet you stayed good at heart. Patience, that's Hufflepuff. Your pranks need wisdom to set up and cunning to plan. Perhaps you belong in Ravenclaw or Slytherin. No, it has to be Gryffindor. Oh, well, if you're sure, I suppose you do have a brave heart, sacrificing yourself for your sister. Now, which year should I place you in? It can't be too high, but as you need to be with Potter. Gryffindor, first year. Loud cheers came from everyone as Jack got up, took off the hat, and went to join Harry and Ron. Man, you were under that thing forever, Ron said, budging up. What, did you have a conversation with it or something? Something like that, Jack said, turning to Harry. So where's the money, Harry? I'm waiting. Rolling his eyes, Harry reached into his pocket and placed 3 sickles into Jack's hand. Soon the hall went silent again as Dumbledore got up again, beaming at the students, his arms wide. Welcome, he said. Welcome to a new year at Hogwarts. Before we begin our banquet, I would like to say a few words. And here they are. Nitwit, Blubber, Oddment, Tweak. Thank you. He sat back down. Everybody clapped and cheered, and in Jack's case laughed. Is he a bit mad? Harry asked Percy, unsure. Mad, said Percy airily. He's a genius. Best wizard in the world. But he's a bit mad, yes. Potatoes, Harry. While Harry was staring at all the food, there was trying to decide what to eat first. Jack had already loaded his plate up with all he could get to and tucked in, sending a silent wish to Manny that Tooth didn't find out about this. That does look good, the ghost in the rough said sadly, looking a little jealous at Jack for some reason. It is, Jack said, his mouth full, getting a light scolding from Percy about table manners. Can't you dash? Harry asked, unsure. I haven't eaten in nearly 400 years, he said. I don't have to, of course, but I do miss it. Then what's all that rotten food you have at your death day party for Nicky? Jack asked, smirking a little, placing a new potato in his mouth. That's a point, Ron said. You haven't said how you know each other. All right, Jack said, swallowing, and said to everyone around him who was listening. Everyone, this is Sir Nicholas de Mimsy-Poroington. I met him ages ago, and even though we're a little different from each other, we've been friends ever since. Thank you, Jack, Nick said. Now please to tell me what exactly you are. I know you. Ron butted in suddenly. My brothers told me about you. You're nearly headless Nick. I would prefer if you called me Sir Nicholas de Mimsy. The ghost began stiffly, but was interrupted by Seamus Finnegan. Nearly headless? How can you be nearly headless? Like this, Nick said, irritably, tugging on his left ear and making his whole head swing off of his neck and onto his shoulder, as if it was on a hinge. Looking pleased, he had stunned them. Nearly headless Nick flipped his head back onto his neck and fixed his ruff before continuing with their chat. So, new Gryffindors, I hope you're up to helping us win the house championship this year. Gryffindor have never gone so long without winning. Slytherin have gotten the cup 6 years in a row. The Bloody Baron's becoming almost unbearable. He's the Slytherin ghost. How'd he get covered in blood? Seamus asked, wondering. I've never asked, Nick said delicately. My guess was that he was trying to project someone he loved, but the second guy was better at using a sword. Jack said, following the Baron's gaze to a young-looking lady ghost at the Ravenclaw table, and smirked a little. Once everyone had enough to eat, the desserts appeared. Now it was Jack's turn to look around, trying hard to choose what to pick. After a bit, he went for one of the ice cream sundaes covered in chocolate shavings. As he got tucked in, he heard the other boys talking about families and how Neville's great-uncle Algy once almost drowned him and then made him fall from a window and bounce all the way across the garden and into the road. What about you, Jack? Dean Thomas asked, curious. Well, Jack asked, scooping some ice cream into his mouth to give him time to think. My birth family passed away when I was a little kid, so I lived on my own for a bit, but then my new family found me and took me in. North and Aster always argue, but they will work together if it's needed. Tina gets excited about the simplest things, and Sandy doesn't talk, but I seem to have the best conversations with him. You mean you're an orphan? Zoe Chung, a second-year, asked quietly, eyes wide. I suppose you can put it that way, Jack said, nodding, but if I had had my family still with me when I was on my own, I doubt I would have learned how to defend myself or get to do enough pranks and tricks to get dubbed the title of Prankster Price by my old school friends. If you were Prince who was king? Fred Weasley asked, taking an interest. A girl named April, Jack said. Each year on her birthday, she tries to do a April Fool's pranking marathon. Got almost everyone in school once, but I was too quick and clever to get hit by her. At last, the desserts, too, disappeared, and Professor Dumbledore got up again, making the hall fall silent. Ahem, just a few more words now. We are all fed and watered. I have a few start-of-term notices to give to you. First years should note that the forest in the grounds is forbidden to all students, and a few of our older students would do well to remember that too. Here Jack was sure he saw Dumbledore look over to the Weasley twins. I've also been asked by Mr. Filch, the caretaker, to remind you all that there is to be no magic used in the corridors between classes. Quidditch trials will be held in the second week of term. Anyone who is interested in playing for their house teams should contact Madam Hooch. And finally, I must tell you that this year, the third-floor corridor on the right-hand side is out of bounds to everyone who does not wish to die a very painful death. Jack looked confused at this bit of news. Surely if it were anything that bad, Dumbledore wouldn't go telling everyone about it. And now, before we go to bed, let us all sing the school song, cried Dumbledore, smiling. Jack, noticing the other teachers, start to frown a little. Dumbledore gave his wand a little flick, and a long golden ribbon came out which rose up high and twisted itself into words. Everyone picked their favorite tune, and off we go. After everyone had finished singing, the Weasley twins needing some help because they chose a very slow funeral march, Dumbledore sent them off to bed. The Gryffindor first years followed Percy through the chattering crowds, out of the Great Hall, and up the marble staircase. Even though Jack was used to magic and supernatural things, he was still surprised by all the moving and talking portraits along the walls of the corridors. He did pay attention, though, when Percy led them through doorways hidden behind sliding panels and hanging tapestries. After a few more staircases and a few yawns, they came to a sudden halt to see a bunch of walking sticks floating in midair ahead of them. Percy stepped towards them, and they all came shooting at him. Peeves, a poltergeist, Percy whispered to the first years. Before raising his voice, Peeves, show yourself. But what came was the sound of air being let out of a balloon, the sound of Jack trying to hide his laughter. Do you want me to fetch the Bloody Baron? With a pop, a little man with wicked dark eyes and a wide mouth appeared, floating cross-legged in the air, clutching the walking sticks. He looks like Rumpelstiltskin, wonder if they're related. Jack thought as he saw him, grinning. Oh, he said with an evil cackle, Icklefur's ties. What fun! Quickly he swooped at them. They all ducked except for Jack, who had pulled out his wand and showed at Peeves, catching his head in a block of ice, stunning everyone. Go away, Peeves, or I'll turn you into a poltergeist pop, Jack said firmly, but Peeves didn't leave, just crossed his arms and shook his head. All right, then the Baron will hear about this. I mean it, Percy said, coming around from the shock, obviously not wanting the Baron to see him like this. Jack thought. Peeves vanished, dropping all the walking sticks on Neville's head. You want to watch out for Peeves, Percy said, checking everyone was all right. The Bloody Baron's the only one who can control him. He won't even listen to us prefects. Jack, that was amazing, Parvati said, smiling. How did you do that? I have a natural talent when it comes to winter elemental magic, Jack said, grinning and putting his wand away. But we're not meant to know anything yet. How can you know such advanced magic? Hermione asked her hair in a bit of a state. I'm from America, remember Frizzball? I started learning magic sooner than you guys did. Here we are, Percy's voice said, breaking up what could have become a very ugly fight. At the end of the corridor hung a portrait of a very fat woman in a pink silky dress. Password? She asked. Caput Draconis, Percy said, and the portrait swung open to reveal a round hole in the wall. They all scrambled through it and into the Gryffindor common room. After Percy had directed them to their dormitory and they found their beds, Jack saw his stuff at the end of one of them, along with Archimedes. Remembering he needed to send that letter to the Guardians, Jack quickly wrote one saying, Dear Tooth, North, Bunny, and Sandy, I am here at Hogwarts. The food is great. Don't worry, Tooth, I'll brush my teeth every night, and I think I'll like it here. I'm in Gryffindor, said to be the one for those that are brave. Good news. Harry Potter's in this house as well. Speaking of Harry, I've got another letter here with questions to you about you lot missing him. Except Sandy. Lessons start tomorrow. Hope you answer me soon. Jack. With that, he blew on the ink to dry it, then getting the letter from the train, he rolled it up with this one, tied it to Archie's leg, and sent him out the window. What's that all about? Ron asked, seeing Jack do this. Just telling my family I'm here, Jack said, getting into his pajamas and in a bed. Well, good night. Chapter 6. The first week. Chapter summary. We see Jack and Harry's first week of magic school. There, look. Where? Next to the tall kid with the red hair. Wearing the glasses? Did you see his face? Did you see his scar? Whispers followed Harry the moment he left his dormitory the next morning. People outside classrooms, always trying to get a better look, all of them staring. It was clear that Harry wished they didn't, and Jack helped when he could, mostly by making spots of very slippery ice underneath them, so when they stood on tiptoe, they would fall over. But all these unwanted fans were just a speck in the troubles Jack and his friends had to deal with. The real trouble was finding your way, because there were 142 different staircases at Hogwarts that liked to change every now and again. Whenever they did, Jack would mumble to himself that he wished he could just fly up or down them to get where he needed to get to. The ghosts didn't really help either. Why do they always have to come out of the doors and walls like that? Ron asked one morning when one did just that, scaring him. Shut up, Jack. He said, because Jack was laughing a little, saying Ron had jumped about a foot in the air. Oh, come on, Ron. At least they're not as bad as Peeves, Jack said, finally calming down. It was true, Peeves really was not much help at all, especially if you were running late, but it seemed that he left Jack Frost alone, or at least didn't pull such mean jokes on him, probably remembering the first night here. Tell us that after you meet Filch, Harry said on Jack's other side as they made their way to the Great Hall. You still haven't told me how that happened, Jack asked, needing to be told because he wasn't with them. We were trying to get through a door, right? Ron began, and it turned out it was the one to the out-of-bounds third-floor corridor. He got mad and was threatening us, something about being locked in the dungeons. Harry continued, but then Professor Quirrell showed up and saved us. Well, it's that cat of his that I hate the most, Jack said honestly as they saw her a few yards ahead of them. There's something off about her. Always following me when I'm alone, as if I would cause trouble. As if that would ever happen, he said with a hint of sarcasm as he lightly tapped his wand on the wall and made a flurry of frost patterns appear all over it, making Ron and Harry roll their eyes. And once you found your way to them, there were the lessons themselves. Jack was surprised that he hardly knew anything about real magic, despite the fact that that's the world he had been living in for the last 300 years. It seemed the only class Jack was reasonably good at was astronomy, where they had to study the night skies through their telescopes every Wednesday at midnight and learn all the different stars, constellations, and the movement of the planets. Probably something to do with always looking to the moon, asking him to talk to me, Jack thought to himself, grinning when he got an answer right that little Miss Know-It-All Hermione Granger didn't know. 3 times a week, they went out to the greenhouses to learn about herbology with Professor Sprout, where they learn about all the different and strange plants and fungi and what they were for. Jack found he wasn't too bad at that either because of a friend of his called Gaia, a spirit of nature who could control all the plants and cared for all the different forests in the world. As he was pruning one of the many potted plants, one morning he looked out to the forbidden forest and wondered if Gaia may be one of the creatures in there. Easily the most boring subject was history of magic, which was the only class taught by a ghost. Jack had tried to make it more fun by sneaking out of his seat and up behind Professor Binns to mimic him one time, but even though he had got a few laughs, he was spotted and lost. Gryffindor 5 points for disrupting the class. The teacher Jack liked the most was the charms teacher, Professor Flitwick, mostly because he reminded him of Sandy. He was a tiny little wizard who had to stand on a stack of books to see over his desk. At the start of the very first lesson, he took the register, and when he reached Harry's name, he gave a small excited squeak and toppled out of sight. Professor McGonagall was also different, and Jack was right on not getting on her bad side. Strict and clever, she gave the class a good talking to the moment they had sat down to begin their first class, saying the Transfiguration is a serious business, and that if she found anyone messing around in her class will leave and not come back. A few eyes turned to Jack at that, but surprisingly, he was giving her his most attention, a small grin on his face. He had been wanting to learn how to transfigure things ever since he read about it in his books. And when he said things, he meant Bunny. After seeing her turn her desk into a pig and back, and taking some complicated notes, they were each given a match and started trying to turn it into a needle. At the end of the lesson, Only Hermione Granger had managed to make any difference to her match. Then there was Professor Quirrell and Defense Against the Dark Arts, which everybody was looking forward to, but were let down by the strong smell of garlic the room was giving off. Said to ward off the vampire he met in Romania. His turban, he told them, was a gift from an African prince as a thank you for getting rid of a zombie. But Jack didn't believe this story. Mostly because he knew that death never let any zombies or monsters out from the world of the dead unless it was Halloween. And Africa didn't celebrate that. Friday was an important day for the three Gryffindor boys. They finally made it down to the Great Hall for breakfast, without getting lost once. "What have we got today?" Jack asked, spreading some jam on his toast. "Double potions with the Slytherins," said Ron, checking the timetable, Snape's head of Slytherin House. "They all say he favors them. We'll be able to see if it's true." "Wish McGonagall favored us," Harry said, tucking into his porridge. Just then the post arrived. Jack had got used to this now, but was surprised on the first morning when about 100 owls came swooping into the Great Hall. Jack looked up, wondering if he would see Archimedes. It had been 5 days since he sent that "I am here" letter to them, and they hadn't replied yet. But today his owl came to land in front of him, carrying a small basket of treats and a letter in his beak. "Thanks," he said, giving Archie some of his toast. "Wait a sec," he said, looking at the owl's back, seeing. Quickly he grabbed the basket, owl, letter, and his bag, and said he'd see Ron and Harry at potions, and rushed out of the hall. When he was in a deserted corridor, he set Archie down and looked at Baby Tooth. "What are you doing here?" he asked in a slight stern voice. Flying up, Baby Tooth squeaked and gave Jack the letter she had in her hands. "Jack, Baby Tooth really wanted to be with you and asked if she could visit. I said she could stay as long as she doesn't get into any trouble." "Tooth, I guess that's sort of a fair deal," Jack said, sending Archie to the Ollery, now reading that letter. "Jack, well done on getting in Gryffindor. We have no say on why Tooth, Bunny, and I missed out on giving Harry Potter our attention. Especially since all three of us are sure we visited him. We will look into it some more. Good luck with your lessons, the Guardians." Rolling his eyes, thinking to himself that that wasn't really all that useful, Jack looked into the basket, saw some chocolate eggs, cookies, a mini book of stories, and some sugar-free sweets. Checking his watch, Jack told Baby Tooth to take the basket to his dormitory and to stay there. Saluting, the mini fairy took the basket and took off, just as Jack rushed to the dungeons, only just making it. Potions lessons took place down in the cold, creepy dungeons, which in Jack's opinion reminded him of Pitch's lair. Snape, like Flitwick, started by taking the register, and like Flitwick, paused at Harry's name. "Ah yes," he said softly, "Harry Potter. Our new celebrity." The Slytherins sniggered at that behind their hands, and it only got worse from there. Before this lesson, Jack Frost had thought the one person in the world he hated the most was Pitch Black. Now, after the lesson, he could honestly say that that title was replaced by Snape, as Snape took the second point off of Gryffindor from Harry, from not telling Neville that he wasn't meant to add the quills. Jack's hand reached for his wand, but Ron stopped him and Harry from speaking back to Snape. "Don't push it," he muttered. "I've heard Snape can be very nasty." As they were climbing out of the dungeons an hour later, Jack was wondering if he could somehow get a message to Pitch asking him to give Snape the worst nightmares in his life, when something Ron said made him lose his train of thought. "Snape's always taking points off of Fred and George." "Oh yeah," Jack said, grinning. "For what?" "Well, there was one time when they somehow got into his private storeroom and swapped all the labels around," Ron said, getting a snort from Jack. "The only reason they got found out, it seems, was that one of them broke a jar, and they got covered in sticky, gooey stuff and were stuck there until he found them. He was furious, sent letters home, with the say that if they were in his house, they would have been expelled." As they get to the entrance hall, Ron turned back to Harry, asking if he could come see Hagrid with him that afternoon. "Sure, you can come too if you like, Jack," Harry said, smiling, happy again. "I'll come, but I'll need to visit the dormitories first," Jack said. When the lessons were over that afternoon, as said, Jack went up to Gryffindor Tower while Harry and Ron went across the grounds to see Hagrid. He was almost there when he came across Fred and George. No, we can't prank a fellow prankster," one of them was saying. "Dear brother, we need to prank him to see what level he stands at in our royal pranking chart," the other said. "Or you can just ask," Jack asked loudly, making them jump and spin around. "Just CK," they say together, grinning. "Guessing you heard that then?" Fred asked. "A fair bit, yes," Jack said, nodding, telling the twins to follow him to the dorm room, where he was welcomed by Baby Tooth. "Whoa, what the heck is that?" "Ow!" George asked, getting pricked by Baby insulted that she was called that. "This is Baby Tooth, one of the Tooth Fairy's helpers," Jack said, looking into his trunk, pulling out a rather thick book holding all the pranks Jack Frost has ever pulled. Okay. The twins said, not sure what to say. "If that's true, then why is she with you?" "Unless—" "No. No, he can't be. Jack, are you the real Jack Frost?" "The one and only," Jack said, grinning and bowing to them. "Before you get all excited and ask questions, I'm here on official business to watch over Harry and keep him safe from Voldemort, because Dumbledore thinks he's still out there. So you're not to tell anyone, without my say, so that I'm really Jack Frost." "Got it." After getting nods from the two redheads, Jack gave them the book. "Jack, this starts in the 1700s, George pointed out, confused. "I know," Jack said, helping himself to some chocolate eggs. "That's when I came into existence." This only got more confused looks. "I'll tell you my life story and about my friends and the other Guardians later, but right now I need to meet Harry and Ron down at Hagrid's. See you later." Chapter 7. Tea at Hagrid's. Chapter Summary. Jack makes his way to Hagrid's for a bit of afternoon tea, where he sees a newspaper on the table. Soon Jack was at Hagrid's hut, and he was let in just as Harry was telling Hagrid Ron's name. "Another Weasley, eh?" Hagrid asked, looking Ron up and down. "I spent half me life keeping your twin brothers away from the forest." Jack looked out the window and towards the forest as Harry and Ron pretended to enjoy Hagrid's rock-hard rock cakes and told him about their first lessons. The three of them were happy when Hagrid called Filch that old git, and smirked when he said when he goes up to the school, Mrs. Norris follows him around. "Just like Jack then," Ron said. After a bit of a laugh, Harry told Hagrid about Snape's lesson. "Bah, don't worry about it. Snape hardly ever likes anyone," Hagrid said. "But he seems to really hate me." "That's just the way, Harry," Jack said, butting in before Hagrid could say anything. "No matter what you do, not everyone's gonna like you. There will always be someone who hates you. Trust me." "How's your brother Charlie?" Hagrid asked Ron, seeming to purposely change the subject. "I like him a lot. Great with animals. He's okay," Ron said, smile fading a little at the moment. "He's studying dragons in Romania." Rolling his eyes, Jack looked to Harry, who was reading a cutting from the Daily Prophet. Wondering what it was, Jack came to look over Harry's shoulder to read it. Gringotts break-in latest. Investigations continue into the break-in at Gringotts on 31 St. July. Widely believed to be the work of dark wizards or witches unknown. Gringotts goblins today insist that nothing was taken. The vault that was searched had in fact been emptied the same day. "But we're not telling you what was in there, so keep your noses out if you know what's good for you," said a Gringotts spokesgoblin this afternoon. "Hagrid, that Gringotts break-in happened on my birthday. It might have been happening while we were there." "Nonsense. Now who wants more cake?" Hagrid said, avoiding Harry's eyes. "Hagrid, can I borrow this?" Jack asked, taking the clipping off of Harry. "If you like," Hagrid said, shrugging. A few hours later, the three of them were heading back up to the school, Jack heading to the Ollery, saying he needed to send a letter. Getting there, Jack located Archimedes and pulled out some spare parchment and a pen. "Dear you lot, I had just been having an afternoon with Harry, Ron, a friend, and Hagrid, where Harry found this newspaper clipping. It says there was a break-in in Gringotts on the 31st of July, the day we want to get my wizard stuff. Please look into it." Jack, going over it a few times, Jack folded up the letter and the clipping, gave it to Archie, and sent him off. Looking out of the window he was in front of, the Hourly had a lot of them. Jack could see Professor Quirrell heading out of the school. Wondering what he could be doing, Jack kept an eye on him until it got too dark to see. It looked like he was going to Hagrid's hut, but something in his gut told Jack that that wasn't right. Saying to himself to keep extra watch on Quirrell, Jack turned and went down the Great Hall for dinner. Not long after he got there and had filled his plate, was he soon sandwiched between Fred and George Weasley. "Hello, Jackie, old boy," Fred said, making Jack roll his eyes. "Please don't call me that. It makes me feel older than I really am," Jack said. "And don't call me Jackie either. That's a girl's name." "Okay, we'll call you Frosty instead," George said, grinning as the disguised spirit of winter mumbled about how he walked into that one. "What do you guys want anyway?" Jack asked, taking a bite out of his meal. "Well, since you're asking," Fred said, pulling out Jack's book and turning to a page they marked. "We were wondering if you could tell us about this prank here," he said. Jack looked at it. 1876, September 8th. My seasonal siblings, Evie, Gaia, April, and I told Cupid that we're having a party and to dress up as a famous person in the human world. We only said that to him. "What about it?" he asked, taking a sip of pumpkin juice. "Well, one, who is everyone?" said George. "And two, how did it go?" said Fred. Rolling his eyes, Jack explained. Evie is the spirit of Halloween. Gaia is the spirit who looks after all the world's forests and such. April is the spirit of April Fool's Day, the one I dubbed the prank queen on the first night here. Jack paused to look at the list to see who was next. My seasonal sibling are Buddy of spring, Diana of summer, and Fawn of fall, autumn, were the one who changed the seasons, not the way the earth if tilted. And Cupid is the one in charge of love and Valentine's Day. And no, he's not a baby and a dipper like everyone thinks. He is also a teenager stuck immortal, just like the rest of us. Pausing for breath, some food, and for all this to sink into the twins' head, Jack then said. He came dressed as Queen Victoria. Within 3 seconds, the twins were laughing as loud as they ever had, getting a few stares from everyone around them. Oh man, I wish we were around then to see it in person, Fred said as me wiped a tear away and looked at the black and white picture of some bloke dressed as Victoria. Under the summary sentence, we should try it on Percy, shouldn't we? George asked, looking around to find their older brother, and while he was at it, their younger brother, so he can be in on the joke. We can all try when it comes to Christmas, Jack said. Then we can get all those in Gryffindor who are staying for the holiday and on the prank too. Liking that idea, the twins then turned to another prank, asking about that one as well. Sighing, Jack pushed his meal away, thinking, as he saw just how many marked pages there were, that he might not get anything to eat tonight. Chapter 8. Flying Lessons. Chapter Summary. Next up for Jack and Harry's wizarding journey, broomstick flying. Over the many years Jack had been on his own, he had met and grew a hatred to loads of people, Bunny nearing the top of that list. But that was before he had met Draco Malfoy. Still, all Jack had to do was shoot ice under his feet to make him slip, or offer him a Bertie Bott's bean, and he'd leave him alone. Plus, at the moment, first-year Gryffindors only had potions with the Slytherins, so he didn't have to put up with them too much. One weekend morning, after getting squeaked at and a couple of hairs pulled by an excited baby tooth, Jack got up and went down to the common room to see what the fuss was about, seeing a new notice pinned to the notice board. First year flying lessons. Starting Thursday afternoon, 3:30 Gryffindor and Slytherin 4:30, Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw. In the grounds in front of the school. Typical, Jack heard Harry say behind him. Just what I need, a chance to make a fool out of myself in front of Malfoy. You won't make a fool out of yourself, Ron said reasonably. Besides, I know Malfoy always goes on about how great he is at Quidditch, but I bet it's all talk. I bet I will, Harry muttered. I'll take that bet, Jack said, feeling slightly more awake now. How about 5 sickles this time? Sure, whatever, Harry said, rolling his eyes. Besides, if you want a bit more talk about how to fly, I can teach you instead, Jack said, gently waving Baby Tooth away, because she was trying to make him stop. It was bad enough the 2 identical redhead boys knew who he really was. Back in America, when I got on a broom, it was almost as if the wind was my friend. He continued, grinning, laughing as Baby face-palmed herself, shaking her head in non-belief. Oh, thanks for the offer, Jack, Harry said, watching the little fairy, but I think I'll wait for Madame Hooch to teach me. Suit yourself, Jack said, shrugging and going down to breakfast, Baby Tooth hidden in his pocket. In the days leading up to their first flying lesson, all the fifth years who had a chance to fly at home were telling everyone else their stories. Well, all except Neville. His grandmother never let him near one. Wizard family children also talked a lot about how great Quidditch really is, and Ron and Dean Thomas, another boy who shared their dormitory, had an argument about whether Quidditch or football was better. Turns out Ron couldn't see the point of a sport where there was only one ball, 22 players running around after it for 90 minutes, never scoring anything, and where no one was allowed to fly. Before the fight got too out of hand, Jack did say to Ron to remind him that football was a muggle sport. Still, that didn't stop the youngest Weasley brother from prodding Dean's poster of West Ham football team with his wand, trying to get the players to move. Hermione Granger was getting in a bit of a frizz as well, seeing as flying was something you couldn't learn off by heart from a book. Not that she hadn't tried, Jack found out when he was in the library one day and saw her and Neville at a table swamped with books on how to ride a broomstick. But most of the books were just instructions on how to look after the broom after you had got it. At breakfast on Thursday, Hermione was boring all of them as she tried to help them and give them tips on how to fly, saying she got all the information from a book called Quidditch Through the Ages. Jack was about to freeze her mouth shut, not sure how much more of her voice he could take, when she was interrupted by the arrival of the post. Jack looked up and saw Archimedes coming down to see him, the Guardian's reply in his beak. He was about to read it when Neville unwrapped the small package he had gotten. "Hey, what's that, Neville?" he asked, putting his letter in his pocket. "It's a remember-all," he explained. "Gran knows I forget things. This tells you if you've forgotten something to do. Look, you hold it tight like this, and if the smoke turns red, oh," he said, because the remember-all had turned bright red. "You've forgotten something? Homework?" Jack asked, trying to help Neville remember. "Brush your hair? Do your teeth? Put on clean socks." "Jack, I think Neville can remember the basics of getting up by himself," Hermione said, rolling her eyes as the others around them tried not to laugh. Just then, Draco Malfoy, who was passing by them, snatched the remember-all out of Neville's hand. Harry, Ron, and Jack got to their feet, ready to attack, when Professor McGonagall came over to see what was going on. "Malfoy's got my remember-all, Professor." Scowling, Malfoy gave it back and said he was just looking, before he, Crabbe, and Goyle left the Great Hall. Making a silent promise to himself to get back at Malfoy later, Jack sat back down and read his letter. But all it said really was that they couldn't really do anything because this was wizard business, and the fact being they had no idea what was in the vault that was nearly robbed. Rolling his eyes, Jack put the letter away, got his things, and went to their first lesson. At 3:30 that afternoon, Jack, along with Harry, Ron, and the other first-year Gryffindors, hurried down the front steps into the grounds. It was a clear, breezy day, and the grass crunched beneath their feet as they head to the flat, smooth lawns on the other side of the grounds to the Forbidden Forest. "Wind must want to see me up in the air again," Jack thought, as the breeze ruffled his hair. The Slytherins were already there, as were about 20-something broomsticks lying on the ground. Jack had heard some of the older students, mainly Fred and George, complain about the school broom. How some seemed to vibrate, as if they were scared if you flew too high or always flew slightly to the left. Soon Madam Hooch arrived. "Good afternoon, class," she said, walking up the line. "Good afternoon, Madam Hooch," they all said in polite reply. "Well, what are you waiting for?" she asked. "Everyone step up next to Broomstick. Come on. Hurry up." After some shuffling, everyone was in place. Jack looked down at the brooms. They did all look rather old and battered. "Stick your right hand over the broom," Madam Hooch said, "up at the front, and say up." "Miss, I'm left-handed," Jack called out, raising his hand. "It doesn't matter, Frost," Madam Hooch said. "It's always the right hand with broomsticks." With that, everyone did as she said and shouted up. Jack's and Harry's brooms jumped into their hands at once, but they were some of the only ones that did. Ron's just rolled around, and Hermione's didn't do anything. "Up," Ron said, getting a little annoyed. Thwack went his broom, coming up and hitting him in the face, making Jack and Harry laugh. "Shut up, you two," he said, rubbing his nose. Once everyone had a broom in hand, Madam Hooch then showed them how to mount their brooms without sliding off the end and went around up and down the rows, correcting their grips. The three friends were delighted when she told Malfoy he had been doing it wrong for years. "Now, when I blow my whistle, you are to kick off from the ground hard," she instructed. "Keep your broom steady, hover for a bit, then lean forward slightly and come back down. On my whistle, 3, 2. But Neville, not wanting to be left out, kicked off before the whistle touched Madam Hooch's lips. "Come back, boy," she called out. Quickly, Jack kicked off too and shot after Neville. All eyes were either on Neville or Jack. A loud gasp came when Neville began to slide off his broom and fall. Leaning forward to be more streamlined, Jack raced towards him, reaching out his hand. Catching Neville's, and as quickly and safely as he could, brought both of them back to the ground. "You all right, Neville?" Jack asked, getting off his broom. Neville, still a little pale, nodded. Madam Hooch came over to see if he was truly all right. "Shocked, that must be it," she said. "Come on, boy, it's all right. Frost, I would like to speak to you and your head of house after this lesson. The rest of you, none of you is to move while I take this boy to the hospital wing. You leave those brooms where they are, or you'll be out of Hogwarts before you can say Quidditch. Come on, dear. Miss, may I come with him, please? You know, for support?" Jack asked, putting his broom down. "Very well, Frost." In the hospital wing, while Madam Hooch was talking to Madame Pomfrey, the matron recording what happened in the logbook, Neville was having some hot chocolate and thanking Jack for saving him. "You're welcome, Neville," Jack said kindly. "Right, Frost, come with me," Madam Hooch said as he led him to McGonagall's office. But she met them in the entrance hall, leading a frowning / scared-looking Harry Potter. "Ah, Minerva, if I may have a moment of your time," Madam Hooch said, I think I found you a chaser to play for your house team." "Really?" McGonagall said, looking Jack up and down. The boys were confused as Madam Hooch told McGonagall what Jack did. "Well, in that case, I award you 25 points, Frost," she said, giving him a small smile. "Now you two come with me." Together, Jack and Harry followed Professor McGonagall to a classroom. "Excuse me, Professor Flitwick, can I borrow wood for a moment, please?" The boys looked at each other confused, wondering what or who Wood was. It turned out Wood was a fifth year who came out looking confused. "Potter, Frost, this is Oliver Wood." "Wood, I've found you a seeker and a chaser." Wood turned from puzzlement to delight. "Are you serious, Professor?" he asked. "Absolutely," she said crisply. "Potter's a natural. I've never seen anything like it. And by the way, Madam Hooch talked about Frost. He's a natural too. Was that the first time on a broomstick, you two?" Harry nodded, but Jack said he had some practice over in America. "Potter caught that thing in his hand after a 50-foot dive." McGonagall said to Wood, "Charlie Weasley couldn't have done it. Not even a scratch." And Frost got to another student who had fallen off his broom and caught him before his even got near the ground. "They're just the right build for a chaser and a seeker too," Wood said, looking Jack and Harry over. "Ever seen a game of Quidditch, you two?" he asked. "Wood's the captain of the Gryffindor team," Professor McGonagall explained. "We'll need to get them decant brooms, Professor. A Nimbus 2000, or a Clean Sweep 7, or maybe even a Snow Flurry 68. I'll talk to Professor Dumbledore and see if we can bend the first-year rule. Heaven knows we need a better team than last year. Flattened in that last match by Slytherin. I couldn't look Severus Snape in the eyes for weeks." Calming down, Professor McGonagall looked over her glasses at Harry. "I want to hear that you're training hard, Potter, or I may just rethink about punishing you." Then she gave a rare smile. "Your father would have been proud," she said. "He was an excellent Quidditch player himself." With that, Wood went back into the classroom, and McGonagall went back to her office. "So, I take it you didn't humiliate yourself in front of Malfoy?" Jack said, grinning, hands behind his head as they walked to the Great Hall. "You'll get your money when we get back to Gryffindor Tower," Harry said, rolling his eyes, but grinning at the same time. Chapter 9. The Midnight Duel. Chapter Summary. As a way to get back at Harry for the flying, Malfoy challenges him to a wizard's duel, but it doesn't go to plan. "You're joking." It was dinner time, and Jack and Harry had just finished telling Ron what happened after they left the group. Ron's piece of steak and kidney pie halfway to his mouth forgotten. "You're a seeker?" he asked Harry, not believing him. "And you're a chaser?" he asked Jack, "but first years never. You must but be the youngest house players in about a century." Harry said, shoveling some pie into his mouth. "Wood told me. I'm older than I look, remember?" Jack said, scooping some mashed potatoes onto his plate. "So I'm not sure about me." Ron was so amazed, he just sat there gaping at his friends. "We start training next week," Harry said, tucking into his dinner. "Yeah, but don't tell anyone," Jack said, his mouth full. "Wood wants to keep it a secret. Although I'm not sure how long it will last." Just then Fred and George Weasley came into the hall, spotted the three of them, and hurried over. "Well done," said George in a low voice. "Wood just told us." "Fred and George are on the team too." "Beaters," Ron said. "I tell you, we're going to win that Quidditch Cup for sure this year." Fred said, "We haven't won since Charlie left, but this year's team is going to be brilliant." "You two must be good guys," George said. Wood was almost skipping when he told us. "Well, I have been told by my friends and family that when I fly, it looks like I'm friends with the wind," Jack said, grinning. "Awesome," the twins said. "Anyway, we better go. Lee Jordan recons. He's found a new secret passageway out of the school. But it's that one behind the statue of Grigori Smarmy that we found in our first week. See you." Fred and George had hardly disappeared, just as someone far less came over. Malfoy, flanked by Crabbe and Goyle. "Having a last meal, are you, Potter? When are you getting the train back to the Muggles?" "You're a lot braver now you're back on the ground, and you got your little friends with you," Harry said calmly. As Jack looked over at Crabbe and Goyle, he couldn't really see what was little about them. Maybe their brains, he thought to himself, seeing them scowling at them, because the high table was full of teachers. "I can take you on any time on my own," Malfoy said. "Tonight, if you like." "Wizard's duel? Wands only? No contact? What's the matter? Never heard of a wizard's duel?" "Of course he has," Jack said, getting up. "I'm his second." "Who's yours?" Malfoy looked at Crabbe and Goyle, sizing them up. "Crabbe," he said, "midnight all right? We'll meet you in the trophy room. That's always unlocked." When Malfoy was gone, Harry turned to Jack and Ron. "What is a wizard's duel?" he asked. "And what do you mean by you're my second?" he asked, looking to Jack. "Well, as far as I know, in dueling and fights, a second is there in case you die," Jack said, taking a calming bite out of his mashed potatoes. "But people only die in real duels," Ron said, seeing Harry's fearful face, with real wizards. The best you and Malfoy can do is shoot sparks at each other. Jack on the hand, I'm not sure, but I also don't care. But he expected you to refuse anyway. And what if I wave my wand and nothing happens? Throw it away and punch him on the nose, Ron said, shrugging. Excuse me? Oh, here we go, Jack said, rolling his eyes, recognizing that voice as Hermione Granger's. Can a guy eat in peace in this place? Ron asked, annoyed. Hermione ignored both of them and turned her attention to Harry. I couldn't help but hear your conversation with Malfoy Dash. Bet you could, Jack and Ron said together. And you mustn't go wandering around the school at night. Think of all the points you'll lose Gryffindor if you're caught, and you're bound to be. It's really selfish of you, and it's really none of your business, Jack muttered. Goodbye, Ron said. That evening as Jack, Ron and Harry lay awake as Dean and Seamus fell asleep. Neville wasn't back from the hospital wing yet. Jack was going over the tips Ron gave Harry on dueling just in case he needed to take over. Such as, if he tries to curse you, you'd better dodge that because I can't remember how to block them. There was also a very good chance of being caught by Filch or Mrs. Norris. Not to mention if Jack got Harry hurt, he would be in a lot of trouble with the Guardians. On the other hand, Jack would sure love to see that sneer wiped off of Malfoy's face. If only Jack had his full powers, then he could freeze Malfoy solid, like he did with the last person he dueled. And, see, how did Jack Frost become the spirit of winter? 11:30, we better go, Ron's voice said as the three of them got up. Quietly, they headed down the stairs and down into the common room and towards the portrait hole. They were almost there when a lamp flickered on and a chair span around, revealing Hermione in a pink dressing gown and a frown. I cannot believe you're doing this, Harry, she said, her arms crossed. Like it's any of your business what he does, Jack said firmly. Go back to bed. The three boys carried on leaving. I almost told Percy, Hermione said, following them. He's a perfect. He'll deal with this. Go away, Ron muttered, just as annoyed about her as Jack was. Don't you care about Gryffindor? Hermione asked as they stepped out of the portrait hole. Do you only care about yourselves and showing off who's better? Before Hermione could continue trying to convince them not to go when a large snowball hit her face, Ron and Harry turning to see a very ticked-off Jack. Now listen here, Brownie Locks, Jack said coldly, the corridor seeming to drop a little too. You do not get to say that I don't care about anyone other than myself, he said, hand in a fist. You don't know anything about me, but I'll let you know that if I did only care about myself, the world at this point in time would be a whole lot darker, with no hope, wonder, or any good dreams or good memories. So next time you try to confront someone, either know their story first, or keep you big fat nose out of their business. From his shoulder, Baby Tooth nodded, huffing at the brown-haired girl. Come you two, Jack said, calming down a little before leaving. Fine, Hermione said, coming around. But I warned you. You all just better remember this when you're on the train home tomorrow. You're so. But what they were, they didn't find out. Hermione had cut herself off as she turned to the portrait, which was at this moment empty, meaning she was locked outside. Now what am I going to do? She asked shrilly. That's your problem, Jack and Ron said together. We got to go, or we'll be late, Harry said, checking his watch. They weren't even at the end of the corridor when they were joined by Hermione. And what do you think you're doing? Jack asked, raising an eyebrow. I'm coming with you. You are not, Ron said firmly. You think I want to stick around out here out of bed where anyone can find me? She asked. If we do come across anyone, I'll tell them the truth and you lot can back me up. You've got some nerve, Ron said, glaring at her. Besides, they have to catch us first anyway. And when I don't want to be seen, I never am, Jack said, heading on down the corridor, leaving Hermione behind. Jack, wait, Harry whispered, stopping him and telling everyone to listen. Mrs. Norris, Ron asked, squinting through the darkness. Don't think so, Jack replied. I think Neville. It was indeed Neville, and he was curled up into a tight ball on the floor asleep. Jack seeing specks of Sandy's dream sand on his face, but that vanished as he woke up. Thank goodness you found me, he said, getting to his feet. Yawning a little, I've been out here for ages. I couldn't remember the new password to get into bed. Keep your voice down, Neville, Ron said quietly. The password's pig snout, but it won't do you any good. The fat lady's gone off somewhere. How you feeling? Jack asked. Better than I was, Neville said, smiling. Good. Well, we need to be somewhere, Neville, so we'll see you later, Ron said, about to lead Harry and Jack to the trophy room when, Don't leave me, said Neville, sounding afraid. I don't want to stay here alone. The Bloody Barons passed by twice already. Ron looked at his watch and then turned to Neville and Hermione furiously. If either of you guys make us late or get us caught, I won't rest until I learn how to do that curse of the bogies Quirrell told us about and use them on you. Hermione opened her mouth, probably to say how to do this curse, but Jack froze her lips together, and they set off. Every time they passed a tall window, Jack looked outside at the moon, wondering what Manny or the Guardians would think if they knew he was doing this. Moreover, he was getting other kids involved in this. After a while, they made it to the trophy room, not once coming across Filch or Mrs. Norris. Crabbe and Malfoy weren't there yet. But even so, Harry and Jack got their wands out just in case they made a surprised arrival. While they waited, Jack took a look at the cup and awards in the cases, not ever being in here before. "Hey, Harry, come here. I found something I think you'll like," he said after a bit. Curious Harry, soon followed by everyone else, came over and looked where Jack was pointing. He was pointing at a shield naming an old Gryffindor Quidditch Cup winning team. 1968, James Potter, Chaser asterisk. And despite what the movie said, James Potter was a chaser, not a seeker. "Harry," Ron said, surprised, "I didn't know your dad used to play on Quidditch team too." "I didn't know," he said. They were all brought out of their trance when Baby Tooth started squeaking and pointing to the door leading to the next room. "Sniff around, my sweet. They may be lurking in a corner." It was Filch speaking to Mrs. Norris. Horror-struck, Jack looked around and waved to everyone, getting their attention and leading them towards and out of a different door, the last person only making it just as Filch and Mrs. Norris came in. "They're here somewhere," they heard Filch mutter, "probably hiding. This way." Harry hissed, quietly getting everyone to follow him, creeping down the gallery, full of armor. They could hear Filch getting closer. Scared, Neville lost his footing and crashed into a suit of armor. "Run!" Jack yelled, seeing no point in staying quiet now, and grabbing Neville heaved him up and ran, making sure the others were with them, not looking back. All of them ran, Baby hanging on to Jack's pajamas all the way to their charms classroom, which was a few floors up from the trophy room. "I think we lost him," Harry said, panting, looking at the others. Ron was holding a stitch in his side. Neville was bent over, wheezing. Jack seemed fine, and Hermione looked furious. I told you," she said, gasping, holding a stitch as well. Ignoring her, Jack looked around. "We got to make it back to Gryffindor Tower," he said, "as fast as we can." "Malfoy tricked you," Hermione said to Harry, thinking he'd be the more likely to listen. "You realize that, right? He was never going to show up. Filch knew there would be someone in there. I bet Malfoy tipped him off." "Yes, thank you, Madam Obvious, we know. Now can you shut it and help us get out of here?" Jack said. Just as they were about to start, a door knob somewhere ahead of them rattles, and out shot Peeves. "Now you've done it," Jack hissed to Hermione. "But he was brought here due to all of your whining." "I don't whine," Hermione said firmly. Wandering around the school, at night, ickle first eyes. "Toot, toot, toot. Naughty, naughty, you'll get caughty. Not if you don't give us away, Peeves, please." Harry said. "Should tell Filch I should." Peeves almost sang. "It's for your own good, you know." "Well, that's too bad then," Jack said, getting confused and surprised looks from everyone. "Because what with you being a troublemaker and Mia being troublemaker, we would have done some really fun things together. But, sniff, but if you want us to be kicked out, just go ahead and call for that big-nosed old git and that fur ball." Getting slightly where Jack was going, Harry mirrored his drooping head and sad look, signaling the other to do the same too. "Frost Boy likes to have fun too?" Peeves asked, shrinking to Baby Tooth's size and coming up to Jack's face, inspecting him for lies. "Of course I do. It's my center. It's what keeps me running. It's what I put into the world," Jack said, beaming, Baby giving nods and squeaks of agreement. Peeves looked at Baby Tooth with a hard-thinking look on his face, and then something seemed to click. Well, little Frosty the Snowman, what are you doing here?" he whispered into Jack's ear, so the others didn't hear. "If you let us go now, and perhaps distract Filch a little, I'll tell you tomorrow, but it has to be when me and Baby are alone." Just then a noise from around the corner caught everyone's attention. "Come on, my sweet, they can't have gone far," they all hear Filch say to Mrs. Norris. "In there," Peeves said, pointing to the door on the right, using his powers to unlock it for them. Grinning Jack led everyone into it. Just as the door was shut, they heard Peeves screaming, "Students out of bed! Students out of bed!" down the Transfiguration corridor. "Jack, that was amazing," Ron said, finding his voice first. I don't even think Fred or George ever got anything from Peeves before. Well, I didn't get anything from him except a very steep IOU. Jack said, knowing very well how debts worked in the spirit world. If you owe someone a debt of any kind, it's for life until the debt is repaid. Yeah. Jack, you might want to dock Peeves off a little bit. Harry said, getting their attention for them to see a large three-headed dog who had all six of its eyes on them, and each head was showing off yellow fangs and snarling at them. Quick, before he gets used to us being here, Jack said, opening the door for everyone to leave, telling Baby to hum a little to give them time, knowing his mythical creatures and that music soothes a Cerberus. Outside, Jack called to Baby, who stopped and shot out, and then he closed the door. Once that was done, the six of them headed back to Gryffindor Tower to meet a surprised-looking fat lady. Where on earth have you all been? Never mind that, Harry said, panting a little. They ran all the way there just in case. Pig snout? Pig snout. The portrait swung open, and they all went inside. It was a few minutes before anyone had anything to say. What do they think they're doing? Ron asked, the first to find his voice. Keeping a think like that locked up in a school. Really? Hermione asked, getting her temper back. That dog is what you're questioning about here? She asked. What else is there to talk about? Harry asked. Neville wasn't ready yet, and Jack asked, playing with Baby Tooth as a form of thank you. Perhaps the strange speeches Jack has made this evening? She asked, about how he made it sound like his versions of hope, wonder, dreams, and memories are real people. How he got Peeves to leave us alone because he said they thought they could have had fun? Hermione. Harry said, yawning, this is too much to deal with right now. Can we just focus on Ron's question? From where Jack was, he was asking Baby Tooth to see if she could make those memories in Hermione's head vanish. The little fairy saying she'll try when the girl was asleep. Fine, Hermione said. But none of you use your eyes, do you? Didn't you see what it was standing on? Well, I myself was a little preoccupied with the fact that it had three heads, Jack said, speaking up, getting a nod of agreement from Ron. It was standing on a trapdoor, which means it wasn't there by accident. It's guarding something. Guarding something? Harry asked. That's right. Now if you boys don't mind, I'm going to bed before you have some other idea to get us killed, or worse, expelled. And with that, she got up, went up the girls' staircase, and slammed her door shut. No, we don't mind, Ron and Jack said together, Baby Tooth whizzing off after her. But Hermione has given Jack something to think about as he got back into, or rather, on top of his bed. The dog was guarding something, but what could possibly need as much protection as an almost full-grown Cerberus? Chapter 10. The Rules of Quidditch. Chapter Summary. Jack and Harry receive their new brooms and a rundown on how to play the game Quidditch. The next day, Jack was pleased to see that Malfoy was shocked to see that he, Ron, and Harry were still at the school. Wanting revenge on Malfoy for nearly getting him and his friends kicked out, Jack went looking for Fred and George Weasley. My dear friends, I need your help with a prank, he said in a hushed voice, seeing there were others there too. You need our help? Fred asked, surprised. After everything you did in your book. Come now, you couldn't possibly think I did every single one of those pranks alone, do you? Jack asked, rolling his eyes and pulling a list out, telling the twins what Malfoy tried last night. So I have made a list of possible pranks we can pull on him as payback, Jack said, finishing up and remembering he needed to tell Peeves why he was there. That can wait, he thought. Glue and feathers dye his hair blue. Snatch his robes while he is in the shower. Put hair fallout potion in his drink. Move him from his bed to the front lawn while he's sleeping. Of course, we may need help with some things. One of them being the whereabouts is the Slytherin common room and its password. Jack said other things. I'm sure I can call in a few favors to April, and she will give me the tools, he said, looking more at the blue dye and the hair fallout potion. As long as we get back at that snooty brat, George said, Fred nodding, both looking over the tables at Malfoy. No one tries to get our brother out of this school and gets away with it. When Jack was done with them, he came to sit with Harry and Ron, where Harry was telling Ron about something that had been moved from Gringotts to Hogwarts. It sounded like, it's either really valuable or really dangerous, Ron said, thinking. Or both. Harry agreed. Even so, coming across that three-headed dog was kind of cool, right? Jack said, getting agreements from Ron and Harry. Speak for yourself. Neville, who was on the other side of the table, said, I don't want to come across that thing ever again. Come on, we got to get to class, Jack said, stuffing some toast into his mouth before leaving, almost bumping into Hermione, who to Jack liking, seeing that she was a bossy know-it-all, didn't speak to him. About a week later, Jack had told Fred and George that he should be expecting a package from April with all the necessities for the pranks they wanted to pull on Malfoy. Just as he was finished saying that, The owls flooded into the great hall, and everyone's eyes were on two long, thin packages, each carried by 6 large screech owls. One came to Harry, and the other came to Jack, a letter arriving soon after, and Jack getting a medium-sized parcel which he gave to the twins while he read the letter. Do not open the package at the table. It contains your new Snow Flurry 68, but I don't want everybody knowing you've got a broomstick, or they'll all want one too. Oliver Wood will meet you and Harry Potter tonight on the Quidditch pitch at 8 o'clock for your first training session. Professor M. McGonagall, grinning wide. Jack looked over to Harry, wondering what sort of broom he had got. Gotta head up and stow this away until this evening, Jack told the twins, taking April's parcel too. See you later. Just as Jack was getting up, he saw Ron and Harry get up too. Hey Harry, Ron, wait up, he called, catching up with them, then lowering his voice. So what you get? A Nimbus 2000. Harry replied, you? Snow Flurry 68. They looked to Ron with questioning looks, wondering what the differences were when they come across Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle. Malfoy snatching the 2 long packages away from Jack and Harry. Those are broomsticks, he said, giving them back. You'll be out this time, Potter. Frost first years aren't allowed them. Well, for your information, Malfoy, mine happens to be a Snow Flurry 68, and Harry's is a Nimbus 2000. Jack said, never feeling this proud of anything since he became a Guardian. Yeah, Malfoy, what did you say you had? A Comet 260? Ron asked, stepping forwards as well. Comets look flashy, but they're not in the same league as the Nimbus or the Snow Flurry. How would you know, Weasley? You couldn't afford half the handle, Malfoy said fiercely. I bet you and your brothers have to save up twig by twig. Getting mad, Jack was about to pull out his wand to freeze Malfoy in place when little Professor Flitwick came over. Not fighting, are you boys? He asked, looking between them. Frost and Potter have both been sent broomsticks, Professor, Malfoy said, grinning. That's right, Flitwick said, nodding, turning to Jack and Harry. Professor McGonagall told me all the special circumstances. What might they be? I got a Nimbus 2000, sir, and Jack has a Snow Fury 68, Harry said, smirking at Malfoy's face, which held utter shock. And it's really thanks to Malfoy here that I got mine, to be honest. The 3 of them ran upstairs, laughing at Malfoy's face that held shock and fury. What do you mean it was cause of Malfoy you got that broom? Jack asked, curious. He tried to steal Neville's Remembrall, and I flew after him and got it back, Harry said. So if it wasn't for that, I wouldn't have gotten on the team. Funny how helpful Neville is, isn't it? Jack said, grinning. You're bringing Neville into your little gang to break rules? An angry voice said behind them, making them turn to see Hermione coming up the stairs, a disapproving look on her face. I thought you weren't speaking to us? Harry said. Yes, don't stop now, Ron agreed. Yeah, it's doing us so much good, Jack said. Oh, and Hermione, a little tip. You should learn to keep your nose out of other people's business. I can say the same thing to you, Jack, Hermione said, pointing to Baby Tooth, who was hiding in Jack's pocket. Jack just glared at her as Hermione left, needing to catch Baby Tooth to stop her from attacking Hermione. It's okay, baby, if she wants to be like that, fine, but I need you to look after April's parcel for me. Can you do that? Humping a little towards Hermione's direction, Baby nodded. With that, the boys headed for Gryffindor Tower, where Jack and Harry stashed their parcels, and then, with Ron, rushed to their first lesson. Jack had a lot of difficulty paying attention that day. His mind kept sneaking off to the Quidditch pitch and looking forwards to that night where he would get to fly the air again, wind by his side to catch him if he started to fall, which he hoped wouldn't happen. That night, after a rushed dinner and running up to get their brooms, Jack and Harry went to the pitch. You ever heard about how to play Quidditch before? Harry asked on the way there. Nope, Jack said, holding his broom as if it were his staff. I doubt you have either, right? He asked. I don't even get to watch football, Harry said, looking gloomy. The Dursleys only have me because I'm related to them. They don't like me that much. At least you had a roof over your head and people who knew you were there, Jack said, thinking about his years alone before he became a Guardian. Soon they were at the pitch and inside the stadium, where they saw hundreds of seats and raised stands around the pitch so spectators could see what was going on. And at either end there were 3 tall golden hoops, both too eager to fly to wait for Wood. Jack and Harry got onto their brooms and started flying around and challenging each other with skills, Jack telling the wind to let him do it on his own, so it would be fair. Hey Potter, Frost, come down. Oliver Wood had arrived, and he was carrying a large wooden crate under his arm. Race ya, Jack said to Harry, and they shot to the ground, landing next to Oliver, none of them getting hurt. Very nice, Wood said, grinning. I see what McGonagall and Hooch were saying about both of you. Potter, you're a natural, and Frost, it looked as if you belonged up there. Thanks, they said together, Jack, getting his hair ruffled a little by the wind. I'm just going to teach you the rules tonight. Then both of you will join the rest of the team for practice 3 times a week. Wood said, opening the crate, revealing 4 balls. Right, now Quidditch is easy enough to understand, even if it isn't all that easy to play. There are 7 people on each side. 3 of them are called chasers. He said, taking out the red football-sized one and giving it to Jack. This ball is called the quaffle. You and the other 2 chasers throw the quaffle to each other and try to get it through one of those 3 hoops to score a goal. 10 points for each goal. Follow me. 3 chasers throw the quaffle to each other and put it through the hoops to score. Jack said, throwing and catching the quaffle to test its weight. So that's like basketball on broomsticks and 6 hoops then? Harry asked. What's basketball? Wood asked. It's a muggle sport where they bounce a ball around and try to get it into a hoop to earn points, Jack explained. Well then, other than the bouncing, yes, it is like that, Wood said, carrying on with the lesson. The keeper, that's me, defends the hoops and tries to stop the other team from scoring. Getting nods from the 2, Wood asked for the quaffle back and put it away and handed them each, in Jack's opinion, what looked like a rounder's bat. I'm going to show you what the bludgers do. These 2 are the bludgers, telling them, pointing to 2 balls struggling against chains trying to get out. Telling Jack and Harry to step back, Would let one out. It shot high up into the air, and the flew straight at Harry, who whacked it, sending it across the field. Soon it came back, and this time Jack hits it, sending it to fly through one of the goalposts. Not bad, you 2. You're both pretty fair beaters. Just then the ball came back and smacked into Oliver's chest, making him fall to the ground and wrestle it back into the crate, strapping it down. What was that? Harry asked, amazed. A bludger. He said they rocket around trying to knock players off their brooms, which is why we have 2 beaters on each side. The Weasley twins are ours. It's their job to try and knock them towards the other team. Have the bludgers ever killed anyone? Jack asked, curious. Never at Hogwarts. Wood said, we've had a few broken jaws and bones, but nothing worse than that. Now, Potter, you are the last player, the Seeker, and you don't have to worry about the quaffle or the bludgers. Unless they crack my head open, Harry butted in. Don't worry, Fred and George are more than a match for the bludgers. I mean, they're a bit like a pair of human bludgers themselves. Jack snorted at that, grinning and agreeing to that. Wood reached into the crate and pulled out the last ball, a small golden walnut-sized one that unfurled a pair of silver wings. This at the golden snitch, and it's very small and very fast, Would explain to both of them. And it's the Seeker's job to catch it, and that earned his side an extra 150 points. Because a game of Quidditch only ends when the snitch has been caught, so it can go on for ages. I think the record is 3 months. They had to keep bringing substitutes so the players can get some rest. It took 3 months for one of the 2 Seekers to catch that thing. Jack asked, not believing this. Yep, Wood said, putting the snitch away. Any questions? Jack and Harry shook their heads. We won't practice with the snitch tonight. It's too dark. We might lose it. So instead we'll try these, Wood said, pulling out a bag of golf balls, and then frost you, and I will see how good you are at scoring goals while I play keeper. Nodding and understanding, the 3 of them got onto their brooms and took off, Jack staying to the side while Oliver threw the balls to Harry in random places, Harry not missing one. Next, Jack had the quaffle out, and they were up by the posts, Jack on one side, throwing the ball through them, Wood in the middle defending, and Harry on the other side to catch it and give it back to Jack. Jack scored almost every time. All those snowball fights probably, he said to himself, grinning. Soon it had gotten too dark for them to carry on, and they were heading back to the school. I tell you, that cup will have our name on it this year, Wood said, grinning. I wouldn't be surprised, Potter, if you turned out better than Charlie Weasley. And he could have played for England if he hadn't gone off chasing dragons. And Frost, I must say you have some skills there with your throwing. Lots of practice, I guess, Jack said, shrugging a small grin on his face as he looked up to the moon, and then, hey, Wood, can we invite family to watch Hogwarts Quidditch matches? As long as you give the teachers a bit of warning that they're coming, Oliver said, nodding. Grinning, the first thing Jack did when he got to the dormitory was write a letter to the Guardians inviting them to come, giving the date of the match and the time, and gave it to Baby Tooth, seeing she'll be faster, and was there, and Archie wasn't. Once she was gone, Jack got into his PJs and went to sleep. Chapter 11. Halloween. Chapter Summary. The first years learn how to make things fly, and Jack introduces Fred and George to the spirit of Halloween. As Jack woke up the next morning, he looked at the calendar he had put up on the wall for the boy to share, and was surprised to see that it had almost been 2 whole months since they came here. Halloween. Better keep an eye out for Evie and her tricks then, Jack said to himself. Grinning, Jack got dressed, not bothering to brush his hair, and was about to go down to breakfast when a little squeak caught his attention. Turning around, he saw Baby Tooth with a reply to his letter he sent to them last night. "Ah, you missed me," he said to her, grinning, making sure to show off his teeth, making her blush. To Jack, "We would be glad to come and watch your Quidditch match on 3RD November at 11 o'clock. Hope you're enjoying the school and are learning lots and keeping out of trouble, the Guardians." Smirking, Jack let Baby Tooth fly into his pocket and went to go find Professor McGonagall to tell her his family would come to watch him during the match. "I'll be sure to save them some seats then, Frost," she told him as he came across her in the entrance hall. "Thank you, Professor," Jack said, smiling, and went into the Great Hall for breakfast feeling the happiest he ever felt. As he sat down, Fred and George joined him. "Happy Halloween, Jack." One set a big grin on his face, as though he wanted something. "And to you, so?" Jack said, taking a sip of pumpkin juice. "What do you want?" "We would ever so much would like you to introduce us to Evie when she comes," the other said in a whisper, because some Hufflepuffs were passing them. "Well, one, you will have to believe in her to see her, and two, she might not even come here, but if she does, it will be this evening. She prefers the night to the day," Jack said, looking around to check whether she was here or not, but she wasn't. However, "Happy Death Day, Nick," he called the nearly headless Nick as he glided into the room. "Thank you, Jack. I was actually wondering if you would like to come to my party," he said, "just to get together, you know." "I'll think about it," Jack said, smiling. Smiling back, Nick drifted away. "What was that about?" Fred asked, eyeing Nick. "Huh?" "Oh, Nick was killed on Halloween on October 31st, 1492, Jack said. "And you know this because?" George asked, not knowing this himself. "I'm older than I look, remember," Jack said, tucking into some pancakes, "and I've been around a lot. You pick up things." Finishing up, Jack went back to Gryffindor Tower, collected his things, and went to his first lesson of the day, charms. Once Professor Flitwick had taken the register, he looked around on top his stack of books and asked everyone to get into pairs. Not wanting to get stuck with Hermione, and seeing Harry was already with Seamus, Jack went with Neville. This unfortunately left Ron with Hermione instead. "Now today," Professor Flitwick said, climbing down and pulling a box of feathers out, "we're going to learn to make things fly," he said, going around placing feathers on the desks. However, since he was about the same size as the desks, it was a little difficult. "Let me help you, Professor," Jack said, getting up. "Well, thank you, Mr. Frost," Professor Flitwick said, giving the box to Jack. 5 points to Gryffindor for helping me. 1 feather per person, please." With it, he went back to the top of his stack of books. Once everyone had a feather, and Jack was sitting down again, the lesson continued. "Now don't forget the nice wrist movement we've been practicing," Flitwick said, looking around, the swish and flick. "Remember the swish and flick. And saying the spell correctly is also very important. Never forget Wizard Baruffio, who sits instead of F and found himself on the floor with a buffalo on his chest." This got a slight snort from Jack. It was hard work. There was a lot of swishing and flicking and a lot of Wingardium Leviosas, but no one seemed to be able to sew it. However, everyone did get a little surprised when Seamus' feather burst into flames because it poked it too much. Everyone was also, just as, if not more, surprised when Jack somehow made his feather start to glow as bright as the moon. Jack guessed it was because he said Wingardium Leviosa instead of what he was meant to say. On the next table over, Jack could hear Hermione telling Ron off for waving his wand a little hard. "Stop, stop, stop. You're going to poke someone's eye out," she said, "besides you're saying it wrong. It's Wingardium Leviosa, not Leviosar. Make the gar nice and long. You do it if you're so clever, go on." Ron snarled. "Wingardium Leviosa," Hermione's voice said, and silence came as her feather lifted higher and higher. "Oh, well done," Professor Flitwick said. "See here, everyone, Miss Granger's done it." Jack looked over his shoulder to see Ron in a bad mood and Hermione with a pathetic smile on her face, her pinky on her hand holding her wand held out, frowning, and not wanting to be overshadowed by this. This show-off, Jack had another try, made his feather lift of his desk, covered it in ice, and shot it at Hermione's, making both of them fall and get damaged beyond repair. There was a lot of silent cheers for Jack, as everyone saw he did that on purpose, despite what he said to Hermione and Professor Flitwick. Even though he was pleased that Jack had literally shot down Hermione, Ron was in a very bad mood as they left Charms. "Elevio," say he mocked, getting slight chuckles from everyone. "She's a nightmare, honestly. No wonder she doesn't have any friends." "Oh, she's not a nightmare," Jack said, agreeing with Ron. My family has to deal with nightmares all the time, and they are way easier to stand than her. Just then someone knocked into Harry as they hurried past him. It was Hermione, and it looked as if she was crying. I think she heard you, he said. So? Ron asked, but a little put off. She must have noticed she didn't have any friends. Jack was torn between going after Hermione and agreeing with Ron. But from the look Baby Tooth was giving him, he went with the first option. I'll catch you in Transfiguration, he said and sped off. Jack looked around the school looking for places an upset 11-year-old girl may want to hide and to be alone. Jack was passing the second floor's girls' toilets when he heard crying. Oh, come on, he said to himself, but Baby's stern look made him look around, knock and enter. Hermione, he called from the door. The crying stopped, but no one came out to meet him or kick him out. Hermione, it's Jack. Can you please come out so we can talk? Jack asked and waited. Still nothing. Look, I know what me and Ron said was wrong, okay. But the way you always show off and try to prove you're better than the rest of us just doesn't help you in defending yourself. Again, nothing. You may not believe me, but I know what it's like to be alone and not liked, and wanting to show I can actually do something, but always going around and showing off how smart you are doesn't help. Jack finished sighing. That's all I wanted to say. I'll go now. And with that, Jack turned and left, not noticing the ghost of a girl coming out of one of the cubicles seeing him go, a confused look on her face. Hermione didn't turn up for Transfiguration or any of the other classes that afternoon. Wow, we must have really upset her, Jack said to himself as they went to the common room to drop their bags off, wondering if he should go and check up on her. But before he could, he was bombarded by Fred and George. Oh, right, he said, remembering his promise, and led them to Hagrid's pumpkin patch, having an idea that if Evie did turn up, that is where she'll be. And as he thought, after 5 minutes, there was a glow of light and a small pop, and there she stood. Jack, she asked, smiling and assaulting him in a hug. What the hell are you doing here? And why do you look like that? I'll explain later, Evie, Jack said, taking her hand and leading her to Fred and George. For now, I would like to introduce some human friends who wanted to meet you. Fred and George Weasley. This is Evie, the spirit of Halloween. Remember, you have to believe in her to see her, he added, seeing their confused looks. Thinking hard, Fred and George looked at where Jack was looking and closed their eyes, muttering, I believe. When they opened their eyes again, they were surprised to see a teenage girl in an orange dress, white and black stockings, black buckled boots, white hair done into a ponytail, wearing a witch's hat and holding a broom. Hi, she said, smiling and waving. Hi, they replied, massive grins on their faces. So, you two, why did you want to meet Evie? Jack asked in a couldn't-care-less voice. We were wondering if she would like to help up prank the Slytherins, one of them said. We finally got Peeves to tell us where their common room is and what its password is. Yeah, and all it took was our entire supply of Dr. Filibuster fireworks, said the other. Oh, I would love to. Evie cheered, smiling. Race you to the castle, she cheered, getting on her broom and speeding off. Hey! Fred and George cried and ran after her. Rolling his eyes, Jack smirked and was about to set off as well when he heard a snapping of a twig and the sound of a cloak gliding along the ground and the crunching of dead leaves. Hiding behind a rather large pumpkin, Jack watched and saw, to his surprise, Professor Quirrell coming out of the forest and fast-paced towards the castle himself, not noticing Jack. Confused and wondering if he should go into the forest to try and see what he was up to or follow the man, Jack got up. After a bit and a look at the sky, seeing how dark it was getting, Jack chose to follow Quirrell. Jack lost him, however, as he was getting back inside the castle, and a swarm of students were making their way to the Great Hall for the Halloween feast. Spotting Harry and Ron, he made his way over to them, catching Parvati Patil tell Lavender Brown that Hermione was still crying in the girls' bathroom and wanted to be left alone. This made some of the joy ease out of him hearing this, but seeing the decorations brought it back. All the bats and the jack-o'-lanterns and black candles. Once everyone was sat down, the food appeared, and it was all just as good as the start of term feast. Jack was just about to tuck into some chicken when Professor Quirrell came sprinting into the hall, his turban askew and out of breath, terror all over his face. He makes his way up to the teacher's table, screaming, Troll in the dungeon! Troll in the dungeon! Thought you ought to know. With that, he fainted, and there was complete panic. Right away, Jack looked up and down the table looking for Fred, and George, spotting them, looked confused. Jack was about to catch them when Dumbledore blasted off purple firecrackers from his wand and brought silence to the hall. "Prefects, please lead your houses back to your dormitories immediately," he said. "Teachers, please follow me to the dungeon." Percy was in his element. "Gryffindors, follow me. First years stick together." Jack caught up with Fred and George. "A troll." "Seriously," he whispered in a mad voice, not seeing Harry and Ron run off. "Hey, that beast has nothing to do with us," Fred said, defending themselves and Evie. "Yeah, we planted paint bombs in their common room," George said as they reached the fat lady. "We made it clear to Evie, nothing dangerous." After 10 minutes, food was sent up, so the feast could be finished there. After 5 more minutes, Jack noticed Hermione, Harry, and Ron come in, Hermione looking a little better. Jack was going to get up to go talk to her, but he was pulled back by a loud, squeaking baby tooth who shook her head, saying to see her in the morning. "Fine," Jack said, giving her some cookies. Thinking, "Hey, you guys," he said to Fred and George, "if you guys didn't let the troll in, who did?" "Don't know," Fred said, shrugging, George doing the same. Evie, Spirit of Halloween. Chapter Summary. Being made image of Evie. Chapter 12. The day before the match. Chapter Summary. While spending a light morning outside tossing snowballs at other students, Jack Frost, the snowball fighting king, gets hit by one. Chapter notes. To all Jelsa shippers out there, this is where Jack gets introduced to his girl. See the end of the chapter for more notes. As the year entered November, it turned very cold, and everyone was wondering just how exactly Jack could stand being outside at around -20 with only his uniform on. "Frost," he heard Percy say one day as they met him by the lake, "put on a scarf, or at least a cloak. You'll catch a cold otherwise." Yeah, Jack said, waving it off, "but just so you know, I don't get cold or colds." "He's right, you know, Jack," Hermione said as Percy left. Harry and Ron gave him the rundown on how they knocked out the troll and became friends. "You don't want to get sick before your first Quidditch match, do you?" "I don't get sick because of the cold," Jack said, wishing they would understand, making a snowball with no gloves on. "I only get sick if the weather gets too hot." Confused, but leaving it at that, the others just stayed huddled around the jam jar holding a portable blue flame and kept warm, while Jack, Fred, and George ambushed a few Slytherins with their ammo. "Oh, here comes trouble," Fred said, pointing back to Harry, Ron, and Hermione, to see Snape coming over to them, a evil, well, more evil than usual, look on his face. "Does he look like he's limping to you?" Jack asked curiously. "Library books are not to be taken outside the school," they heard Snape say. "Give it to me, and 5 points from Gryffindor." "Oh, really?" Jack asked, pulling out a library book himself called The Top 100 Wizard Pranks. "Now how are we going to do any of these?" "Don't worry, Jack. That's not a rule. He just made that up," George said, glaring at Snape. "Yeah, anything to knock off points from Gryffindor," Fred said, aiming his newest snowball at him, but missing and hitting a Ravenclaw second year instead. "Wanting revenge," said Ravenclaw. A girl with blonde hair called Elisa Dale made a snowball herself and fired it back, hitting, surprisingly, Jack. Everyone gasped and stared, whispering. "She hit Jack." Jack Frost got his with a snowball. Then, the snowball crown now belongs to someone else. Fred and George cry out to cheers and applause as Elisa was grabbed and pulled over to the middle of the grounds, a confused look on her face. "All I did was hit him with a snowball," she said, wondering what all the fuss was about. According to Jack, no one has ever managed to hit him with a snowball in years, Fred said as George told Jack to hand over the crown. "I would," Jack said, dusting the snow off his robes, "but I don't have it right now. Must be somewhere at home. Besides, she only hit me because I was distracted. I bet you wouldn't be able to hit me if I was focused." "Oh, yeah?" Elisa asked, grinning, marching to the other side of the grounds again, and made a snowball and looked up. "Clear the area," the Weasley twins called out, making everyone flee to the sidelines, leaving only Jack Frost and Elisa Dale there. Slowly, Jack bent down and made a snowball too, and stood up again. There was a tense quietness that went around the grounds. Then they counted back from 3, 3, 2, 1, fire. The two both took aim and fired their snowballs, and both got hit. However, Elisa's hit Jack's first, so she was dubbed the winner. That evening, the Gryffindor common room was very crowded, very noisy, and very warm thanks to the roaring fire and the body heat coming off everyone. Jack was sat next to the window after finishing the charms homework they had, having opened it a crack to breath, but it wasn't enough. "I'm going to ask Snape for my book back," Harry said to Jack, Ron, and Hermione after a bit. "Better you than me," they said, but Jack got up. "I'll go with you, Harry," he said, getting confused looks. "He's more likely to give it up if someone is with you, right?" Seeing his point, Harry and Jack left and went off to the staff room, expecting him to be in there. When they got there, Harry knocked, but there was no answer. Well, we tried, Jack said, turning to leave. Well, maybe he left it in there, Harry said, and slowly opened the door and froze. Jack was about to ask why, when Snape's voice carried out. Blasted thing, how are you meant to keep your eye on all three heads at once? Thinking this should come back later, Harry tried to shut the door when Potter, Frost. They paused and opened the door again to see Snape hiding his leg and his face twisted. I just wondered if I can have my book back, Harry said, a little nervous. Get out! Ow! Quickly the two boys left before Snape can take any more points from them. What was that about? Jack asked Harry. I don't know, but I think we should tell Ron and Hermione, he said, and they rushed back upstairs. Did you get it? Ron asked as they came back. Does it look like we got it? Jack asked, rolling his eyes. No, but check this out, Harry says, telling the other two what he and Jack just saw. You know what this means? He asked when he finished. He tried to get past that three-headed dog on Halloween. That was where he must have been going when we saw him. He's after whatever it's guarding. And I bet my broomstick that he let the troll in to create a diversion. Really? Jack asked, raising an eyebrow, a small smirk on his face. You're willing to give up your broom. The broom that you earned, that is. Right now, one of the fastest in the world, just because of a theory. Well, what's yours then? Ron asked, siding with Harry. I think it was Quirrell, Jack said after a bit. You lot haven't seen it, but I've been seeing him act strangely all the time we've been here. Going into and coming out of the forest, messing with his turban, being a little more guitar-y than usual at some points. Plus, he continued, it needs to take skill, been working with these creatures for ages, people to guide something from where it was living, into a school full of people and noise. Oh, honestly, you lot, Hermione cut in, I know Snape's not all that nice and Quirrell is strange, but neither of them would try to steal something right out from Dumbledore's nose. Come on, Hermione, Ron said, rolling his eyes. You think all teachers are like saints or something. I'm with Harry. I think it's Snape. But what's he after? What that dog guarding? That night Jack saying he needed thinking space. And to be alone, stayed in the common room, and once everyone had gone up, took up to sleeping in one of the big poofy armchairs and tried to sleep. But his head was buzzing too much. Come on, Jack. You have your very first Quidditch match in the morning in front of the whole school and the Guardians. Why did I invite them again? What if I mess up? Well, a voice said from the shadows, making him stop. I never thought I would see the day when Jack Frost would be scared of showing off in front of people. Getting up slowly, Jack turned to the corner to see pitch black. What do you want? He asked through gritted teeth. Only to wish you luck for tomorrow. Pitch said, smirking a little. Can I not do that? I would have done it in the morning, but well, you know how daylight affects my powers. I suppose you could, Jack said, slowly calming down a little, but something tells me that's not the only reason why you're here. Always as smart as ever, Pitch said, staying where he was, his hands in front of him. I, in fact, came to give many nightmares to the team, as a joke, you know. When I heard that conversation you and your friends were having about Snape and Quirrell, Jack asked, surprised. Well, then what do you think? Going but their fears on whether they get it or not. Pitch said, as much as I despise siding with you, Frost, I say this Quirrell is the one to look out for the most. But why would he want this thing? Jack asked, more to himself than Pitch, yawning a little. I don't know, but for now, put it into the back of your mind and sleep for your match in the morning. Pitch said, making a sandy blanket and covering Jack with it before going up the stairs to give the others many nightmares. The next morning it was very bright and very cold. The great hall was full of delicious smells of fried eggs and bacon and sausages, and the cheerful chatter of everyone excited for the match. However, neither Harry nor Jack seemed to be all that hungry. Come on, you two, you have to have some breakfast. We don't want anything, just a bit of toast, Hermione said. No, Jack was getting nervous. He had never performed in front of such a large crowd where everyone can see him before, but he wasn't showing it. Just then Elisa came over to wish Jack and Harry good luck, blushing as Jack thanked her and left. Wonder what that was about, he asked himself, turning to his food that Hermione had piled onto his plate for him. There he is, someone called out, and before he could turn around to see who it was, he was tackled into a tight hug, the smell of mint hitting his nose. Tooth, can't breath, he said, gasping as she apologized and let go, letting him turn around and see the others the way they looked on the 1st of September. Sorry, Tooth said, beaming. I'm just really excited to see you. How are your teeth? Have you been brushing every night? Tooth, Jack said, blushing a little, hearing his classmates giggle a little. Yeah, Tooth, give the kid a break, you're embarrassing. Bunny said, to Jack's surprise. So you gonna introduce us, mate? He asked, inviting himself to sit next to Jack. That's Hermione. That's Ron. That's Seamus. That's Dean. That's Neville. That's Fred and George. And that's Harry. Hello, they all say together, Fred and George beaming a little more than the others. Something Sandy picked up on and raised an eyebrow. But before anything could be done, everyone started heading down to the Quidditch pitch. At 11 o'clock, everyone was in the stands, the Guardians choosing to sit with the Gryffindors instead of the teachers. Oh, this is so exciting, Tooth said, excited. We've always been so busy we've never actually seen a real Quidditch match before. Really? Ron asked, surprised. That's right, North said, nodding, a pair of binoculars around his neck and eyes wide open, taking it all and getting loads of ideas for that year's Christmas gifts. Down in the changing rooms, Harry and Jack got changed and wondered how they would do. Oh, come on, Harry, Jack said, grinning. You're the youngest Seeker in a century. No one can beat you. You'll rip out everyone's eyes with how great you are. Grinning, Harry nodded, and they both sat down for Wood's pep talk. Okay, men and women, third-year chaser Angelina Johnson said, glaring at Oliver. And women, he agreed, this is it. The big one, said Fred Weasley. The one we've all been waiting for, said George, making Jack snort a little. We know Oliver's speech off by heart. We were on the team last year, Fred said to a confused-looking Harry. Shut up, you two, said Wood, and you Frost. He added as Jack carried on laughing before getting back to his speech. This is the best team Gryffindor has had in years. We're going to win. I know it. And if we do, we overtake Slytherin for points for the House Cup, Katie Bell added. So, it's a big deal then? Jack asked. Of course it's a big deal. All the older team members said, surprised. Slytherin have been hogging that cup for 7 years. And us Gryffindors are the best house to try and take it away from them. Angelina said. Right. Wood said, picking up his broom, it's time. Good luck, all of you. And with that, they all pick up their brooms and headed out. Chapter in notes. Bit of a heads up, I might get the female chasers mixed up with each other in future chapters, but hopefully I won't. Chapter 13, Quidditch. Chapter summary. Jack and Harry play their first Quidditch game. Jack and Harry followed the rest of the team in their red uniforms out onto the pitch and met Madam Hooch and the Slytherin, who were playing in green. Now, I want a nice fair game. All of you, she said, saying this more to the Slytherins, then told the captains to shake hands and for everyone to mount their brooms. Jack got onto his broom and waited for Madam Hooch to give a blast on her whistle, which she did after letting the snitch and the bludgers out and threw the quaffle into the air. They were off, and the quaffle is immediately taken by Jack Frost. Look at him go. He must be the fastest chaser I've ever seen. He's already at the goalpost, he shoots, and he scores. 10-0 to Gryffindor. The whole school was buzzing. No one could recall a score being shot so fast in Quidditch before. The Weasley twins' friend, Lee Jordan, was commentating, being closely watched by Professor McGonagall, except she too was surprised at just how fast Jack was. Slytherin in possession. Heading the other way, Captain Marcus Flint passes it to. No, that was stopped by Angelina Johnson of Gryffindor. What an excellent chaser that girl is, and rather attractive too. George, sorry, Professor. Quaffle changes hands as Angelina passes to Katie Bell. She's about to score. OUCH. That must have hurt, hit in the back by a bludger. Quaffle taken my Slytherin. That's Adrian Pusey speeding off towards the goalpost, but he's blocked by the second. Bludger shot by Fred or George Weasley. Can't tell which. Nice play by a Gryffindor beater anyway. And Frost is back in possession, and he shoots up the pitch, dodging everything. He's at the posts. Come on now, Jack. Keeper Bletchley dives. Misses. Gryffindor score. The Gryffindors and Guardians' cheers fill the cold air, with howls and moans from the Slytherins. Budge up there, move along. Hagrid, Ron, and Hermione squeeze together to give Hagrid enough space to join them. Been watching from me hut, Hagrid said, patting a large pair of binoculars around his neck, but it's not really the same as being in the crowd. Sandy gave a thumbs up in agreement before turning back to the game. That Jack of yours is really something, Hagrid said to North. Any sign of the snitch yet? Nope, Ron said while everyone around him cheered. Due to another score Jack had just won, Harry's not had much to do yet. At least he's been keeping out of trouble, Bunny said, looking up and where Harry was. High in the air, Harry was looking around for any sign of the snitch as part of Wood's stay out of the way until you've in the snitch plan. We don't want you hurt attacked before you have to be, he said. When Jack scored the first goal, Harry did some backflips to let out his feelings. but now he was looking for the snitch. "How's it going, Harry?" Jack asked, coming over to talk to him, letting the other chasers have a chance with the quaffle. "Not too bad," Harry said, his eyes on the ground. "I thought I spotted the snitch before, but it was just a watch. And then a bludger nearly knocked me off my broom, but I was all right." Slytherin in possession. Lee Jordan was saying, "Chaser Pusey ducks 2 bludgers, 2 Weasleys, and Chaser Bell, and speeds towards the—" Wait, was that the snitch? There was a murmur running through the crowd, making Adrian Pusey drop the quaffle which, after speeding towards it, Jack caught instead. Spotting the snitch, Harry raced towards it, quickly followed by the Slytherin seeker. Terrence Higgs, everyone, seemed to have forgotten what they were doing as they watched the neck-and-neck race to the snitch. Well, all except Jack, as he was doing his job of looking out for Harry, and Flint, who was zooming towards the black-haired boy. "Harry, look out!" Jack cried, but it was too late. Flint had come and blocked Harry from grabbing the snitch on purpose, sending the boy spinning off course. Harry holding on for dear life, coming to a halt because Jack asked the wind to help. "Foul!" screamed the Gryffindors. While Madam Hooch was telling Flint off, down in the stands Dean Thomas was calling out, "Send him off, ref! Red card!" "This isn't football, Dean," Ron said, rolling his eyes. "You can't send people off in Quidditch." "And what's a red card?" "It's a card that's red that let the referee kick someone out of the game in football," Tooth said, agreeing with Dean, Hagrid, and the other Guardians. "They ought to change the rules," Hagrid said. "Flint could have knocked Harry out of the air and made him break his neck." "That no-good snake," Bunny said, "but he only did that so the game wouldn't end and they could try and get more points to win themselves." Over the speakers, Lee Jordan was having trouble picking sides. "So after that obvious and disgusting bit of cheating, Jordan," growled Professor McGonagall. "I mean, after that open and revolting foul. Jordan, I'm warning you." All right. "Flint nearly kills the Gryffindor Seeker, which could happen to anyone, I'm sure. So penalty for Gryffindor, taken by Frost, who makes it look easy, and we continue playing 90-20 to Gryffindor in possession." It was just as Jack saw Harry dodge a bludger when he saw his friend's broom act funny. And not good funny, bad funny. As though the kid's Nimbus was trying to buck him off. But brooms don't do that, do they? Thinking he should help, Jack threw the quaffle to Katie Bell and went over to Harry. But every time he tried to help, Harry flew higher. "Harry, what's going on?" Jack called to him, giving up. "I don't know," Harry said, holding on as tight as he could. People in the stands were all looking and pointing now. Fred and George tried to come and help too, but Jack told them to just get below them to catch Harry in case he did fall off. "Hey, what's going on with Harry's broomstick?" Tooth asked, snatching North's binoculars and fixing them on Harry and Jack. "Dunno," said Hagrid. "If I didn't know better, I say he's lost control of it. But he can't have—" At that point, Harry's broom had started to roll over and over, with him only just hanging on. Then everyone gasped as it gave a large jerk and threw him off, Harry only hanging on with one hand, Jack asking the wind to try her best to keep the broom steady. "Did something happen to it when Flint blocked him?" Seamus asked, scared. "Can't have. Only powerful dark magic can do that. No student can pull that off," Hagrid said in reply, especially to a Nimbus 2000. At these words, Hermione took Hagrid's binoculars and started to search the crowd. "What are you doing?" Ron moaned a little, Sandy curious as well. "I knew it. It's Snape, look," Hermione said, handing the binoculars over. Ron grabbed the binoculars and Sandy grabbed the ones Tooth was using, both aiming for the opposite stand where they saw Snape, his eyes fixed on Harry, and was muttering nonstop under his breath. "He's doing something," Hermione said, jinxing the broom. "What do we do?" "Leave it to me." With that, Hermione disappeared, followed by Sandy. Up in the sky, Harry's broom was now vibrating hard. Everyone was on their feet and watching him. No one noticed when Marcus Flint took the quaffle and shot 5 goals. Once again, Jack tried to get Harry onto his broom, and once again, every time he tried, Harry went higher. "Come on, Hermione," Ron muttered desperately. Hermione and Sandy had made their way to the other stand where Snape was, Hermione not bothering to say sorry to Professor Quirrell when she bumped into him. Sandy paused to help him up again, only to be shook off. Sandy, sensing dark magic inside the nervous professor. Surprised, Sandy looked towards Harry, seeing he wasn't having any problems now, but Snape was still muttering. Confused, Sandy went to find Hermione, but she had already set fire to Snape's robes, distracting him. Grinning, Hermione took a jam jar and, using her wand, flicked the flames into it. "Come on, Sandy, we can go now," she said, seeing Sandy had followed her. In the air, Harry felt his broom stop fighting him, and he swung himself back onto it. Grinning Jack came over. "You all right?" he asked. "Better than I was a few minutes ago," Harry said, checking if he did indeed have total control of his broom again by doing a few backflips. "Neville, you can look," Ron said. Neville had been sobbing into Hagrid's jacket for the last 5 minutes. Harry was diving for the ground, his hand over his mouth. Worried Jack came down to help. "Looks like he's going to be sick," Hagrid said, speaking of Harry. Jack patted Harry's back, and out of the black-haired boy's mouth popped a small golden ball with silvery wings, which he caught in his hands. "I've got the snitch!" he shouted, holding it up. "Harry Potter has caught the snitch. Gryffindor wins." Lee Jordan cheered through the microphone. He didn't catch it. He nearly swallowed it. Flint was still howling 20 minutes later, but it made no difference. Harry hadn't broken any rules, and Lee Jordan was still cheering the score 220-60. Jack and Harry didn't hear any of this, though. They were with Ron, Hermione, Hagrid, and the Guardians in Hagrid's hut to enjoy some fresh tea. "It was Snape," Ron said, explaining, "We saw him jinxing the broom." Sandy was telling Jack that he believed it was Quirrell and the dark magic he felt in that teacher. "You sure?" Jack asked, getting Ron's attention. "Of course I'm sure," Hermione said. "I've read all about jinxes, Jack, and it says you need to keep eye contact," and Snape wasn't blinking. "There were a lot of eyes on the boy, girl," Bunny said, helping himself to some of Hagrid's carrot cake. "Just because Snape don't like you doesn't mean he'll want to kill you," he said, turning to Harry. "Then why did he try to get past that three-headed dog on Halloween?" Hermione challenged. At this, Tooth, North, Sandy, and a choking Bunny looked to Jack with questioning eyes, and Hagrid accidentally dropped the teapot. "How do you know about Fluffy?" "Fluffy? That thing has a name?" "Course he's got a name, he's mine," Hagrid explained. "Brought him off a Greek chap I met at the pub last year. Lent him to Dumbledore to help protect." "Yes?" Harry asked. While Harry, Ron, and Hermione were trying to interpret Hagrid, the Guardians took Jack outside, wanting answers. "All right, Jack, what's this about a three-headed dog?" Bunny asked, crossing his arms. "Did I not write to you about that?" Jack asked, not liking being looked down upon. Sandy shook his head. "Well, basically at some point, we may have been looking for a place to hide from Filch because we messed up some clean floors. He said not wanting to tell them he was out of bed after hours roaming the school, and we came across a door and went inside, and there it was." North was about to ask some more questions when Hagrid called for Jack to come back in. "Now you listen to me, all four of you," he said. "You meddling in things that shouldn't be meddled in. You forget that dog. And you forget what it's guarding. That's strictly between Dumbledore and Nicholas Flamel." "Ah, so there's someone called Nicholas Flamel involved, is there?" Harry asked, getting a smirk and a high five from Jack. Hagrid looked mad with himself. That evening, Jack showed the Guardians out, promising to keep in touch more, especially if anything else happened. "So you're sure you don't know who this Flamel guy is?" Jack asked. "Not off the tops of our heads, Jack," North said, "but enough about him for now. Focus on your schoolwork and the promise to watch over Harry." "But, Jack, just drop it, all right?" Bunny asked. "Curiosity kills, remember?" "Ah, you do care," Jack muttered, but agreed to ease up a bit on finding out what the dog was guarding. Of course, no one saw he had crossed his fingers. Chapter 14. Leading up to Christmas. Chapter summary. Now the pressure of their first Quidditch match is behind them. Jack and Harry have a new thing bothering them. Who is this Nicholas Flamel person that Hagrid mentioned? The year was coming towards December and towards Christmas. One weekend morning, Jack woke up early and went outside to welcome the perfect, untouched, powdery snow, and got to work on making a snow fort and a large pile of snowballs. He waited until the other students came out to play in the snow, and then he struck, aiming to hit anyone and everyone. It was a hard battle, everyone who wanted to join in against Jack Frost. Jack was having so much fun that he didn't see Elisa sneaking around the back of the fort to join him. "Hey," she said, making him jump a grin once he saw her. "Great morning, right?" he asked, throwing a new snowball at Hufflepuff fourth year. "Perfect," Elisa agreed. "So you want some help, or are you okay?" "Well, I guess if you want to help be my lady, I'll allow it," Jack said, grinning and bowing to her, dodging a ball just coming at him. Rolling her eyes at the name, Elisa just got her wand out and started making more snowballs. With her help, Jack and Elisa won by default of everyone else giving up. Pleased, Jack and Elisa get up and go on a walk around the frozen over lake. "My mom sent me some ice skates yesterday," Elisa said, smiling, remembering. "And I know a duplication spell in case you want to join me." Thanks," Jack said, rubbing the back of his neck, losing his smile a little, "but I'm not all that happy with frozen lakes." Then seeing her questioning face, he said, "One a few years ago, over in America, took my sister from me." Shocked, Elisa looked to the lake and took Jack's hand. "I'm sorry," she said kindly. "We don't have to go skating if you don't want to. How about we get some breakfast?" Smiling, Jack nodded. Inside, Jack and Elisa met up with Harry, Ron, and Hermione in the entrance hall. "Hey, Jack, you gonna come and help us in the library later?" Harry asked. Do I have to?" Jack whined. "We've looked through every book. We're not going to find what we're looking for. May I help?" Elisa asked, a gentle smile on her lips. "Oh, we're just looking for information, some wizard," Ron said, giving a polite no. "Who?" Jack and the other three Gryffindors looked at each other, wondering what to say. They had agreed to try and keep their searches about Nicholas Flamel to themselves, just so no unwanted ears got the information. "Just someone," Hermione said, smiling back. "Oh, I see," Elisa said, sounding a little upset, and let go of Jack's hand. "I'll see you later then, Jack," she said, leaving for the Great Hall. Not feeling hungry anymore, Jack, in a bit of a mood, followed Harry, Ron, and Hermione to the library. As the days went on, it got colder, and one of the coldest places inside the castle was the dungeons where potions took place. "I do feel so sorry," Malfoy said one day in his drawling voice, "for all those people who have to stay over the holidays because their families don't want them at home," he said, looking over to Harry and Jack, who both ignored him. Malfoy had been more unpleasant to both of them since the Quidditch match. Disgusted that Slytherin had lost, he went back to taunting them about neither having a proper family. It was just Harry to start with, until Jack stood up to him and made him have snot cycles growing out of his nose while saying, "A family is more than something you're born into, Malfoy. It's also the friends you have and the love you have for one another. And I should know about that, because that's what my family is to me." But it was true that both Jack and Harry were staying at Hogwarts for Christmas. Harry because he didn't want to go back to Privet Drive, and Jack because his mission was to stay with Harry. Ron and his brothers were staying too, while their parents went to visit Charlie in Romania. When they left the dungeons that day, they were met by a large fir tree with 2 feet sticking out of it and loud puffing from behind it. "Yeet," Ron called out. "Want a hand with that, Hagrid?" Jack asked, having some experience with how to handle Christmas trees thanks to North. "Nah, I'm all right, thanks, Jack," Hagrid said. "Would you mind getting out of the way?" Came Malfoy's voice from behind them. "You two thinking of earning some extra money? How about you, Weasley? Thinking of becoming gameskeeper yourself when you leave Hogwarts, I suppose. That hut of Hagrid's must seem like a palace compared to what you're used to." Before Ron could dive at Malfoy, Jack stepped in. "Well, I'd rather live there and be with friends than live in that big, empty, lonely, dark, cold, and boring place you live in, Malfoy." Malfoy blinked a few times, but surprisingly didn't say anything, and left Crabbe and Goyle close behind him. "How did you do that?" Ron asked Jack, amazed, as they, Harry, Hermione, followed Hagrid, and the tree made their way to the Great Hall. "Do what?" Jack asked, tapping his wand against the wall, making some frost patterns appear upon it. "That? Back there?" Ron said, pointing to the entrance to the dungeons. "How did you one-up on Malfoy and leave in speechless like that?" "Practice, I guess," Jack said, shrugging. But before Ron could ask what he meant, they had reached the Great Hall, where they could see Professor McGonagall and Professor Flitwick were busy with the Christmas decorations. Hagrid, the last tree. "Put it in the corner, would you?" The hall looked great. Festoons of holly and mistletoe hung all around the walls, and no fewer than 12 towering Christmas trees stood around the room, some sparkling with tiny icicles, some glittering with hundreds of candles. North would die of happiness, Jack thought, grinning as he watched Flitwick start making gold bulbils appear and began decorating the new tree. "How many days till your holidays then?" Hagrid asked. "Just one," said Hermione. "And that reminds me, Harry, Ron, Jack, we've got half an hour before lunch. We should be in the library." "The library? Just before the holidays?" Hagrid asked, following out of the hall. "Bit keen, aren't you?" "Oh, we're not working," Harry told him brightly. "Ever since you mentioned Nicholas Flamel, we've been trying to find out who he is. But we haven't been getting very far," Jack said, pouting a little. "You what?" Hagrid asked strongly. "Listen, whatever Fluffy is guarding has got nothing to do with you kids, so drop it. We just want to know who Nicholas Flamel is, that's all." Hermione said, "Unless you'd like to tell us instead and save us the trouble." Harry added, "Yeah, like I said, we're not getting very far, and we've been through hundreds of books, some even twice, to check we didn't overlook anything." Jack said in a "this is lame" voice he didn't like reading or books all that much. "But I know I've read his name somewhere." Harry said more to himself than anyone else. "I ain't saying nothing." Hagrid said. Guess we'll need to find it out for ourselves, Ron said as Hagrid left, and they headed for the library. Tell me again why we're doing this? Jack asked as he piled another book on a mountain-high stack and leaned back in his chair, giving up. Because how else will we know what Fluffy is guarding, Jack? Hermione asked, checking the book. She had just finished off her list of books to look in. Curls, we are not ever going to find him, Jack said, rubbing his sore eyes from looking in books all lunch break. He wasn't in great wizards of the 20th century or notable magical names of our time, or important modern magical discoveries, or a study of recent developments in wizardry. He has to be here somewhere, Hermione said, sounding as if she hadn't heard a thing Jack had said. Just at that point, Harry was kicked out from lurking around the restricted section and saying he wasn't looking for anything. Thinking he could use some company, Jack got up, grabbed his things, and followed Harry out, almost bumping into Elisa. Oh, hey, Jack said, grinning. You wanted to go in there? Because if you do, bit of a warning, Madam Pants is a little crabby today. I've been here one more year than you have, Jack. Elisa said. She's always crabby. Besides, I actually came looking for you. You did? Jack asked, surprised, never hearing that before. Well, yeah, I mean, it's the last day tomorrow, and I'm going home for the holidays, so I just wanted to say goodbye and give you your present in person, so I knew you got it. But you can't open it until Christmas morning. I put a spell on it. With it, she reached in her bag and pulled a neatly wrapped present out. Wow, thanks, Jack said, taking it and feeling it, trying to work out what it was, but gave up after a bit. I got you something to... Jack said, playing with his hair. A sign to say he was lying, but it's still in the post, so it hasn't got here yet. Huh? Elisa said, grinning a little. Well, if you need to pass it on to me at my house, here's my address. And with that, she left. After she had turned a corner, Jack zipped right to the Olery to send a note to North to ask him to give Elisa Dale one of those Jack Frost teddy bears and say it was from him. Then, a little calmer, he went back to meet up with the others and headed off to lunch. You will keep looking, won't you? Hermione asked the boys, while I'm away. And send an owl if you find anything. Oh yeah, because that's definitely what I would like to do during my Christmas holidays, Jack said sarcastically, and could see that silently Ron and Harry agreed, but just nodded to Hermione. Sure we will, Harry said. And you can ask your parents about if they know who Flammel is. Ron said it will be safe to ask them. Very safe, seeing as they're both dentists, said Hermione. Chapter 15. Christmas morning at Hogwarts. Chapter summary. We see the few days before and the morning of Christmas. As the Christmas holidays started, Ron and Harry were having way too much fun, courtesy of Jack, to worry who Nicholas Flamel was. The three of them had the dorm to themselves, and the common room was emptier than usual, so they were able to get the seats they wanted, Ron and Harry by the fire, Jack off to the side. They spent their time roasting things using the poker and plotting ways on getting back at Malfoy and the Slytherins, which Jack wrote down and would later consult with Fred and George to see if they would like to help him, and Evie and April, who could both come to his call should he want them to put them together. Already, they had bewitched their mince pies to come to life when they sensed someone holding them and run away. It took a while for the teachers to get them under control. Ron had also started teaching them wizard's chess. It was just like Muggle chess, except the pieces were alive. Jack smirked at this, imagining the pieces were his helpers he had to bring winter to the world, so he wasn't put off by the fact that they could talk and move. Harry, on the other hand, was surprised the first time he played when one of his bishops from a set he borrowed from Seamus said, "Don't send me there. Can't you see his knight? Send him. We can afford to lose him." On Christmas Eve, Jack, Fred, and George had said that tomorrow there would be a costume party in Gryffindor Tower, saying that you had to dress up, and had written notes to all except Percy, saying this is a prank for Percy. Come to the party, but don't dress up. Smirking, everyone nodded and went to bed wondering what the next day will bring. In their dormitory, Jack was asking Ron and Harry what they were expecting to get. Well, I know of at least one thing I'll be getting from my mom, Ron said, showing Scabbers off of his pillow a Weasley jumper. I doubt I'd be getting anything, Harry said, and it doesn't matter. I'm used to it voice. Oh, don't be a Scrooge, Harry, Jack said, throwing a pillow at him, making him smile. It's Christmas tomorrow. Christmas is a time for fun and family, and being happy even if you don't have one. Well, then what are you expecting to get? Ron said, curious. No idea, but that's the fun of it, right? Surprises? He replied, shaking the gift Elisa gave him to see if he can work out what it might be. Soon Harry and Ron were asleep, and Jack went into the common room to see if he can meet up with North. At around midnight, Jack was gently shaken awake by a grinning North, his red sack, next to him. Hey, North, Jack said, yawning a little. Merry Christmas, Jack, he said, fishing out some presents. All these are for Harry from us. What about the rest of us, then? Jack asked, counting 5 different presents. Just as North was about to answer, the portrait hole opened, and a few of the house elves Fred and George told Jack about came in with sacks of presents themselves and started going up the stairs to distribute them. Ours to you are in there, North said to Jack, nodding to the elves. Toothy thought we should send them early, but we wanted to give Harry his gifts ourselves, but they all too busy back at Pole. I understand, Jack said, smiling a little. Happy Christmas, North, Jack said, heading back to his dorm room after North left and the house elves were gone. The sun was just shining into the dormitory when Jack opened his eyes and heard Ron say, Happy Christmas, to Harry. You too. Will you look at that? I've got presents, Harry said, grinning, picking one up and opening it. Well, what did you expect, turnips? Ron asked, opening his presents as well. In my opinion, Ron, I would think a turnip for Christmas is a great gift, Jack said, remembering those long winters back in the 1700 foot where they had to ration out the food from the harvest. You need your head examined then, Frost, Ron said, looking over to Harry, who had been reading a note from his aunt and uncle. That's friendly, he said, pulling of the 50p. Weird, Ron said, coming over to look at it. What an odd shape. This is money. You can have it if you like it that much, Harry said, laughing. So Hagrid and my aunt and uncle. So who sent these? He asked, looking at the rest of his presents. I might know who that one's from, Ron said, turning a bit red, pointing to a rather lumpy present, and then looking at Jack's pile and seeing he had one too. My mom. I told her you didn't expect very much, and I guess she didn't want you to feel left out, Jack, and… Oh no, she's made you both Weasley jumpers. Well, what's wrong with that? Jack asked, putting his on loving the fact it was blue with a snowflake on it. Every year she makes us a jumper, and mine's always maroon, Ron said, unwrapping his own jumper. That's really nice of her, Harry said, helping himself to some fudge. Besides, you get bigger every year, so every year you need a new jumper, Jack said, reaching for Elisa's gift. And they're probably only that color, so you can tell whose is whose. Leaving Ron to complain, Jack looked at the tag. To Jack, Happy Christmas from Elisa. He opened it to reveal an odd-looking telescope and another note inside. This is called a lunoscope. It helps you in astronomy and moon charts because it shows the phases of the moon. Not wanting to say that, being a guardian, he didn't need one of these. Jack just put it to one side and was about to move on to his presents from the other guardians when he heard Ron say, It's an invisibility cloak. Looking up, he saw Harry holding a silvery-looking cloak and threw it over his shoulders, making his body disappear. Not in the mood to continue opening presents or hear them cheer about how wonderful being invisible can be, Jack got dressed and went down to breakfast, ignoring Fred and George on the stairs. After breakfast, Jack went exploring around the school, feeling that he needed somewhere to be alone, somewhere to let out his anger. Never realizing how big the castle was, Jack and his got lost and passed an odd-looking tapestry 3 times. After the 3rd time, a noise to the other side of him caught his attention, and to his surprise, the wall opened up to show a door. Curious, Jack went up to it and opened the door, wand in hand, just in case it was dangerous, and stepped inside. Inside this room, there were large pillows, books, and loads of breakable things with targets painted on them. His wonder overtaking his anger, Jack went over to the cushions and pulled out a book that looked to be a wizard children's storybook. The Tales of Beetle the Bard. Shrugging, he opened it at random and started reading a story about 3 brothers and death. When he was finished, Jack looked at the clock that was there and saw he was going to be late for the party. Chapter 16. The Mirror of Erased. Chapter Summary. On the following days after Christmas, Jack comes across a very special mirror. Outside of this marvelous room that Jack had just stepped out of, he was almost ran over by Peeves, who had a box behind his back. There you are, Frosty. I've been looking for you everywhere, Peeves called out, bringing the gift forwards. Happy Christmas. Why, Peeves? I didn't know you cared, Jack said in a thankful voice, taking it, but not opening it. It's not going to blow up in my face, is it? Would I do something like that to one of the best pranksters this place is or the world has ever seen? The little formed poltergeist asked. Yes, Jack said, but feeling that he should trust him, Jack opened the box anyway, just at arm's length. Inside was a book and some pranking supplies. Thanks, Peeves, Jack said, smiling, feeling a little better. So, is there a particular reason you're giving these to me, or are you just being nice? Just being nice, Peeves said. Even spirits need to have a peaceful truce this time of year, right? Don't want any Wendigos coming and freezing everything, right? Those monsters had nothing to do with me. Peeves, and you know it. That was Old Man Winter, and he hated everyone and everything. That's why he made his winters so hard to survive through. Jack said, looking at the pranking supplies, too used to being compared with that jerk to show any form of care that was what was happening. But Peeves carried on. It will be a shame to waste them, won't it? He asked, grinning. I suppose. Jack said slyly, you give one each to the twins as well. Don't you know it? Peeves said, beaming, agreeing to meet up tomorrow morning. Jack packed everything up and headed for Gryffindor Tower, just arriving in time to see Percy come down the stairs to the boys' dormitories dressed as an Arthurian knight. The look of confusion, embarrassment, and anger on Percy's face was priceless. Once that was all sorted out, and Percy had changed of course, the whole house went down to the Great Hall for Christmas dinner. Jack didn't know where to start first. One of the 100 fat roast turkeys? Some of the boiled potatoes from that buttery mountain? Some peas and sweet corn? Yorkshire puddings? Did he want gravy with his meal? After a while, though, he got some of everything, well, except the sprouts, and said to himself he could always get more of something he liked more than the others later. Hey, Jack, want to try at a cracker? Jody, a 7th year who was staying for the holiday and sitting opposite him, asked, holding one out. Yeah, all right, Jack said, shrugging, believing these to be much more fun than the lame non-magical ones. And he was right. Sadly, he didn't win the prize, a pack of gobstones, but he didn't mind. After a few more crackers, jokes that were surprisingly funny, flaming Christmas pudding, and come carols, Jack, Harry, and the Weasleys had a snowball fight with whoever wanted to join them. Somehow, Jack was sure of it. He even got nice little Professor Flitwick involved. When it got a bit cold for everyone else, Jack returned inside with them, and while Ron, Harry, and Percy were playing chess, he was with Fred and George planning a pranking spree for the new year. We always thought that Peeves was only trying to get us in trouble, Fred said, unwrapping his unopened gift from him. Yeah, or if we did anything, it will fall back to him. George said, looking at his two. A pranker never turns on his brothers or sisters, or does anything to get them in a deep trouble. Well, for one, Peeves must respect you as brothers then, Jack said, and two, you have my word as a spirit and as a guardian that I know for a fact Peeves respects that rule. After a tea of turkey sandwiches, crumpets, trifle, and non-elf spit-covered / edible fruitcake, everyone was starting to feel tired, to do too much except watch as Percy chased Fred and George all over the tower because they had stolen his prefect's badge. It was hard to choose which holiday was better, Christmas or Easter. When it came to days like this, Jack thought as he got into bed. Jack was about to shut the curtains and go to bed when he saw Harry getting up and putting on that cloak and vanishing, his role as a guardian overriding his hatred of a piece of material. Jack got up again too, put his wand in his pocket, and followed an invisible Harry down the stairs. So, you're really doing this then, Harry? Jack asked from the stairs, hearing a gasp from somewhere before him. Jack tried not to look freaked out when Harry lowered his hood. How did you know I was here? He asked. As invisible as you are, that piece of material doesn't shut out noise, Jack said, coming over. So, just out for a stroll, are we? Or are we going somewhere forbidden? Well, since you're asking, I was thinking about going into the restricted section of the library to look for Flamel, seeing as we can't find him anywhere else. And it can't wait until tomorrow, because... Jack asked, extending the last word. Because the sooner we know what it is that Fluffy's guarding, the better chance we have of protecting it from whoever is trying to steal it. Harry said, turning to the portrait hole again. You may not know this, Harry, but Christmas time is one of the only times of the year where dark magic hardly ever works, Jack said calmly. So I can bet that whoever is behind all this will wait until after the holidays for their power to build back up, meaning it's safe for now. Therefore, we can wait until morning, when the library is actually open, to do as you're suggesting and possibly only lose Gryffindor some points and get detentions, rather than be expelled. Harry thought about this and all the logic behind it. Finally, he sighed and took off his father's cloak and returned upstairs with Jack. But I'm going to try tomorrow, he said as he got back into bed. Of course you will, Potter, Jack said, yawning and falling to sleep. Boxing Day, the day during the Christmas holidays where everyone stayed in late and no one wanted to do anything. Well, except for Jack, Fred, and George, who at the moment were setting pranking traps down one of the corridors. I only wish I have a camera with me, so I can record all of this for my journal, Jack said when they were finished and left after checking that the trick wires were hidden. Yeah, me too, Fred said, beaming. But of course, if we did, we would need to be here to take the picture. And then we'll get into more trouble. Because I think we might already be. George said, pointing to a bushy cat's tail, which belonged to a certain cat. Just turn around the corner. Oh dear, Fred said nervously. Ops, Jack said, looking at the trail of ice that he had unknowingly left around, quickly removing it. This is bad, George said, quickly pulling out an old piece of parchment and his wand. I solemnly swear that I am up to no good. From the tip of George's one to Jack's amazement, there drew a map of Hogwarts, and then words started appearing across the top saying, Messrs. Mooney, Wormtail, Padfoot, and Prongs, purveyors of aids to magical mischief makers, are proud to present the Marauders map. Before Jack could get a better look at it, George opened it up and said, I wish to know where Argus Filch is. Just then the map glowed a little, and a new setting labeled Trophy Room came up, and a pair of feet with a tag saying Argus Filch was in there next to one saying Mrs. Norris. They've already met up and are in the Trophy Room, George said. I'm guessing we don't have long. Mischief managed, he said, the parchment going blank. We'll need to split up then, Fred said. Jack, you go that way, and we'll go this way. Where did you get that thing? Jack asked, wanting answers. We'll tell you later. Now, if you don't want to get caught, go that way and hide, George said as he and his twin left in the other direction. Jack ran for a bit and slipped into an empty classroom, closing the door behind him, before turning around and looking to see where he was, and saw a large mirror. Wondering what it was doing here, Jack went over to it, reading the inscription that ran across the top. Eris stra eru oit ube kafferwood on wosi. I show not your face, but your heart's desire? Jack asked himself before turning to look into the glass, and jumped to see a little girl, about Jamie Bennett's size and age, with long brown hair and round brown eyes, standing next to him. Behind him stood a man and a woman, both also with brown hair and brown eyes, all three of them in clothes worn by people who lived in the 1700s. Meaning, Mum? Dad? Emma? He asked, tears in his eyes as he looked to each of them, especially his sister, gasping in surprise when Emma Overland threw her arms around Jack's reflection, and the real Jack could feel her. Looking to the door, wondering if the twins would understand if he was late meeting back up with them, Jack slowly sat down, turning his eyes back to the mirror. I'm sorry I wasn't there for you, sis, he said quietly to Emma. Emma, Dad, I'm sorry I took her out onto the ice before testing if it was safe. I'm sure they would forgive you, Jack, someone said behind him, making Jack look around to see Dumbledore. Dumbledore, I didn't hear you come in, Jack said, turning back to the mirror, rubbing at his eyes to get them free from tears. Yes. Strange how lost one can get while they are staring into the mirror of Eris, Dumbledore said, coming to sit onto the floor next to Jack. And with you being from the spirit world, I suppose you have a good idea of what it does. Jack looked up at the inscription and thought. It shows us what our hearts desire, he said after a bit, which is why I can see my human family. Correct, Dumbledore said, smiling. However, this mirror cannot show knowledge or truth. Men have wasted away in front of it, entranced by what they have seen or driven mad, not knowing if what they see is real or possible. In a few days, the mirror will be moved to a new home. Until then, you may come and see it again, but afterwards I pray that you don't go looking for it again. If you do come across it again, you will be prepared. Now, why don't you make your way back up to Gryffindor Tower, so you have an alibi for when your prank traps go off. Smiling and giving a nod, Jack got up, gave one last look to his family, and left, meeting up with Fred and George just outside the tower, just as the screams from Filch could be heard. Chapter 17, Nicholas Flamel. Chapter summary. We finally learn who he is. Aside from when Fred and George told Jack about how they got a hold of the map and a few snowball fights, the rest of the Christmas holidays were actually quite boring. Oh, and Ron and Harry also finding the mirror. On the last day before term started, everyone came back, and Hermione asked them if they had found out who Flamel was. Just face it, Hermione, Jack said as he finished up on his homework. He obviously just was not good enough to get put into a book. He has to be somewhere, Hermione said, rereading one of her new books she got for Christmas. He can't be a friend of Dumbledore's and not be in a book, right? Besides, I'm sure I've seen the name somewhere, Harry said, just finishing up his own homework. Once term had started again, they only had 10-minute slots between classes. Jack and Harry had even less time because Quidditch practice is on again. In a few weeks, it will be Gryffindor versus Hufflepuff. What was working them hard through the rain that was starting to replace the snow? The twins were a little put off by this, but Harry and Jack were with Wood. If they won this match, they would overtake Slytherin in the run for the House Cup. Besides, Jack said, grinning, a little cold and a little water never hurt anybody, right? This getting glares from the rest of the team, mostly Gred and Forge. But not so much as 2 weeks later did Oliver would come back with some bad news. Snape's refereeing the next match, he said. What? The team asked, surprised, and started to complain. But since when he has ever refereed a Quidditch match? George Weasley asked. He's not going to be fair if we might overtake Slytherin. It's not my fault, Oliver said. We just got to make a clean, fast game to make sure Snape doesn't get to knock points off of us. Which was all said and good, but Harry had a different reason for keeping Snape away, and Jack could see it in his eyes. So they packed up early and went back to the common room where they found Ron and Hermione playing chess, one of the only things she was bad at, something the boys thought was a good thing for her. Don't disturb me for a moment, Ron said as Harry and Jack came over and sat down. I'm trying to consec dash. He caught the look on both of their faces. What's wrong with you two? You look horrible. After telling them the problem, Ron and Hermione had things to say. Don't play. Say you're ill. Pretend to break your leg. Really break your leg? We can't, Harry said. Gryffindor hasn't got a reserve seeker or a backup chaser. If we back out, who said anything about me backing out? Jack asked, confused. I'll have you know I literally faced fear and fought him and knocked him down a peg. There is no way I'm backing out of this just because of some teacher who doesn't like Harry Potter. Just then the portrait hole opened up and Neville tumbled in, his legs bound together. Seeing this, everyone, aside from Jack and Hermione who went to go and help him, started to laugh. You okay, Neville? Jack asked, helping him up after Hermione did the counter jinx, bringing him over to the table. What happened? Hermione asked gently. Malfoy, Neville said shakily. I met him outside the library. He said he had been looking for someone to try that on. Jack was furious at this, but kept his emotions under control so he didn't freeze all of the tower. Go to Professor McGonagall, Hermione said right away, report him. Neville shook his head, murmuring, I don't want more trouble. You got to stand up to him, Neville, Jack said, baby tooth having come to sit on his shoulder. Stop being a doormat and letting him walk all over you. I know you can be brave. That's why you're in Gryffindor, right? I guess, Neville said glumly. Harry felt around in his pocket for something and pulled out a chocolate frog and gave it to his friend. You're worth 12 of Malfoy, Neville, he said. Like Jack said, the Sorting Hat placed you here in Gryffindor. And where's Malfoy? He's stuck in Slytherin. Neville gave a weak smile. Thanks, Harry. Jack, I think I'll go to bed. You on the card? After Neville was gone, Harry looked down at the card. Dumbledore again. He was the first. Harry paused and quickly turned the card over. I found him, he whispered. I told you I read his name somewhere. I read on the train coming here. Listen to this. Professor Dumbledore is particularly famous for his defeat of Grindelwald in 1945, for his discovery of the 12 uses of dragon's blood, and his work on alchemy with his partner Nicholas Flamel. At this, Hermione got to her feet, looking as excited as she did on the day they got their first test results back. Wait there, she said, and raced up the girls' staircase. The boys looked at each other with confused faces, barely having time to wonder what was going on, when she came back with a large book in her arms. I never thought to look in here, Hermione said, setting it down and opening it. I took this out weeks ago for a bit of light reading. Light? Ron asked, but Hermione told him to keep quiet. Yes, here it is. Can we speak yet? Ron asked grumpily, but Hermione ignored him. Nicholas Flamel is the only known maker of the Philosopher's Stone. The what? Harry and Ron said, but Jack was running over what Hermione had said. Hang on. You said you checked this out weeks ago. Just how many weeks is that exactly? Jack asked. Since before Christmas, Hermione said. You mean to tell me you had the answer this whole bloody time in your room in that dumb fat book? Jack said rather loudly. Well, as I said, I never thought to look in here. Hermione said, surprised that Jack was acting like this. But you didn't anyway, just in case, did you? Jack asked grumpily, ignoring everyone's eyes, saying he needed some air and leaving the common room, baby tooth behind him. Jack thought he would go up to the Ollery to visit Archie, or perhaps the secret room from before, so he could let off some steam over the information he just received. He was in the middle of deciding when he bumped into someone. Hey, the someone said, oh, Jack, it's you. Are you all right? You look mad at something. It was Elisa. Sorry, Elisa, Jack said, helping her pick her stuff back up. I'm fine, just a bit put off. Nothing you should worry about. What happened? Elisa asked, saying hi to Baby Tooth. You remember before Christmas my friends and I were always in the library looking in books for something? Jack asked. Yeah, well, we just found that something in a book Hermione had in her room. Oh, Elisa said, then burst out laughing. What's so funny? Jack asked. Well, it's just that most of the teachers are calling Hermione Granger the brightest young, which of her age, but if she couldn't even think of looking in a book she herself took out of the school library. The one you were all looking in, I'm not so sure about that myself. This made Jack a little better, and he started laughing too. Thanks for the lunoscope, Jack said, remembering his present he got from her. You're welcome, and thanks for the teddy bear. It's so cute. Where did you get it from? Elisa said as they started walking on, Baby Tooth in Jack's pocket. I happen to be related to the maker, so I borrowed one to give to you, Jack said, smiling, pleased that she liked it. Back in the Gryffindor common room, Hermione had Ron and Harry read a small snippet of who Nicholas Flamel was and what the stone did. Chapter 18, The Big Fight. Chapter Summary. The Gryffindor versus Hufflepuff match draws nearer. Tensions are getting tighter. So tight that during one practice they finally snap. Chapter Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. The next day in defense against the dark arts, while copying down notes to cure werewolf bites. Since Jack was still a little mad at Hermione, Harry and Ron were the ones to tell him who Flamel was and what this supposed Philosopher's Stone was and what it did. As Jack listened, he got to remembering having heard of something like this over the years. He had been a spirit, but he didn't believe it was a real thing. They were also discussing what they'd do with a Philosopher's Stone if they had one. They were surprised when Jack said he would destroy it and didn't answer when they asked why, except with a line of, if you live forever, everything and everyone you love slips away from you, growing old and dying while you stay young and continue living. Confused, Ron and Harry went back to discussing their plans. But Hermione, who had also heard this, began to rethink just what was going on with this Jack Frost. It was only after Ron said he, by his own Quidditch team, that Harry remembered about Snape referring the next match. I'm gonna play, Harry told his friends, pleasing at least Jack. If I don't, the Slytherins will think I'm just too scared of Snape. Well, I'll show them. It'll really wipe their smiles off their faces if we win. That's the ticket, Jack said happily, paying no attention to Hermione as she said, just as long as we're not wiping you off the pitch. As the match closer, however, Harry seemed to become more and more nervous, as did the rest of the team. Well, except for Jack. One practice, Katie Bell asked Jack just how could he stay so calm through all of this, and he replied with, to banish fear, you need to make it fun. How fun it will be to win this match. How fun it will be to wipe those grins off the Slytherins' faces. How fun a game of Quidditch can. This match is not meant to be fun, Frost, Oliver cried, cutting him off. It determines whether or not we win the Quidditch and Slash or the House Cup. Stop acting like a 5-year-old, grow up, and focus on winning. Would enough, Fred said gently, but firmly towards his captain while he and George took to either side of Jack. No. The goblin is right, Jack said, surprisingly calm, although he was holding his broom a bit more tightly. The what? Wood asked, marching forwards a little just a head taller than Jack was. I am not a goblin, Frost. Oh, I'm sorry, and all this time I thought you were. What with your short temper and everything, Jack said, looking Oliver over in supposedly new eyes. So if you're not a goblin, what are you? Fintor. And your captain, Wood said, voice falling, but anger rising. And if I want, I can have you kicked off the team. So grow up. There was an awkward silence after that last word, nobody knowing which of them was madder than the other. But the girls at least could see hurt shining in Jack's eyes as he turned, got on his broom, and sped off towards the forest. 0-0. Landing in the woods, Jack threw his outer Quidditch robes and his broom away, screamed loudly, and then, taking out his wand, started blasting everything he could see, freezing it until after 10 minutes. All around him looked like a mini winter wonderland, except this was full of hate rather than love. But at least he had calmed down. You know, Jack Frost, there are other ways than destroying one of my forests to get my attention, a woman's voice said behind him. Normally, this would have Jack on high alert and make him spin around and point his staff at them. But since he had had a hunch and Gaia would be here, he just sighed and turned around. Sorry, Gaia. I was just mad at one of the supposed friends, Jack said calmly before falling backwards on top of the snow. I could tell, Gaia said calmly, although I'm sure I told you somewhere before, plants don't like cold. Plus, I am sure the headmaster tells everyone to stay away from here. There are certain bad things in this forest, and you can easily get lost. What can possibly hurt me when I have the guardian of the forest herself here to protect me? Jack asked, his grin coming back as he sat up. Flattery will get you nowhere, Frostchild, Gaia said, rolling her eyes. I mean it every other week. Something uninvited comes into this forest and is attacking the unicorns. But it's illegal to do that, Jack said, confused. Even I know that. I'm just answering your question, Frost, Gaia said. And because of this, everyone in here is on high alert and is set to attack anything that should not belong in here. So, although I appreciate you stopping by, Frost, I suggest you head back to the castle. All right, Jack said, agreeing. Digging his broom and robes back up, said goodbye and left. It was only as he had reached the front doors did he forget to ask Gaia why this stranger wanted to attack her unicorns. That night, the whole Gryffindor Quidditch team, minus Oliver Wood, came looking for Jack, finding him with his blue hooded jumper on with the hood up in the Ollery, seeing as the astronomy tower was out of bounds because there was a lesson there later that night, and he didn't have the patience to find that secret room again. His owl Archie on his knees. You feeling all right, Jack? Katie Bell asked gently, slowly coming over to sit opposite him. Yeah, Jack said in an undetectable voice, looking out the glass-free window. Nothing I'm not used to. Hey, Jack, if it helps, Fred said, a small smirk on his face. George, and I set up some pranks for Wood from April's parcel she sent to you in September, and mixed in some of Peeve's pranks that were left over from Christmas. Take them down then, Jack said, glumly, surprising everyone. We wouldn't want him mad at you guys too. Otherwise, then you'll only have half a team. Okay. One, who are you, and what have you done with Jack? George said firmly. And two, Angelina said just as firmly. Who said anything about you not being on the team anymore? I'm still me, just wanting some alone time at the moment, Jack said, answering George first. And I think it was fairly obvious that old goblin made it clear that I was not invited on the team anymore. Everyone either sighing or angry with Wood. They accepted Jack's wishes and left, the last to go being Harry, who said that he would be waiting in the dormitory if he wanted to talk, getting a nod in reply. Jack waited until it got dark and the owls were waking up before he moved at all and began to head back to Gryffindor Tower. 000. On the way, Jack did come across some ghosts, but neither paid the other any attention, which for once Jack was pleased about. Well, pleased about being ignored. He was almost there when just around a corner ahead of him, he heard voices. And not just any voices, but voices belonging to Snape and Quirrell. And now, SS Severus. What can I possibly do about all of this? Quirrell stuttered. You know quite well what you can do, Snape said in his cold voice. Then again, you were never one to stand up for yourself, were you? Quirrell gave out a small whimper. Get back to your room, Quirrell, and stay away from the third-floor corridor, Snape said firmly. Jack was surprised. What was Quirrell supposedly doing there? But he didn't have time to think about it, as hurried footsteps made him dart into the shadows and watch as the turbaned professor rushed past. Jack waited until he was sure Snape was gone too, before continuing up to the tower. After he got there, said the password to a sleepy fat lady, and was inside, he went to bed too. See, only Baby Tooth was still up to see him come in, since everyone else was already knocked out by Sandy's dream sand. Sighing, saying he was all right to Baby, Jack got on top of his bed, drew the hangings, and went to sleep too, completely forgetting the chat between Quirrell and Snape by the morning. Chapter in notes. For those who don't know, Gaia is based on the villain from My Little Pony Equestria Girls Legend of Everfree. Chapter 19. Hufflepuff vs. Gryffindor. Chapter summary. After an unpleasant surprise wake-up call, an apology, and an instance fight, the second Quidditch match will be over. In the morning, everyone in Gryffindor Tower was woken up to loud bangs, a scream, and a smell of truly rotten eggs. Needing air, everyone, still in their PJs, raced out of the portrait hole. Well, everyone besides the Quidditch team, minus Jack, all of who, aside from Oliver Wood, had closed pegs on their noises. What the bloody hell did you lot all do this for? Oliver demanded, trying to get the smell and the slime and the paint and the feathers off of him. Because Oliver, Fred said, you need to learn how to have fun, and you needed to pay for the horrible way you treated Jack yesterday. George added, everyone nodding to that. I treated him the way he needed to be treated to get his head around how important this match is. Wood said, still trying to get the stuff off him. Well, because of you, Oliver, Angelina, the second in command, said, Jack has lost his spirit of fun. Fred and George looked at each other wondering if they should comment on this, but agreed they wouldn't. And thinks that you have kicked him off the team. Angelina finished. Fine. He's still on the team, Wood said firmly. Now get this stuff off of me. It will come off on its own when you give a polite apology to Jack, Katie Bell said. And seeing as the match is in 3 hours, Fred said looking at his watch. I suggest you get going to find him. But I suggest you apologize soon, George commented. I doubt an almost the whole of Gryffindor Stampede would not go unnoticed by either McGonagall or Filch. Our guess is to start looking for him in the astronomy tower. He seems to like it there a lot. And with that, the rest of the team left, soon followed by a grumbling Oliver Wood. As George had correctly guessed, Jack was indeed at the top of the astronomy tower, along with Baby Tooth, who was trying to make him happy again by letting him win at the game of chess they were playing. Jack caught on that she was doing this when he took another of her pieces, making it the 7th one in a row. Baby, it's not really a victory if you let me win, Jack told her, only getting a tiny shrug in reply and a small blush. How about we play something else? Jack asked, looking in his bag and pulling out normal playing cards. But no letting me win, okay? Baby Tooth was about to nod smiling when she quickly plugged her nose, looked around, and shot into Jack's hoodie pocket. What the? Jack asked, but then caught the smell too and grinned. I told them to take them down, but do they listen? He said, smirking as he turned around to see Oliver Wood. And what can I do for you, Goblin? Making a fist at the name, Oliver took a calming breath and said something in a mumble. Sorry. Didn't quite catch that. Jack asked, holding his hand to his ear. I said, I'm sorry, Oliver said, sighing. For? Jack asked, loving this, maybe a little too much, for yelling at you and making you think you were off the team. And I will try not to do it again. And what? Oliver asked, sure that that was all he had to say sorry for. What else did I do that I need to apologize to you for to get this stuff off me? Nothing, I just wanted to see how much I can get, Jack said, smirking, having to duck a fist from Wood. After a punch that dented the wall as struck, and the pranks were peeled off of Oliver, they both went to the Great Hall to have breakfast with the others before going out to the pitch. As they got there, Jack saw Ron and Hermione wishing Harry good luck, but the feeling that came out as they said it wasn't really what one would call happy. Jack guessed that neither he nor Harry heard Wood's pep talk as they changed into their Quidditch robes and picked up their broomsticks. 0-0. Up in the stands, Ron and Hermione had just taken their seats next to Neville, who couldn't understand why they looked so grim and worried, or why they brought their wands. Unknown to either Harry or Jack, so not to get them worried, they have been practicing the leg locker jinx, planning to use it on Snape if he showed any sign of wanting to hurt Harry. They had got the idea from when Malfoy did it on Neville the other day. Now remember, it's locomotor mortis, Hermione muttered as she and Ron slipped their wands up their sleeves. I know. Ron snapped, don't nag. Hello, dears. A new voice said, making them look up to see Jack's family. Mind if V watch Z match with you? North asked, smiling. Shaking their heads, Ron, Hermione, and Neville budged up a little more to let North, Sandy, Tina, and Aster sit with them. 0-0. Back in the changing rooms, Wood had taken Harry aside. While they were talking, Jack and the twins were looking out the door, seeing everyone there. Jack was really happy to see the other Guardians. The whole school's out there, Fred said. Even blimey, Dumbledore's come to watch. Dumbledore? Harry asked, dashing over to join them, looking out to make sure, and sure enough he was. There was no mistaking that silvery beard. Feeling better now? Jack whispered, smirking a little as he saw Harry's face, only getting a nod in reply. As they took to the pitch, Jack was surprised to see that Snape was as angry as he was. As they were mounting their brooms, Jack wondered if he should throw a snowball at him, but thought against it, thinking that it may just make him more mad, rather than happy. 0-0. In the stands, Ron had noticed Snape's look of anger as well. I've never seen Snape so mean, he said out loud. Look, they're off. Ouch! Someone had poked Ron in the back of the head, making him an Aster and Tooth to spin around. Oh, sorry, Weasley. Didn't see you there. Malfoy said, Crabbe and Goyle with him. What are you doing here? Bunny said, looking at Malfoy's green scarf. Slytherin's over there. Just because I'm a Slytherin doesn't mean I have to sit with them for everything, sir, Malfoy said, looking Bunny over before answering and turning back to the game. Jack had just scored his 3rd goal when Malfoy spoke up again. I wonder how long Potter's going to stay on his broom this time. Anyone want to bet? How about you, Weasley? Ron ignored him. Snape had just awarded Hufflepuff a penalty because George Weasley had hit a bludger at him. Well, then he should have gotten out they way, then shouldn't he? Bunny said as Tooth screamed that was unfair. Hermione wasn't paying attention to any of this and was squinting up at Harry, who was circling the pitch looking for the snitch, all her fingers crossed in her lap. "You know how I think they choose people for the Gryffindor team?" said Malfoy loudly a few minutes later, as Snape awarded Hufflepuff another penalty because Jack flew too close to him in an attempt to catch the quaffle as two of their chasers were throwing it to each other. "It's people they feel sorry for," he continued. "See, there's Potter, who's got no parents, Frost, who's got now real family, the Weasleys, who've got no money. You should be on the team, Longbottom. You've got no brains." When Malfoy said his comment about Jack having no real family, Sandy made a ball of dreams and appear and was about to throw it at the boy, but North stopped him, telling him to wait, and Bunny had to grab Tooth, so she didn't attack him and knock his teeth out. Neville, meanwhile, went bright red and turned to face Malfoy. "I'm worth 12 of you, Malfoy," he stammered. Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle laughed loudly, but Ron, not taking his eyes off the game, said, "You tell him, Neville. Longbottom, if brains were gold, you'd be poorer than Weasley, and that's saying something." Ron's nerves were already near breaking point with anxiety about Harry, and Tooth was trying even harder to get at this greasy-haired brat. Her cursed screams in both Indian and English was being muffled by the hand Bunny had over her mouth. "I'm telling you, Malfoy. One more word." "Ron!" Hermione cried suddenly. "Harry!" "What? Where?" Harry had suddenly gone into a spectacular dive, which drew gasps and cheers from everyone in the crowd. Hermione stood up, her crossed fingers in her mouth, as Harry streaked past Jack and towards the ground like a bullet. "You're in luck, Weasley. Potter's obviously seen some money on the smack." Bunny agreed that enough was enough and let Tooth go, allowing her to hit Malfoy so hard his nose started bleeding and a few teeth got knocked out. And before anyone else knew what was happening, Ron had leapt on top of Malfoy and was wrestling him to the ground, Sandy helping. Bunny and Neville, after a moment, coming to help by taking on Crabbe and Goyle. "Come on, Harry!" Hermione screamed, jumping on her seat to watch as Harry sped past Snape. She didn't even notice the Malfoy, Ron, and Tina rolling around under her seat, or the whirl of fists that was Neville, Aster, Sandy, Crabbe, and Goyle. Up in the air, Jack, taking his possible last chance, snatched the quaffle and shot it through one of the Hufflepuff hoops, getting an extra 10 points. Just as Harry pulled out of his dive, his arm in the air, a tiny golden ball in his hand. The stands erupted. It had to be a record. No one could ever remember the snitch being caught so quickly in a Hogwarts Quidditch match before. Ron, where are you? The game's over. Harry's won. Gryffindor are in the lead," shrieked Hermione, hugging Parvati Patil in a row in front. Jack came down with the other Gryffindors to congratulate Harry on such a speedy catch of the snitch. As the Gryffindors from the stands came spilling onto the pitch, he saw Snape land nearby, white-faced and tight-lipped, wondering what was wrong with him, but shrugged it off when he saw the Guardians and was shocked to see the state 3 out of 4 of them were. "What happened to you lot?" he asked, making some blocks of ice for them. "We'll tell you later, mate," Bunny said, accepting his one. "For now, go and celebrate with the rest of them friends of yours." Grinning, Jack sped off with the team back to the changing rooms to get changed before they had to go back to the common room. Chapter 20. Is it Quirrell or Snape? Chapter summary. After the match, Jack and Harry hear a discussion between two professors, and soon a debate comes around on who is actually after the stone. Half an hour later, Jack and Harry were back in their normal clothes and were heading to the broom shed to lock up their brooms. Harry saying that he couldn't remember ever feeling this happy before. Grinning, Jack nodded, baby Tooth on his shoulder, remembering the last hour as well. They had just reached the broom shed and turned to look up at the castle. It looked great with all the lights on and the moon shining behind it. "Looks great, doesn't it?" Jack asked, getting it from Harry. As Jack turned to open the shed door, Harry saw the front doors open and a hooded figure coming out. Quickly, he told Jack. Spinning around, Jack looked up and saw the suspect, heading for the forest, recognizing his walk. "That's Snape," he said, confused, "but why would he be heading in there? Why is he not at dinner?" "Only one way to find out," Harry said, mounting his broom and kicking off, heading for the trees. Not sure about this, but thinking Harry might need some help if he gets caught, Jack got onto his broom and followed him. They followed Snape into the forest and were surprised to see Quirrell there too, who was more nervous and stutter-wide than ever. Quietly, they took to resting high in the tops of a couple of trees to see what was happening. "Do not know why you wanted to meet here of all places, Severus," Quirrell said. "Oh, I thought we'd keep this private," Snape said, his voice colder than ever. "Students aren't meant to know about the Philosopher's Stone, After all, Harry leaned forwards to hear better, making a branch snap and a bird fly out of the tree, nearly making him fall out if it hadn't been for some vines he was sure were not there before. Smiling, Jack nodded, making a note to thank Gaia later. "Have you figured out to get past that beast of Hagrid's yet?" Snape asked as Quirrell was mumbling to himself. Or was he? Jack thought, looking from Quirrell's face to his turban. Positive he had not had it that day in the leaky cauldron, and was sure he was lying on where he got it from. Quickly in his mind, Jack started thinking up all the possible reasons for Quirrell to have it, and the possible beings that might be able to live in it. But Severus sighed. "You don't want me as your enemy, Quirrell," said Snape, taking a step towards him. "I don't know what." "You know perfectly well what I mean," Snape continued. "You're a little bit of hocus pocus." "I'm waiting." But I don't." "Very well," Snape cut in. "We'll have another little chat soon, when you've had time to think things over and decided where your loyalties lie." With that, he pulled his cloak back over his head, turned, and went back to the castle, leaving Quirrell there looking petrified. "What should we do?" Harry asked Jack in a whisper. "You get back to the castle. I want to stay out for a bit, make sure he's all right," Jack said. Nodding, Harry left, and as soon as his broom was away, rushed towards Gryffindor Tower. It was about 3 minutes before Quirrell snapped out of his petrified stance and headed deeper into the woods, his hands reaching up to undo his turban. Not trusting or thinking it a good idea to follow him, Jack went back to the clearing from before and called out for Gaia. "I thought I told you to stay out of the forest, Jack," Gaia said in her kind yet stern voice. "You did, but I have a couple of questions to ask," Jack said, placing his broom on the ground. "And you're not leaving until you get answers," Gaia said, sighing. "All right, what are they? How often has Quirrell been coming in here this year?" Jack asked right away. "About once a month," Gaia said, thinking. "But not when the moon is full, when it's waning." "When do you find unicorns that have been hurt?" Jack asked. "Around the time of the new moon," Gaia said, explaining that unicorns are strongest when the moon is growing and full and weakest when it's not. "I have an idea on who might be hurting them, but I'll need more proof first," Jack said, picking up his broom. "And I need to know why." "I can tell you that," a new voice said behind Jack, making him spin around to see a young centaur. "My name is Firenza. Curious." Jack nodded to let him continue. "This person in question is after the unicorn's blood, for it can keep you alive even if you are an inch from death. However, in return for killing something so pure and innocent, you will walk away from there now living a half-life. A cursed life, from the moment the blood touches your lips. I still need proof it's the guy I think it is," Jack said, nodding in understanding and thanking Firenza and Gaia before heading back to the castle. Jack was about to head up for Gryffindor Tower when he was stopped by Tooth rushing into him and hugging him tightly with her free arm, as the other was in a sling since the shoulder had been dislocated. Next came Bunny, who had his head in bandages and obviously had had a nosebleed due to the blood on his shirt. Then Sandy ran over to him, signs of a black eye and tufts of hair missing. Finally came North, who seemed fine, with a large smile on his face. "So," Jack said, grinning, "what happened?" "Malfoy, that's what," Bunny said, explaining what went on in the stands. "Don't worry. I'll see about getting in some pranks to get vengeance," Jack said, then thought, "Wait, you'll out attack 3 kids? Isn't that going against the rule of being a guardian?" "Well, yes," North said, rubbing the back of his neck, "but 1, only if we all do it, and I didn't. And 2, only if they deserve it." Rolling his eyes, knowing that there had to be some kind of loophole like that, Jack said goodbye and went up to bed. 0. Jack was nearly there when he came across a classroom and heard Harry, Ron, and Hermione inside it. "You mean the stone's only safe if Quirrell stands up to Snape?" Hermione said in alarm. "Yes," Harry confirmed. "It'll be gone by next Tuesday," Ron said. "No, it won't," Jack said, coming in. "Of course it will, you seen you pathetic Quirrell is," Ron said. "I know, and I have," Jack said, nodding. "But I think you lot have your suspects mixed up. I think Quirrell is after the stone, not Snape." "Why do you think that?" Hermione asked. "I grew up in America," Jack began. "I've been alone longer than I bet you guys can guess. In that time I used to hang out with not the right sort of people, and from them learnt the tricks of the trade, and how to get people to sympathize me so I could get money and other goods from them. One of the best tricks is to appear to be weaker and more pathetic than you actually are. Just like how Quirrell is always acting. He's only like that because of that thing about the vampires in Romania." Ron said. "How do you know?" Jack asked. "Have you asked him? Were you there when said vampire supposedly attacked him?" He's supposed to be the defense against the dark arts teacher, for crying out loud. If he can't fight off a single vampire, then I doubt we'll learn anything from him. Besides, I got a friend that says vampires don't attack humans anymore and haven't. Since the 1800s, he finished thinking of Mavis. Well, no. Ron said, his ears turning a bit red, but who would lie about something like that? Someone who's trying to hide something. That's who, Jack answered back straight away. When no one believed him, Jack said, fine. You lot keep an eye on Snape, and I'll keep an eye on Quirrell. 5 galleons to the person who got it right. Rolling their eyes, Harry, Ron, and Hermione nodded, and together they all went up to bed. Chapter 21. Dragon Eggs and Thestrals. Chapter Summary. After a meeting in the library, Hagrid tells the friends to come to his hut, where Jack comes across some strange-looking horses. Chapter Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. In the weeks that followed the is it Quirrell or Snape debate, Harry, Ron, and Hermione were surprised to see that although Quirrell seemed to be getting thinner and more jumpy, he didn't seem to have cracked yet. Jack kept saying that it was because he was the one who was doing all this, but the 3 still thought that it was Snape. Every time they passed the 3rd-floor corridor, they listened in to see if Fluffy was still there, and were pleased to hear that he was. Snape, meanwhile, was still going around in his everlasting bad mood as usual. Harry had started giving Quirrell a brave smile whenever he passed him in the corridors, while Ron started telling people off for laughing at his stutter. Jack wanted no part in it, and spent most of his time with Elisa telling her some stories of his life with his family/friends. After the most recent story, about how after a fight with someone, Sandy had gone into a coma but came back a few weeks later, Elisa said she would like to meet them. They sound really nice, and what you said about them always looking out for kids, and I would like to thank them for taking you in, she said when Jack asked why. They might look out for kids, but they're not really all that good with them, Jack said, grinning, remembering when Sophie came to Bunny's Warren. I'd still like to meet and get to know them, rather than see them for their visits here for the Quidditch matches. Maybe I can come over during Easter or summer? Elisa asked. Easter's not a good time. Aster gets really huffy around that holiday, Jack said, looking out the window, but I'll see about summer. Baby Tooth was whizzing around in a bit of a state when Elisa left, and squeaking loudly and really fast. Baby, what's wrong? She's just a friend. Yes, she's a girl, but so are you and your sisters and Tooth. I can have one more female friend, you know, Jack said, trying to calm her down. Huffing, her feathers ruffled, Baby Tooth chose not to speak to Jack for the rest of the day. Hermione, however, had more on her mind than the Philosopher's Stone. She had begun writing up revision timetables, color-coding all her notes, and insisting the boys did so as well. Hermione, the exams are ages away, Ron said one time after she told them for the who knows how many time. 10 weeks. Hermione snapped, that's not ages. That's like a second to Nicholas Flamel. Yeah, but we're not 600 years old, Ron said, rolling his eyes. We're not even 300 years old. Jack had to hold back loud balls of laughter and any comments that were flying in his head as Ron said that. Besides, what are you revising for? The redhead asked. You already know it all. What am I revising for? Hermione asked. Are you mad? You do realize we need to pass these exams to get into the 2nd year. They're very important. I should have started weeks ago. I don't know what's got into me. Unfortunately, the teachers seemed to have the same idea as Hermione and started piling up the homework, meaning the Easter holidays weren't nearly as fun as the Christmas ones were. Although Jack, Fred, George, and Peeves did try to lighten the mood from time to time, mostly by pranking bullies, Slytherins, and her Filch. One afternoon, Jack unfortunately couldn't get away from Hermione fast enough, and was with her, Harry and Ron, in the library, trying to get though all the extra work. I'll never remember any of this, Ron whined, throwing down his quill and looking out the window longingly. It was the first very fine day they had in months. The sun was shining, there were white puffy clouds in the sky, and there was a feeling of summer in the air. My old parents used to say, try and make a game out of stuff like this, Jack said, who had just finished making a paper football and flicked it onto his astronomy work where it landed. On Jupiter, and he started listing the moons. Liking this idea, Harry took a go, flicking the paper football onto his open book of 1,000 magical herbs and fungi where it landed on, didn't he? So he started looking that up. He had just pulled the book towards him, however, when Ron said, Hagrid, what are you doing in the library? Hagrid shuffled into view, hiding something behind his back. Just looking, he said innocently. And what are you all doing here? You ain't still looking up Nicholas Flamel, are ya? Oh, we found out about him ages ago, Ron said, beaming. Yeah, and would have done sooner if Hermione thought of looking in the book she checked out of the library. Jack muttered, making her blush. And we know what that dog's guarding, Ron said, as if not hearing Jack. It's a Philos dash. Chill, Hagrid said, clapping his hand over Ron's mouth and looking around to see if anyone was listening. Don't go shouting about it. What's the matter with ye? We'd like to ask you a few questions as a matter of fact, Harry said. About what's guarding the stone apart from Fluffy. SHHH, Hagrid said again looking around. Listen, come to me hut later. I'm not promising I'll tell you anything, mind, but don't go rabbiting about it in here. Students aren't supposed to know. They'll think I told you. Well, you kind of did, OW, Jack said as Hermione kicked him and gave him a small glare. See you later then, said Harry as Hagrid shuffled off. What do you think he was hiding behind his back? Hermione asked thoughtfully. I'm going to see what section he was in, Ron said, getting up, having enough of work. A minute later, he came back and set a pile of books on the table all about dragons. Dragons, he whispered. Hagrid was looking up stuff about dragons. Look at these. Dragon species of Great Britain and Ireland, from Egg to Inferno, a Dragon Keeper's Guide. Jack was looking the books over, not seeing the one book he thought would be there. Then again, it was a very old book. Hagrid's always wanted a dragon. He told me, so the first time I ever met him, Harry said. But it's against our laws, Ron said. Dragon breeding was outlawed by the Warlocks Convention of 1709. Everyone knows that. It's hard to stop muggles from noticing if we're keeping dragons in our back garden. Anyway, you can't tame dragons, it's dangerous. You should see the burns Charlie's got off the wild ones in Romania. Of course you can tame them, Jack said as Ron finished his speech. You just have to show them respect and show you're not a threat. I had a friend a few years back whose town was always being raided by dragons, so the people always fought them to defend it. But then my friend stepped up and showed them that they could train the dragons to leave them alone. He even wrote a book about how to train dragons. However, I'm not seeing it in this pile here. Harry, Ron, and Hermione were staring at Jack with wide eyes. Ron more than the others sure if this dragon training thing was possible, he'd have heard it from Charlie. Coming back to here, and Harry asked, but there aren't any wild dragons in Britain, right? Of course there are, Ron replied. Common Welsh green and Hebridean blacks. The Ministry of Magic has a job hushing them up, I can tell you. Our lot have to keep putting spells on muggles that have seen them to make them forget. So what on earth is Hagrid up to? Hermione asked when they went to Hagrid's hut later that afternoon. Jack, feeling the heat coming from the inside from the other side of the door, said he'll wait out here, reminding them he didn't do well in warm places. While the three of them were in there questioning Hagrid about the stone and the supposed dragon egg, Jack went for a walk around the edge of the forest. As he rounded the trees, he came across a medium-sized paddock and saw a family of strange-looking bat pony horses that looked like a walking black skeleton of a horse with bat-like wings. Looking around to check no one was there, Jack carefully led himself into the paddock and went to the stallion, thinking if he could become friends with him, then the mare and the foal accept him too. Hey, bud, Jack said, holding out his hand at arm's length, keeping eye contact. After huffing, flapping his wings, and stomping his hooves a little, the stallion looked Jack over and gave him a questioning look. Jack guessed that he could tell something wasn't right with him. Slowly, Jack backed up and looked around again. Turning back to the stallion, he made a snowflake appear in the palm of his hand and the ground around him to get covered in frost. The foal, having only been born a few days ago, came over to see what this new cold stuff was, while Jack tried to get the stallion to accept him again. Watching his foal like this frost child's artwork, the stallion pressed his snout into Jack's hand, saying he accepted him, making Jack smile. So, I see you found a few of the school's thestrals, Jack, a voice said from the shadows, making Jack jump a little and turn to see Pitch there. Thestrals? Jack asked, never hearing of these before, or if he had, he couldn't remember. They're a very rare and considered dangerous breed of winged horse, only visible to those who have witnessed death. Pitch explained, coming over to gently pet the mare. Then what are they doing here? Jack asked, accepting the answer, trying not to think of all the deaths he had seen, especially Sandy's. They and the rest of the herd that are hidden in the forest pull the carriages set out for the 2nd years to 7th years. Pitch said calmly. Jack nodded to say he heard the answer. Jack! They heard Harry calling out, sighing. Jack said goodbye to the Thestrals and Pitch and went back to the others, who upon seeing him went into repeating all what Hagrid had just told them. He lives in a wooden house, and he expects to raise a fire-breathing lizard with wings? Jack asked in a hushed voice as they entered the Great Hall and had a late lunch. Yep, Ron said, helping himself to bread. I wonder what it's like to have a normal, peaceful life. Very boring, Jack said in reply, slipping some mini chocolate chip cookies for Baby Tooth. Chapter in notes. And for those who want to know / couldn't figure it out, the friend Jack talks about in the library is Hiccup from HTTYD. And Baby Tooth got the way she did after the part with Elisa because she's jealous. Chapter 22. Norbert's first week. Chapter summary. We see just how easy it is to have a baby dragon in a wooden house. Over the next few days, Hermione had kindly started writing up revision timetables for Harry, Ron, and Jack. It was driving them mad. Especially Jack, who said to her after the 7th time she gave him his, the first 6 mysteriously vanished without a trace. If she gave him one more timetable, he will freeze her solid until the exams are over, meaning she wouldn't be able to do any of them. At the thought of that, Hermione backed off, only saying that she will not be to blame if Jack failed everything. Then one morning, about a week after Hagrid had got the egg, Jack and Harry received some post at the breakfast. Harry's was a note from Hagrid saying it's hatching. Jack a parcel holding a book on dragons written by someone called H. Haddock, which he quickly gave to Ron. There, I told you can train them, Jack said, taking the letter that came with it and reading, seeing it mostly said along the lines that they should meet up at some point and listed some top tips on how to look after baby dragons. Amazed by Hagrid's note and the book, Ron looked in the book surprised. Better keep this from Hagrid then, Ron said, giving it back. There are some in there I don't think even Charlie have come across. So are we going to see Hagrid or what? He asked, packing up. No, we are not skipping herbology, Hermione said, glaring a little. Hermione, how often are we going to see a dragon hatching? Ron asked, whining a little. We've got lessons, we'll get into trouble. And that's nothing to what Hagrid will be in when someone finds he got a dash. Shut up, Harry and Jack hissed together, Jack jotting his head towards Malfoy, who was a few steps away. In the end, Hermione agreed that they could go down and see Hagrid after their lessons were over. 000. When the bell sounded from the castle, the 4 of them put down their trowels at once and hurried through the grounds to the edge of the forest. A very excited-looking Hagrid was there to meet them. It's nearly out, he said, ushering them inside. The egg was lying on the table. There were cracks along the shell, and it was shaking, a little smoke coming from them. Quickly, Jack grabbed everyone and pulled them to the floor as the egg exploded. Whoa, Harry and Ron said, staring at the little dragon as they came up again. How did you know that was going to happen? Hermione asked. My friend works with dragons, remember? Jack said, smirking. And if there's one thing I remember about dragons is that 80% of the time the eggs explode when they hatch. Compared to its wings, the body was tiny, Jack thought. But then it might be like with human eyes. They're the same size as they will be when it's grown up. It sneezed and a couple of sparks flew out of its snout. Isn't he beautiful? Hagrid murmured. He reached out a hand to stroke the dragon's head. It snapped at his fingers, showing pointed fangs. And another thing my friend told me was that dragons born with teeth already in their mouths have more venom than those that haven't, so try not to get, Jack was saying when he stopped and raced to the window. No. Jack said, pulling out his wand and racing out the door. Wondering what that was about, Harry looked out the window too and could see 2 shapes, one Jack and the other Malfoy. Jack was trying to get Malfoy's feet frozen before he reached the front doors, but he had the head start and was almost there. Mad Jack put as much power as he dared into this final shot and fired it. But his aim was off thanks to his anger, and instead of hitting Malfoy, it unfortunately hit a passing by Professor Flitwick. Quickly, Jack raced over to undo the spell, and Malfoy got away. Sorry, Professor. I was aiming for someone else, he said once the charms teacher was free. So, you was aiming to attack a fellow student with a spell like that, Mr. Frost? Flitwick said in his squeaky voice. A spell that may have killed them if it lasted longer or was more powerful than it was. I was only aiming for his feet, Professor, Jack said quietly. He hated being told off. You know the rules about using magic outside classes, Jack. Flitwick said, a hint of disappointment in his voice. To be fair, sir, the rule only says no magic is to be used in the hallways. It says nothing about the grounds, Jack said, trying to get this to be in his favor. I suppose, Mr. Frost, Flitwick said, so instead of 50 points from Gryffindor, it will be 20 points. But you will still receive detention for attempting to use such a dangerous spell on a fellow student. Yes, sir, Jack said, sighing, and watched as the teacher carried on his way. After waiting for a bit, Jack went to check the giant magic hourglasses that stood in the corner of the entrance hall to see the stats. Baby Tooth on his shoulder, comforting him. It was all right, Gryffindor was still in the lead, but only just. Soon Harry Ron and Hermione came in, and they headed to their next class, which, as luck would have it for Jack, was charms. Over the next week, there was something about Malfoy's sinister grin that really uneased Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Jack. While the first three spent their time with Hagrid at his hut to try and convince him to let the baby dragon go, Jack spent it keeping an eye on Malfoy and making sure he didn't go to any of the teachers. He was, in fact, at the moment, coming up with a plan to keep him distracted with a prank. Okay, it needs to be big, but not too big, and it needs to be unable to be traced back to me, he said to himself as he went over his notes and looked in his pranking stockpile, which only had one bag of feathers, a few dribble glasses, 3 instant I wish pies. Wish for the pie you want and you get it, a few water balloons, and a handful of fake wind-up spiders. The rest had been used on Ron a few weeks ago. Ugh! What can I possibly do with all of this? He asked, lying back annoyed. You know, Jack, a voice said, making him look around, and saw April on the windowsill. You could always ask the Queen of Pranks for assistance and extra equipment. I know, but seeing as your holiday is coming up in a few days, I thought you would like peace and quiet to prepare. Jack said, sitting up, then remembering something, asked April to wait while he got Fred and George. And please don't touch anything, he said to April, making her pout. Heading down the stairs, Jack found the twins in the common room, doing gasp. Homework. Hey guys, want to see another one of my friends? Jack asked in a whisper. Sure, they said together, packed up, and went upstairs. April? Jack called out before slowly opening the door and looking around. Seeing everything was fine, they went inside, seeing her on Jack's bed. Fred and George Weasley. Allow me to introduce the Queen of Pranks herself. April Fools, Jack said, grinning, which got bigger along with an eye roll when the older boys got to their knees and said together, Your Highness, we are not worthy to be in your presence. Maybe not, April said, poofing herself up, a very queenly-looking outfit complete with crown and scepter. But it appears you are worthy enough to be born on my holiday, which is why you have more sense of fun than the rest of your family. Wait, what? Jack asked, surprised. You two were born on the 1st of April? Yep, they said, grinning and getting back up. So, Jack, what exactly do you want to do to this Malfoy boy? April asked, returning to her feminine red and yellow jester's outfit complete with a 2-bell hat on top of her red hair, yet wearing a pair of thick-rimmed glasses and holding a clipboard. And why? Well, Jack said, playing along and jumping onto his bed and lying back. Somehow Hagrid got himself a dragon egg, and when it hatched, Malfoy saw it and knows of its existence. I was hoping that if I prank him, he would forget about it. But I already have a detention because I tried to freeze him, so it can't be too big or be able to get tracked back to me. Fred said, sitting on Harry's bed, looking at George. Well, you know, if it's needed, we could try and send the dragon to Charlie, George said. And that means it will be gone, which means Malfoy can't blackmail you lot anymore. Fred continued. Okay, I'll suggest that. But how are we meant to handle the brat until then? Jack asked. I'm sure Fred and George can do something about it. They're not already in trouble, you see, April said, explaining and throwing away her glasses and clipboard, which had a game of tic-tac-toe on it. And for extra help, here's a new box of stuff. But I suggest you wait a few days until my holiday. Less of a chance you getting into trouble, seeing that that's supposed to be the day of pranks. Yes, Your Highness, the twins said, bowing and accepting the box. Good grief, Jack said, rolling his eyes and waving April goodbye. Image of April Fools. Chapter notes. Image created using Bing AI Image Creator. Animated female teenager, facing the viewer, in a red and yellow court jester outfit, with a hat with 2 bells on top of her red hair. Image 1 of 4. Chapter 23. April Fool's Day. Chapter summary. 'Twas the night before April Fools, and all through the castle, pranks have been set without any hassle. On the eve of April Fool's Day, Fred and George Ahem, borrowing Harry's cloak, and Peeves headed down to the dungeons to get into the Slytherin common room and lay out the pranks. Jack was staying out of it because he didn't want to get into more trouble. You know, Freddie and Georgie, Peeves said as they made their way down the stairs, you could have come to me first for pranking stuff. April's stuff is only good for friendly laughs. Mine is to humiliate the pranky. Peeves were trying to stay out of trouble, remember, Fred said as the twins carried the supplies. And we don't want you to get into trouble either, George added quickly when Peeves opened his mouth. I'm still better at this than April is, he said, pouting. She only has 1 day to do it. I get the whole school year. Are you jealous of her? One of the twins says in a thoughtful voice as they reach the entrance hall. How would I be? the poltergeist asked, hanging upside down. The fact that she gets a holiday and you don't? The fact that she can possibly pull more pranks in that one day than you can in a week? The fact she's queen and you're not king? Don't we have some snakes to scare? Peeves said after a bit, leading them to the brick wall that was the hidden door to the Slytherin common room. Fred and George grinning to each other under the cloak. A few hours before the sun came up, they were done and the boys were back in Gryffindor Tower, and expecting Jack waiting there with some food from the kitchens as a thank you tribute. "Happy birthday, you too," he said right away, helping himself to some ham and butter sandwiches. Thanking him, the twins tuck in. "So was it just Malfoy and the rest of the snakes you set traps on, or did you head for the Badgers and the Eagles too?" Jack asked, helping himself to some butterbeer. "Oh, we go them set too, but the snakes have it worst," George said, handing Baby Tooth a mini cookie. "We can even prep some up in here if you want, so it will be harder for the teachers to work out who did this," Fred suggested, looking around the room. "Oh, I've already done that," he said, explaining that every room had a trick wire across the doorway, which when triggered will pour freezing cold water over everyone in that room, no matter where they are. "Wait, you got the girls' room rigged as well?" George asked, surprised. "Yes, don't worry, I didn't look into the rooms. I was only outside their doors," Jack said, helping himself now to some cold chicken. "You managed to get up the stairs?" Fred asked. "Didn't we just go over this?" Jack asked. "Well, it's just the girls' staircase has a spell on it that makes an alarm sound and shift the steps into a slide when a boy tries to go up them," George explained. "And yet the girls can come up our staircase just fine," Fred carried on. "Something about the responsibility of teenage/young adult boys, I guess," Jack said, shrugging. "Seeing as my age is older than the ages of anyone that's not a ghost here, I think it dubbed me worthy enough to let me up." With that, the three of them stayed in the common room, and once the sun was coming up, left to go and hide out the morning in the room of requirement, requesting magic mirrors that let them see the other common rooms. It was the best Weasley twin birthday/April Fool's Day Fred and George ever had, and the best part, just as predicted, the teachers couldn't pick up on who had done this, so they weren't in trouble. For Jack, the best part was seeing the Slytherins all covered in paint, glitter, feathers, and confetti. A few days after April Fool's Day, a letter was finally sent to Charlie Weasley concerning Norbert, the name Hagrid gave the baby dragon. On Wednesday night, Harry, Hermione, and Jack were sitting around in the common room long after everyone else went to bed. The clock on the wall had just chimed midnight when the portrait hole opened and Ron came out from underneath Harry's invisibility cloak. He had been helping Hagrid feed Norbert, who was now eating rats by the crate. "It bit me," he said, showing them his hand, which was wrapped in a handkerchief. "I won't be able to hold a quill for weeks. I tell you," he began, only to be interrupted by Jack. "You won't be able to hold anything in that hand if we don't get it seen to right away, Ron," he said. "Remember what I said when the dragon hatched? If they're born with teeth, they have more venom. If my friend's book is right, unless your hand's treated, it will swell up to twice its size and become all black and blotchy. And once your hand's conquered, it will go up your arm, and then all around the rest of you, and dash." "Thank you, Jack, I think we get it," Hermione said, making him stop. "Besides, we can't get it looked at. Otherwise, Hagrid will get into trouble. Remember?" Harry said. "Just saying," Jack says, shrugging, returning to his game of cards with Baby Tooth. "Yeah, so, as I was saying," Ron said, coming over to sit in one of the chairs, "that dragon's the most horrible animal I've met. But the way Hagrid goes on about it, you'd think it was a fluffy little bunny rabbit or something." This made Jack laugh loudly, tears of joy coming from his eyes, and the strength of the laughs leaving him breathless. What's so funny now, Jack?" Hermione said, being the bravest and speaking up. Just that. I've seen a fluffy little bunny rabbit that could be even worse than that dragon, especially when they're mad," Jack said, calming down. "And when it bit me, Hagrid told me off for scaring it. And when I left, he was singing it a lullaby," Ron said, finally concluding his rant about the baby dragon. "Well, how else is a baby meant to get to sleep?" Jack asked, rolling his eyes. "Honestly, I would have thought you'd have had the most experience with baby/younger siblings, Ronald." "Oh, and what do you know about them, Jack?" Ron asked, a bit annoyed. Before Jack could answer, there came a tap-tap on the window. "It's Hedwig," Harry said, smiling, glad of the subject change. "She's got Charlie's answer." The five of them put them. Baby Tooth was floating above Jack's head, came together so they could read the note. "Dear Ron, how are you? Thanks for the letter. I'd be glad to the Norwegian Ridgeback, but it won't be easy getting him here. I think the best thing will be to send him over with some friends of mine who are coming to visit me next week. Trouble is, They can't be seen carrying an illegal dragon. Could you get the dragon up the tallest tower at midnight on Saturday? They can meet you there and take him away while it's still dark. Send me an answer as soon as possible. Love, Charlie. P.S. Say hello to Fred and George for me. They all looked at each other. We've got the invisibility cloak, Harry said. I think the cloak was big enough to cover two of us and Norbert. It was because of how bad the last week had been that the others agreed to it. Anything to get rid of Norbert and Malfoy, although as Jack has thought he did seem to back off a little thanks to his makeover a few days ago. There was a hitch, however. Chapter 24. Goodbye, Norbert, and 150 points. Chapter summary. Because Ron wasn't careful with the letter from Charlie, the plan to get rid of Norbert the dragon is found out, and the results are costly. By the next morning, Ron's bitten hand had swollen to twice its size. Told you, was all Jack had to say to him at breakfast, getting a grumble of "shut up, Jack" in return. Jack just ignored it and told him he had to go to Madame Pomfrey, but the others weren't sure about that. Would she recognize a dragon bite? By the afternoon, though, he had no choice. The cut had turned a nasty shade of green, and it was traveling up his arm slowly. After lessons that day, Harry, Hermione, and Jack went up to see him, finding Ron in a terrible state. "It's not just my hand," he whispered. "Although it feels like it can fall off at any minute." "No, Malfoy told Madame Pomfrey that he wanted to borrow one of my books so he could come and laugh at me. She let him come to borrow one of your books when during the summer he should have gotten all the books on his Hogwarts list himself?" Jack asked questioningly, but no one seemed to hear him. "He kept threatening to tell her what really bit me. I've told her it was a dog from the forest, but I don't think she believes me. I shouldn't have hit him at the Quidditch match. That's why he's doing this." "No, he's doing it because he's a snot-nosed bully who was born with a silver spoon in his mouth," Jack said firmly, glad that this time they heard him. "The Malfoy family has always been tricksters, liars, cheats, and evolved with dark magic, right back to the Middle Ages." "Oh, I'm guessing by how often he brags about it." Not wanting to upset Ron more than he already was, Hermione came over and said, "It will all be over at midnight on Saturday." This had the complete opposite effect, however, and made Ron sit up. Midnight on Saturday. Oh no. Oh no. I just remembered. Charlie's letter was in the book Malfoy took. He's going to know we're getting rid of Norbert. Just then Madame Pomfrey came over to shoo Harry, Hermione, and Jack away, saying Ron needed rest. A couple of floors down, Jack said he had a letter to write and headed for the Ollery, while Harry and Hermione discussed that it was too late to write back and change the plan. In the Ollery, Jack pulled out a piece of parchment and a quill and wrote a letter to Sandy asking if he could double the amount of dreams into everyone, mostly the adults, except Harry, Hermione, and Hagrid on Saturday night. "Let's hope that my plan works, baby," Jack said, gently petting her as Archie flew off. "Of course, it will only work if people are asleep or sleepy to begin with," he said, not sure how this will turn out. After a few hours, Jack and Baby Tooth returned to the Gryffindor common room where Harry and Hermione were still going over the plan. "So, who's going to get the dragon?" Jack asked in a hushed voice. "Well, as you are already in trouble, Hermione and I thought it best that you stay here and that me and her go and get him," Harry said. "0-0. They found Fong the boarhound sitting outside with a bandaged tail when they went to tell Hagrid, who opened a window to talk to them, saying he wouldn't let them in because Norbert was at a tricky stage. When they told him about Charlie's letter and what happened to it, his eyes filled with tears, although that may have been because Norbert had just bitten him on the leg. "Ark, it's all right. He only got my boot, just playing. He's only a baby after all." As they were leaving, the baby started banging his tail on the walls, making the windows rattle. "You know, I'm starting to think that that dragon might be a girl and not a boy," Jack said, looking over his shoulder. "How in the world would you know that?" Hermione asked. "Well, according to my dragon expert friend, females of almost every species are more violent and feisty than the males," Jack explained. "Well, it might also not help that Hagrid's keeping it shut up in his hut," Harry added, remembering how he always felt when he was locked up in his cupboard. On Saturday night, Harry and Hermione said goodbye to Jack in the common room around 11 o'clock. "See you in the morning, I hope," Jack said, wishing them his form of good luck, hoping that everyone was asleep so their task would be easy as pie. Turns out he was wrong. The next morning, Gryffindors going past the point hourglasses were all sure there was a mistake. How could they be 150 points fewer than yesterday? Then the story came out. Harry Potter, the famous Harry Potter, their winner of 2 Quidditch matches, and a couple of other first years had lost them all those points. Jack, Elisa, Fred, George, and Ron, who was out of the hospital wing now, were the only ones not mad with them, because even Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff were looking forward to Slytherin finally being knocked off their points throne. "So you messed up, big deal," Jack said a few days later after making some fifth year. Ravenclaw slip on some ice for their loud and hurtful conversation about this situation. "School life is like that. I bet by next year everyone will have completely forgotten about it and will like you again." "Yeah, besides Fred and George have lost loads of points before and everyone still loves them," Ron added, helping himself to some more toast and marmalade. "They've never lost 150 points in one go though, have they?" asked Harry. "Well, no," Ron admitted, "but neither have you." Jack said, "You only lost 50 points. And Neville and Hermione each lost 50 as well. It's not our fault, we're all in the same house, and therefore the total ended up as 150 points from Gryffindor." Jack. Elisa, who was on the other side of him. He had invited her over to the Gryffindor table to try and cheer Harry up. "I don't think your inspirational speech is helping Harry feel better." "I'm only telling the truth," Jack said, pouring himself some orange juice. "My old parents always said to do that." Either way, Harry had had enough of sneaking around and spying and promised himself not to meddle with things that were not his business to be meddled with. He felt so ashamed of himself that he went to Oliver Wood later that morning and asked if he could resign from the team. "Resign?" he asked furiously. "What good would that do? How are we meant to get any of those points back if we can't win at Quidditch?" "By being good enough to win them back in classes, Oliver," Jack said, pouting beside Harry. He had come for support, but it didn't really help. But Quidditch had seemed to lost all the fun it used to have as well for Harry. Nobody other than Jack or the twins spoke to him that much anymore during practice. And if they had to talk about him, they called him the Seeker. After one practice, which left Oliver with a bloody nose and a few missing teeth thanks to Jack borrowing a bat from Fred and whacking a bludger at his face because he was yelling at Harry for not doing the strategy he made up right, Jack took Harry on a walk around the forest. You sure we can do that?" Harry asked, not wanting to lose any more points. "Sure we can. The rules say we can't go into the forest, but we're not going into it, we're just simply walking around it." Jack set his broom over his shoulder. "I guess," Harry said, feeling a little better. Chapter 25. Into the Forest, Part 1. Chapter Summary. A few weeks after losing all those points, Harry, Hermione, Neville, and Jack all get notes saying their detention will take place that night. However, it doesn't say what it is they have to do. One day while they were in the library, Harry came to tell them about hearing Quirrell in a classroom begging and someone sounding like they were threatening him. "What did we tell you, Jack?" was Ron's first words. "Did you see or hear this second person, Harry?" Jack asked, not looking up from doodling on some paper some new snowflake patterns for next winter. "Well, no," Harry admitted. "But there was a door ajar in the room when I looked in." "Did you look behind it to see if Snape or anyone else was there?" Jack asked, looking up. "No, because we've had enough poking around," Harry said. "Either way, we should go to Dumbledore," Hermione said. "That's what we should have done in the first place. If we try anything else ourselves, we'll get thrown out." "That's fine by me," Jack mumbled, but they didn't hear him. "But we don't have any proof," Harry said as he pulled his own homework out. "And besides, students aren't meant to know about the stone, remember?" I think at least a third might know about it," Jack said, and went into explaining before Hermione could ask. The best way to make people curious about something or go to where they're not meant to go is to tell them not to go there. It's the Pandora effect. And Dumbledore said, right at the start of term, to not got down the third-floor corridor. "Then why don't they move it?" Ron asked. "Because grown-ups and teachers today are dumber than everyone gives them credit for," Jack said, packing up and heading to the common room. The next morning, notes were handed out to Jack, Harry, Hermione, and Neville with the post-it breakfast, all saying the same thing. "Your detention will take place tonight at 11 o'clock. Meet Mr. Filch in the entrance hall." Jack's was signed by Flitwick, while the others were signed by McGonagall. "Looks like we might be all in this detention together," Jack said, returning to his cereal. Jack thought there would be some form of complaint from Hermione, saying that this meant a whole evening missed out of her vision. But to his surprise, she said nothing. At 11 o'clock, they said goodbye to Ron in the common room and headed down to the entrance hall, where they saw Filch and Malfoy. Seeing Malfoy had detention as well made Jack a little happier, but he didn't try and show it. They were meant to be being punished after all. "Follow me," Filch said, lighting a lamp and leading them outside. "I bet you'll think twice before breaking a school rule again. Won't you, he continued, leering at them. "Oh yes. Hard work and pain are the best teachers if you ask me." "I agree, Mr. Filch," Jack said, surprising all of them, making the group come to a halt back home in America. My old Muggle teachers always used to cane me or use a belt or whips on me just because I did something wrong. But I finally learned my lesson. The other students were each giving each other questioning looks, not sure if they believed Jack with his story, seeing as to all of his misbehaving he has done here. Looking proud with himself, Filch carried on leading them to where they needed to go, and Harry asked in a whisper, what lesson did Jack learn? If you're going to do something bad enough to get you into trouble, make sure there are no teachers/witnesses around, and it can't be tracked back to you. Jack answers, getting snorts and snuffles of laughter from the others. Even Malfoy smirked a little more friendly than he usually did. The moon wasn't full, but it was bright, but clouds kept blocking it out, throwing them into darkness. Soon the lights of Hagrid's hut came into view, and they heard a distant shout. That you, Filch? Hurry up. I want to get started. Bet you think you'll be getting it easy with that oaf? Filch said, seeing Harry smile. Well, think again, boy. It's into the forest with you. What? Jack asked, coming to a halt, not believing this. The forest? Malfoy asked, sounding a bit scared. We can't go in there at night. There are all sorts of things, werewolves, I've heard. Plus the fact, Jack carried on the argument before Filch could say anything. One of the school rules Dumbledore told everyone about at the start of term feast. The forest in the grounds is forbidden to all students. They can't lift that rule just because they've got nothing better for us to do. What do they send all the bad students in there hoping they will get killed or eaten by the monsters and beasts that live inside it, just to keep the image of the school up because they're not there to break rules anymore? Jack asked, mad and panting, frost spreading out from his feet in his anger if that was the case. But it wasn't seeable in the dark. This isn't Hansel and Gretel or some other Brothers Grimm fairy tale, you know. We are real people, real children, and then there are real monsters that can kill us with one attack. At that point, Hagrid came out with Fong by his side and a large crossbow, a quiver of arrows over his shoulder. Abu time, Hagrid said, supposedly not hearing a word Jack had just said. I've been waiting fair half an hour already. All right, Harry, Jack, Hermione, I shouldn't be too friendly with them, Hagrid, Filch said coldly. They're here to be punished, remember? That's what took you so long, is it? Hagrid asked, frowning at Filch. Been lecturing them, have you? It's not your place to do that. You've done your part. I'll take over from here. I'll be back at dawn, Filch said evilly for what's left of them. He added nastily, getting a glare from Jack as the old man turned and left, heading back up to the castle, his lamp bobbing away in the darkness. Malfoy and Jack turned to Hagrid. We're not going into that forest, they said, Harry pleased to hear that Malfoy was slightly scared. Yeah, or if you want to stay at Hogwarts, Hagrid said, addressing Malfoy more than Jack. You done something wrong, and now you got to make up for it. If you want to not do this and be kicked out of the school tonight, go back up to it and pack. Go on. Neither Malfoy or Jack moved, just looked furiously up at Hagrid. Malfoy soon dropping his gaze, but Jack kept it, baby tooth having been woken up and hiding, buzzing a bit with anger. Right then, now listen carefully, cause it's dangerous what we're going to do tonight, and I don't want no one taking risks, he said, aiming that part more to Jack than the others. Follow me over here a moment. He led them to the edge of the forest. Holding up his lamp up high, he pointed down a narrow, winding earthy path that disappeared into the thick black trees. A light breeze blowing as they looked into the forest. Look there, said Hagrid. See that stuff shining on the ground? Silvery stuff? That's unicorn blood. There's a unicorn in there that's been hurt bad by something. This is the second time in a week. I found one dead last Wednesday. We're going to try and find it and put it out of its misery. And what if whatever hurt the unicorn finds us first? Malfoy asked, unable to keep the fear out of his voice. There shouldn't be anything in there that should hurt you if you're with me or Fong, Hagrid said, and keep to the path. Right now, we're going to split up into two parties and follow the trail in different directions. There's blood all over the place. It must have been staggering. Around since last night, at least. Okay, hold him back up a bit, Hagrid, Jack said, backing away. First, we're being sent into this supposedly forbidden forest where we shouldn't be going into in the first place. But now you're saying we have to split up to find a wounded unicorn that, if it's still alive, will either be really defensive or will be so weak it can't control its magic. Add also all the other creature in there that I'm guessing are on high alert thanks to all of these attacks that they might attack us. And on top of that, there's a whatever it is in there that's hurting them who might find us and try and kill us as. Jack, we have to get this done, Hagrid said, making him be quiet. Right, so me, Harry, Hermione, and Draco will go one way and Jack, Neville, and Fawn will go the other way. Now, if any of us find the unicorn, send up green sparks, right? Get out your wands of practice now. That's it. And if anyone gets in trouble, send up red sparks and we'll come looking for you, so be careful and stick to the path. Let's go. Oh, 0. Come on, Neville, Jack said, lighting his wand and going off the path from the fork after Hagrid and the others went down their path. But Jack, Hagrid said to stick to the path. Neville said, trying to hold Fong back. I have a friend in here who might help us find the unicorn faster and therefore save it. But the only way to find her is my stepping off the path and heading towards the middle of the forest and wait for her to come to us, Jack said, turning to Neville, who was still unsure. Plus, if we find the unicorn, we can get out of here faster. That lit Neville up a bit and started to follow Jack. Why don't you want to be in here, Jack? Neville asked after a bit. I mean, if you have a friend in here, why? One of the last few times I visited her in here, I froze a whole part of the forest with my magic, and she likes plants and forest life and all that, and plants don't like cold, Jack explained, leaving a frosted breadcrumb trail as they went so they could find their way back. Who's your friend? Neville asked as they came to a stop for a bit to let some Thestrals pass. How good are you at believing in things, Neville? Jack asked after thinking for a bit. Like make-believe things, or I can do this things? Neville asked. Make-believe, Jack answered, looking around the clearing to check it was safe for the moment. Pretty good, Neville said, smiling. I believe in the guardians of childhood, the man in the moon, the boogeyman, he whispered afraid, and the frost child. Do you think you can believe in a spirit of the forest who goes by the name of Gaia? Jack asked, smiling that Neville believes in him, even if it wasn't his name. I think so, Neville said, closing his eyes, imagining what a spirit of the forest might look like. Okay, so staying calm, turn around and open your eyes, Jack said, taking Neville's wand away so he didn't panic and send up red sparks. Taking a deep breath, Neville opened his eyes to see a teenage girl whose clothes were made of plants with a few flowers decorating them, wild hair which had tangled vines and branches sticking out of it, and wearing a necklace of gemstones around her neck. She looked beautiful, but she also looked mad. Jack, why are you back in here again? She asked, sending vines to Jack, lifting him into the air and turning him upside down. It's getting more dangerous, and it's the middle of the night. Seriously. Okay, first, it's not my fault we're here, Jack said, getting to the point. It's the schools. Apparently, they think it's a smart idea to send students doing detention into the forest to find the newest hurt unicorn at night. And just so you know, I'm not happy with it either, but Hagrid said, and I quote, "This has to be done." Wait, you mean there's more of you? Gaia asked, calming down a little, but still had Jack suspended. Yeah. They're following the path of a different trail of blood, Jack said. Oh, by the way, this is Neville Longbottom. Longbottom? Gaia asked, turning to Neville and looking him up and down. Son of Frank and Alice? She asked. Yes, miss, Neville said, nervously wondering how she knew about his parents. If that's true, then I am sure you will be great at herbology at the end of each year, Gaia said, smiling and turning back to Jack, who had been trying to get down. Now, where are the others? I don't know, Gaia. As I said, they're following a different trail. I think it leads towards the Centaur grounds. Gaia, please can you just tell us where the unicorn is? Neville asked, really wanting to get out of here. Gaia said, letting Jack down, who gave Neville back his wand and began showing them the way to where she sensed the unicorn was. Images of Gaia. Chapter summary. Image created using Bing AI Image Creator. An animated teenage girl whose clothes were made of plants. Wild hair which has tangled vines and branches sticking out of it. There were flowers decorating her clothes and wearing a necklace of gemstones around her neck. Chapter 26. Into the Forest, Part 2. Chapter summary. As Jack and Neville get Gaia to help them, Harry and Draco find the unicorn themselves and the intruder attacking them. A little further into the forest, Hagrid's group, after meeting a couple of centaurs that told them the Mars was bright tonight, came across another fork in the road with blood on each path, so they split up again, with Harry and Malfoy going to the left and Hagrid and Hermione going to the right. Harry and Malfoy were heading towards the heart of the forest with only a small lantern for light. They had been walking for almost what seemed half an hour until the path became almost impossible to follow because the trees were so thick, although the blood, it seemed to be getting heavier. We must be nearly there, Harry said, once again ignoring Malfoy's remarks and complaints that this was servant stuff. Seeing a clearing ahead, the boys went on a bit more, and there they saw it. It wasn't completely dead just yet, but it didn't look like it could last much longer. Harry inched a little closer and was just about to draw out his wand to shoot up the green sparks, as Hagrid had told them to do, when a violent pain came across his forehead, making him drop his wand in order to place a hand over his scar, looking around to try and see what it was. Out of the shadows on the other side of the clearing came a cloaked figure heading towards the unicorn, seemingly not noticing the boys. It got down next to the mare and was about to start drinking its blood when vines shot up, wrapping around his wrists, ankles, and chest and throw him away from it. Next, sharp, long icicles came firing at the cloaked figure, supposedly to pin him to the tree, but by setting fire to the vines, he got out of the way in time and fled. "Harry, you all right?" Jack's voice called out as he and Neville came over to him. Malfoy had ran away. Yeah, I'm fine," Harry said, picking up his wand. "Don't lie to me, Harry. And where are the others?" Jack asked, gently forcing him to sit down on a tree stump. Neville was seeing to the unicorn, supposedly talking to either it or himself. Harry couldn't tell or cared at the moment. "We came to another fork in the road, so me and Malfoy followed one, and they went off the other way," Harry explained. "Oh, I am so going to kill him," Jack hissed, frost spreading and a cold wind blowing, but a quick look up at to where the unicorn was, and he stopped. "Did you send up the sparks yet?" Jack asked. "No, I was about to when that thing arrived," Harry said, "but I bet Malfoy got to them somehow. What was that thing anyway? Do you?" Harry thought Jack might, seeing as he did seem older, and he was from a different country. "That Harry Potter," a new voice said, making the boys look up to see a centaur, a little younger than the ones he had already met, "was what has been attacking the unicorns." "Firenze," Jack says, smiling, and then freely walking up to the centaur and shook his hand. "Jack, nice to see you again. Perhaps you should help with the unicorn while I explain what has been going on to Harry Potter." Nodding, Jack went over slowly to help Neville. "Oh, Zero, how's she doing?" Jack asked, coming over, but staying a little away. "Still hurt, but she shall be fine in a few days," Gaius said, placing some healing herbs over the wound and then using Neville's cloak to tie it around them to make sure it wouldn't get infected, and fed her some special berries to help her get some strength back. Just then, loud, fast stomps and Hermione calling out, "Harry! Harry, where are you? Are you all right?" Yeah, I'm fine," Harry called out, almost getting knocked over by Hermione as she hugged him, Hagrid and Malfoy behind her. Upon seeing the unicorn, Hagrid slowly came over to check up on it. "I need to go," Gaius said, petting the unicorn one last time and leaving, wishing Neville good luck on his herbology exam. "This is where I leave you boys," Firenze said, looking at Harry. "Jack and Neville, you're safe now. Good luck, Harry Potter. The planets have been read wrong before now, even for centaurs. I hope this is one of those times." After checking up on the unicorn and congratulating Neville for doing such a good job tending to it, surprised that the unicorn let him tend to her, seeing he was a boy, and sending it on its way, Hagrid led the kids out and let them go back to the school. Back at the school, Jack and the other Gryffindors went back to their tower, finding Ron still by the fireplace. Having enough excitement for the night, Neville went up to bed. Once he was gone, Harry started telling them what happened and what Firenze had told him. Ron and Hermione were watching as Harry paced before the fire. He couldn't sit down, and Jack, he was playing a game of chess with Baby Tooth, but he was still listening. "Snape wants the stone for Voldemort," Harry repeated again, "and Voldemort's waiting in the forest. And all this time we just thought Snape wanted to get rich." "Stop saying the name?" Ron hissed, terrified, looking around, sure he saw some shadows move. "Okay, I agree that cloak figure was most definitely Moldeward," Jack said, saying his funny name to hopefully make Ron feel a little better, "but I still do not think that it's Snape who's working for him," he said, frowning as Baby's bishop just took his night. Just then, Hermione spoke up, explaining about what the centaurs said about Mars being bright tonight, and that there was a feeling that something off was about to happen soon. Mars was the Roman god of war, Jack said right away, explaining, not caring that they were all looking at him. "So if the planet Mars is bright, it either means, in the eyes of a normal human, that it's a very clear night and you can see it better, or in the eyes of a seer. For example, fortune tellers, centaurs, fates, that sort of thing, that a full-fledged war will be coming soon," Jack said, sending a pawn to tackle one of Baby's own pawns. "I think the last time the red planet was as bright as it is tonight was about 45 to 49 years ago," Jack finished. "And you know this how?" Hermione asked, curious. "I have friends who were around before and during Moldy's first rise to power," Hermione, Jack said, ignoring her and all, but answering her question. "The good news is," he said, turning to face them on his elbows, "even though you can see that there will be a war coming, it's very hard to say when it will get here. So we most likely have a few more years before we really have to worry about anything." At that point, Baby Tooth chirped happily, making Jack look down to see she had him in checkmate. As they started to reset the board for a rematch, Hermione said some comforting words to Harry. "Harry, everyone says Dumbledore is the only one you know who is ever afraid of. With Dumbledore around, you know who won't touch you." It was turning light before they went back to their rooms and collapsed on their beds. But Harry couldn't do that right away, because as he pulled back his curtains, he found his invisibility cloak neatly folded on top of it with a note saying in swirly writing, "Just in case." Chapter 27. Exams. Chapter Summary. First year exams are being set, and once they were all over, Jack has a question for Hagrid. In the years to come, Jack would never quite remember how he managed to get through his exams when he felt like almost falling asleep during every one and feeling sick thanks to the heat. Yet the days carried on, and each one feeling a little warmer than the last thanks to summer coming. And he hadn't gotten very sick just yet, although he did spend as much time as he could in the room of requirement, which he always wished up to be like a giant freezer. The written exams were the worst, Jack thought, thanks to how hot the large classroom was where they took them using new anti-cheating bewitched quills. But the practical ones weren't so bad. At least then Jack could take a seat in the shade and try and stay cool until he was called up. Professor Flitwick called them in to see if they could make a pineapple tap dance across the desk and some other tricks. Professor McGonagall watched them all turn a mouse into a snuff box. Points given for how pretty the box was, but taken away if it still had ears, whiskers, or a tail. Snape breathed down their necks while they tried to remember how to make a forgetfulness potion. Pretty ironic if Jack had to say, but he thought he did okay. Harry also did as best as he could, what with the constant pains in his forehead which had been bothering him ever since their trip into the forest. Neville just thought Harry had a case of exam nerves because Harry couldn't sleep, but the truth was Harry kept being woken up by his old nightmare. Except now, there was a mysterious cloaked figure in it with blood dripping around its lips. On hearing this, Jack tried to make Pitch stop doing this. But the King of Nightmares had told him it was not he who was giving the boy these stories as he slept. Although Ron and Hermione didn't really have it easy either. Sure, they didn't have scars on their foreheads that constantly hurt them, nightmare that kept waking them up, or felt like they would throw up thanks to overheating, but they still had the exams to do as well. Their last exam, History of Magic, was today. 1 hour of answering questions about batty old wizards who invented self-stirring cauldrons, and they would be free until the results came in a few weeks. When they were told to put down their quills and the papers were collected, Jack was one of the first ones out of that stuffy classroom and went into the grounds, taking shelter in the shade of one of the trees by the lake, jumping into the branches. Soon Harry, Ron, and Hermione joined him, the girl going on about how she didn't need to have learnt something she was fussing about the last few days. Jack ignored her and turned his attention to the lake where the Weasley twins and Lee Jordan were playing with the giant squid. Something had been not feeling right all day, but he couldn't quite work out what, and being in that classroom didn't help. But now that he was out here where it was a little cooler, he could think again. "No more revision," Ron said, sighing as he laid back on the grass. "You guys could look more cheerful, Harry and Jack. We've got weeks before we find out how bad we did." "That's not why I'm miserable," Jack said, coming down and walking to the edge of the lake, looking across it. "I'm not sure what, but something's not right here at this school. I can feel it, and I wish I knew what this means." Harry burst out, angrily rubbing his forehead. "My scar keeps hurting. It's happened before, but never like this." While they argued over Harry's scar, Jack went over to Fred and George and consulted with them his feelings. "Maybe there is something not right, and the magic is trying to warn you," Fred suggested after hearing the news. "Yeah, but what?" Jack asked, trying to think about what might be wrong. What had happened over the last few months that wasn't right? Then, "Hey guys, how much trouble would someone get into if they were found with an illegal dragon egg in their pocket?" he asked, remembering what Ron had said about it being against the law. Big trouble, I can tell you," George said as Fred nodded. "And how good is Hagrid at keeping secrets if he's had a few drinks?" Jack continued. "Well, he's not all that good with secrets if he's sane, is he?" Fred asked. Thanking them, Jack turned back to the others and said they had to go see Hagrid. "Why?" they asked, but got up and began to follow him as he had already ran off. "Oh, 0-0. Outside Hagrid's hut, He was sitting in a chair, his sleeves and trousers rolled up and shelling peas. "Hello," he said, smiling, seeing them. "Finished your exams? Got time for a drink?" "Yes, please," Ron said, but Jack said there wasn't time. "No, we need to ask you something, Hagrid," he said, trying to be calm. "That night you won Norbert. What did the stranger look like? Who was he? And what did you talk about?" "Dunno, never saw his face, kept his hood up," Hagrid said, thinking. "Kinda hard to remember, right, because he kept buying me drinks. Might have just been a dragon dealer. Let's see. I think we got to talking about Hogwarts, and I told him that I was the gamekeeper." Slowly, looking nervous now, getting to where Jack was heading, Harry and the others sat down with Jack to hear Hagrid's story. He asked me what kind of creatures I helped look after here. So I told him and said all I ever really wanted was a dragon. And then he said he had one and we could play cards for it if I wanted. But he wanted to be sure I could handle it, saying he didn't want it to just go to anybody. So I told him, after Fluffy, a dragon would be easy. "Did you tell him you to calm a Cerberus down?" Jack asked, hoping he didn't. "Well, of course I did. I had to tell him, so he knew I wasn't lying, that I knew how to handle him. And so I said, just play him a bit of music and he'll fall right to sleep." Jack and the three looked horrified. Jack on his feet in a second and racing back to the school, Harry, Ron, and Hermione quickly after him, Hagrid calling for them to come back. They didn't stop until they reached the entrance hall. "Peeves!" Jack called out, surprising the others by not being out of breath. With a pop, there he was. "Yes, Jackie," he asked, beaming. "Where's Dumbledore's office? We need to talk to him now." Frowning but feeling something was off today too, Peeves told them second floor, next to the tapestry of Bertha the Brave behind the goblin. "Passwords, sugar snaps. But won't do. You much good, Jackie. He's not here at the moment," he said quickly as the kids were about to go looking for the office. "What do you mean he's not here at the moment?" Harry asked, worried. "I mean, Potty, that Dumbledore's not here." Peeves said, now flying upside down, got message from somewhere saying he was needed elsewhere, and so he left. "Why does it matter anyway, Jackie?" he asked, flipping back up and looking to Jack. Before Jack could answer, McGonagall came down the staircase, asking them what they were doing inside, ignoring Peeves. "It's about the Philosopher's Stone, Professor," Jack said, getting right to the point. "And yes, we know about it, so what?" "The point is we think someone's going to try and steal it within the next 24 hours. Well, I don't know how you possibly found out about the stone, but I can assure you that it is excellent protection by 7 tasks. Nobody would be able to get it." "But Professor," Harry said, trying to be calm, "what if the person trying to steal it is one of those people who help protect it?" "Enough," she said firmly, not listening. "You four go back outside and enjoy the sunshine. Peeves, just go," she said before turning to leave. "Why don't you adults ever listen to US kids?" Jack said loudly, some of his hair turning white and edges of his eyes turning blue, as he turned to the stairs and raced up them with Peeves heading for the 3rd floor. "Frost, get back here at once," McGonagall called after him. But he didn't listen, so she went after him. Back in the entrance hall, Harry, Ron, and Hermione started making plans to go through the trapdoor that night. 000. Outside the door to the forbidden corridor, Jack made an ice key, used it, slipped inside, told Peeves to play some music, dodged Fluffy, and went down the trapdoor, thinking that if he got there before Quirrell, he could get the stone and save it, meaning he couldn't get it. He'll deal with all the trouble he's in when he gets back. His first job is to protect the kids. Once he was in, Peeves stopped and disappeared to the Ollery, sending a note to Jack's friends. Well, he wasn't as bad everyone thought, but if anyone found out about this, he would deny it. 000. Jack didn't show up for dinner that night. Nor was he in the common room or dormitory, making Harry, Ron, and Hermione very worried. "Better get the cloak," Ron said quietly as the last few people went up to bed. Nodding, Harry went to get it and also picked up the flute Hagrid gave him for Christmas. He ran back down to the common room. "Better try it on here, just to be sure that it does cover all of us. If Filch spots one of our feet wandering along on its own." "What are you doing?" a voice from the behind an armchair called. They all quickly turned to see Neville there, with Trevor in his hand, who seemed to be trying to escape again. "Nothing, Neville, nothing," Harry said, hiding his cloak behind his back, but Neville saw their guilty faces. "You're going out again?" Neville said, not believing them. No, Hermione said. "It's not like that, Neville. Why don't you go back to bed?" Harry looked up at the grandfather clock by the door. They couldn't afford to lose any more time. Snape right now could be playing Fluffy to sleep. "You can't go out," Neville said. "You'll get caught again, and Gryffindor will be in even more trouble." "You don't understand. This is important, and Jack might be in trouble," Harry said, but Neville, although he liked Jack as a good friend, wouldn't hear of it and went to the portrait hole to block the door. I won't let you do it. He said, I'll fight you. Neville, Ron said with fury, get out of the way and don't be an idiot. Don't call me an idiot. Neville called out, I don't think you should be breaking rules. And you and Jack were the ones who told me to stand up to people. Yes, but not to us, Ron said in exasperation. Neville, you don't know what you're doing. Neville was just getting ready to fight him when he was hit by a full-body bind and a ball of gold sand hit his face, making him fall asleep. The three looked to the boys' staircase and saw Fred and George, one nodding them to get going, the other coming over to get Neville and take him to bed. Confused but accepting it, Harry, Ron, and Hermione put the cloak on and got going to the third-floor corridor. On the journey to the trapdoor, however, it seemed like something was going to come and take them out before they got there. But somehow they made it to Fluffy's door and saw it was already ajar. Chapter 28. Through the Trapdoor. Chapter Summary. Harry, Ron, and Hermione meet up with Baby Tooth and Jack Frost and working together defeat the tasks protecting the stone. Tasks that were supposed to be unbeatable challenges to thieves wanting the stone, not easy enough that 3 first years could make it. Well, there you go, Harry said, pointing it out. Snape's already got past Fluffy. The three of them stared at the door for a bit before Harry turned to the other two under the cloak. If you guys want to go back, I won't blame you. He said you can take the cloak. I won't need it now. Don't be stupid. Ron said. We're coming, Hermione added. If there's one thing being around Jack all year has taught us, it's that friends stick together until the end. Smiling, Harry turned to the door, took a deep breath, and pushed it open. As the door opened, low, rumbling growls met their ears as all three noses sniffed madly in their direction, even though they couldn't see them. Then again, some animals are known to be able to smell fear. Harry thought, what's that at its feet? Hermione whispered. Looks like a harp. Ron said. Snape must have left it. It must wake up the moment you stop playing. Well, here it goes, Harry said, putting the flute to his lips and blowing gently. It wasn't exactly a tune, but it seemed to be working in putting the dog back to sleep. Keep playing, Ron whispered as they all came out from under the cloak, and Ron and Hermione went to the trapdoor to pull it open. Want to go first, Hermione? Ron asked, trying to be gentlemanly after saying he thinks it could just pull open. No, I don't. All right, Ron said, carefully stepping over the dog's front legs, reached for the ring on the door, and pulled it open. What do you see? Hermione asked, nervous. Ron was about to reply, saying that it was all black, when something small, fast, and worried came out. Baby Tooth, Ron and Hermione asked as Harry had to keep playing the flute. She looked around quickly and zoomed to them, chirping and squeaking loudly, pointing the door they came from and tugging on their clothes, trying to get them to leave. Baby Tooth, baby, calm down, Hermione said, gently catching her by her wings. Now what's the matter? Where's Jack? Baby tried explaining again that there was danger if they go through the trapdoor, but they still didn't understand. Sighing and rolling her eyes, Baby Tooth just crossed her arms and pouted. Okay, well anyway, this thing looks like it has to be a drop, Ron said, turning back to the hole in the floor. There's no way of climbing down. Harry, who was still playing, started waving at Ron and pointed at himself. You want to go first? Ron asked. Are you sure? I'm not sure how far this goes. Give the flute to Hermione. Hermione let go of Baby's wings so she could play the flute, and the little fairy shot in front of Harry and tried her best to look intimidating and block his way to the hole in the floor. Baby Tooth, we have to do this. Now stand aside, please, Harry said, ducking under her, and lowered himself into the hole. Then looking up at Ron said, if anything happens to me, don't follow. Go to the Ollery and send a message to Dumbledore, right? Right, Ron said, nodding, and Harry let go, Baby Tooth shooting down after him. The cold, damp air rushed past him as he fell down, down, and then, flump, with a funny, muffled sort of thump, Harry landed on something soft. He sat up and looked around, his eyes not yet used to the dark, but he could feel and hear Baby Tooth chirping and tugging on his shirt. Trusting her, he got up and went into the tunnel a little bit, almost tripping over some thick vines. Looking up at the teeny tiny square that was once the trapdoor, Harry called up. It's okay. It's a soft landing. You can jump, but you have get up and move down the tunnel a bit afterwards. Ron followed straight away, landing on the vines, before quickly getting up and moving. What the hell is that stuff? Ron asked, curious. Dunno, I suppose it must be here to break the fall, but it must have been dangerous or Baby wouldn't have gotten me out of it, Harry said, shrugging, then looking up again, called out. Come on, Hermione. The music stopped. A loud bark was heard from Fluffy, and Hermione jumped down and then got up and joined them. "We must be miles under the school," she said. "Yeah, lucky the plant thing was there," Ron said. "Lucky," shrieked Hermione, now seeing what it was. "That's Devil's Snare. If we hadn't gotten out of it, it would have wrapped around us like a snake and killed us." "Well, then it's lucky Baby Tooth was here then," Harry said, seeing a small blush on the fairy's face and look of pride in her eyes. "This way," he said, following the fairy down the passageway, seeing frost patterns on the walls. "Jack's been here then," he thought, wondering where he was now. As they walked down the stone passageway, every small sound echoing loudly when the dripping of water to the flutter of Baby's wings. Harry was reminded of Gringotts and the dragons said to be there. Soon they came to a second room. "Can you hear something?" Ron asked. "It sounds like wings," Harry said, looking to Baby Tooth, but she had stopped flying for a bit and was on Hermione's shoulder. They came to the next room, where above their heads were hundreds of keys were fluttering around. "So which one's the key for the door, Baby Tooth?" Ron asked, getting a little shrug from her. "Well, then how did Jack get through it?" Hermione asked, seeing the frost trail go under the door. Baby flew off of the girl's shoulder and went to the shadowy corner of the room and pulled out an ice key and gave it to them before pointing to the door. "You sure this will work?" Harry asked, taking one more look at the keys above them, but it was impossible to pick out the right one. "Only one way to find out," Hermione said, and inserted the ice key into the lock, and on the count of 3, turned it and it worked. The 3 of them looked surprised, but ignored it, and they pulled the door open. As soon as the door was open, Baby Tooth zoomed in and over to the side wall, chirping at them to come over. Worried, they run over, ignoring the fact as to how dark it was and the giant chessboard was there. "Jack!" Hermione yelled, seeing their friend there looking all beaten up and holding his arm as if it were broken. "Jack, you okay, mate?" Ron asked, worried. "Oh yeah, Bunny, I'm perfectly fine. I look like this every day," Jack said sarcastically. "Who's Bunny?" Ron asked Harry, who shrugged. But the question made Jack get a better look, and he saw his friends. "What are you lot doing here?" Jack asked, sitting up a bit. "What do you think?" "We're here to stop Snape getting the stone," Harry said. To their surprise, at that point, Jack started laughing. "Oh God, you still think it's him?" "No. I've seen who it was. Who you think did this to me, so he wouldn't get beaten up by them chess pieces?" "No. It's Quirrell, which means I win that bet." "Woo-hoo," he said, groaning in pain a little as the laughter hurt him. "What?" they all asked, not understanding. "It's Quirrell who came down here looking for the stone, not Snape," Jack said, as Hermione looked at and helped with some of his injuries. "And seeing as he hasn't left yet, I guess he hasn't got it yet. I came down just after McGonagall told us Dumbledore was gone. I had just reached this room and was halfway through my game of wizard chess when the door opened and in came Quirrell, looking stronger and prouder and less stammer-why than before. I told you it was an act," saying in annoyed voices. "They'll pay him when they get out of there." Harry and Ron helped Jack up and over to the now lit-up giant chessboard. "So what's the rules here, Jack?" Hermione asked. "It's a giant-sized version of wizard's chess," Jack said. "We have to take the spots as black pieces and have to play our way across the room. Word of warning, the white pieces are good and show no mercy when they're destroying the blacks or they lose one of their own. And the White Queen is tricky." The 3 nodded, saying they heard this, but still looked worried. "So, Ron, I think you should be our instructor," Jack said. "Why me?" he asked, not complaining, but wanting an explanation as to why Jack wasn't taking the role. "I'm good at strategizing and sending people into battle and all that, but I was down to 1 knight, 5 pawns, 1 bishop and the king before Quirrell came in. I was playing the one of the castles," Ron said, looking at the pieces. "Harry, you be the black bishop. Hermione, you be the queen's castle. Jack, you be the king's, and I'll be a knight." At this, the 2 castles, the black bishop and a knight, all turned and left the board. 0-0. Although Jack had warned them it was like real wizard chess, it still made the other 3 jump when one of the pieces were taken. "We're nearly there. Let me think, Ron said, looking at the board and the pieces when there were only about 17 left, including them. Slowly, the White Queen turned to stare at Ron with her faceless face, her hands holding tightly onto the hilt of her sword. "Yes," Ron said slowly, the thought coming to him. "Ron, you do this, and I will never talk to you again," Jack yelled at the redhead from his place on the other side of the board. "Why? What's going on?" Hermione asked, worried. "He's going to let himself be taken, so the White Queen will take him, and then Harry can checkmate the king," Jack said. And oh, they both cried and looked to Ron. "That's chess," snapped Ron. You got to make some sacrifices. Jack was turning red now, frost coming out from his feet, and looked like he was about to start yelling again when Baby Tooth chirped in his ear, and he calmed down, but still turned his back on Ron, signaling he didn't like this plan one bit. But Hermione said, "Do you want Quirrell from getting that stone or not?" Ron asked, "If we don't hurry, he'll work out the puzzle that's holding him back, and he'll have it." "But Ron, there has to dash." "He's right, guys," Jack said, sighing and slowly turning back to face them. "All right, Freckles, make your move, but you better not die because of it." "Understood. Now ready?" Ron asked, getting nods from everyone. Slowly, Ron took one step forwards, and the White Queen came over, drew her sword, and attacked him, knocking him to the ground and dragging him off the board. It took all Harry and Hermione had to stay on their squares and not to go running over to him. Shakily, Harry moved forward 3 spaces and looked up at the king. "Checkmate," he said. The White King reached up, took off his crown, and threw it at Harry's feet. "Come on," Jack said, heading for the door. Now they were free to move. "But what about Ron?" Hermione asked. "He's fine. Baby says he's only been knocked out. We have to get to that stone. What do you think is next?" Harry asked. "We've had Sprouts, Flittix, and this had to have been McGonagall's," Jack said, counting on his fingers. "So that leaves Quirrell's, Snape's, and Dumbledore's one," Hermione said. "I have an idea what it might be if it's Quirrell's," Jack said, telling them to take a deep breath and hold their noses. Confused but trusting him, they did, and he opened the door. As he did, a terribly foul odor reached them, making them, to in addition, pull their shirts up over their mouths and noses as well, as they ran past a knocked-out troll to the other door, wanting to be out of there as fast as possible. "How did you know that would be there?" Harry asked once they get through the door. "If Quirrell's after the stone, that meant he let the troll in on Halloween, which meant he's highly skilled with them, which meant that must have been his challenge," Jack said, looking around and seeing a table in the middle of the room with 7 bottles. As they reached it, a fire of purple flames sprang up in front of door they just came through, and a fire of black flames came up, blocking the door ahead. "Snape's," Harry said, looking for a way out. "Look," Hermione said, pointing to a roll of paper on the desk, and read it. As she did, and Harry stayed with her, Jack went to the black flames and, checking they weren't watching, put his hand in, not feeling anything. "Jack, Hermione's worked it out," Harry said, calling him back. She pointed out the 2 bottles, saying which one each did. "Okay, Hermione, you take the purple one," Jack began, "and go back to Ron, find a way out, and get help. Harry, you take the black one first and jump through, and I'll come after. You'll need me in there. It takes a trickster to out-trick another trickster." Nodding, they did as Jack said, both shivering at how cold they felt, and jumped through. Jack waited a bit to make it seem he was taking the potion as well, and, with Baby Tooth in his pocket, followed Harry into the last chamber. Chapter 29. The Man with 2 Faces. Chapter summary. Jack and Harry come to the final task, protecting the stone, where they come across Quirrell. But he's not exactly alone. It was a reasonably dark room with only a few torches burning, and there at the base of the stairs was Quirrell. "You," the boys both said together. Harry surprised, even though he had been told it was him. Jack angry and wanting to kill him, but the high vibe of dark magic stopped him and kept him next to Harry. "Me," Quirrell said, spinning around, a smirk on his face, not twitching or stuttering at all. "I was wondering if I'd be seeing you here, Potter. And Frost, I thought I left you with Minerva's chess pieces." "You did, but then my friends came and helped me get away from them," Jack said, taking a step forwards, really wishing he had his staff, his eyes turning a little more blue, his hair turning a little more white, the room getting a little more cold. "But, Snape," Harry said, still trying to work this out. "Severus?" Quirrell laughed in a cold, sharp tone. "Yes, he does seem more likely the type of person to try something like this, doesn't he?" he asked, so useful, having him swooping over everyone like an overgrown bat. "Why?" Next to him, who would suspect PP poor SD? Stuttering P. Professor Quirrell? "It's funny, really. Why, as far as I could tell, Frost was suspicions of my behavior all along. I grew up on the streets of America. I picked things up," Jack said, looking at him darkly. "But Snape tried to kill me," Harry said, unable to take this in. No, boy. I tried to kill you. Your friend Miss Granger accidentally knocked into me and broke my eye contact as she went to set fire to Snape's cloak at the Quidditch match," Quirrell said, glaring at Harry. "Another few minutes, and I would have succeeded. And I swear, I would have had you off faster if Snape hadn't been muttering a counter curse trying to save you." "Snape was trying to save me?" Harry asked, not believing this. "Of course, boy. Why do you think he wanted to referee your next match? He wanted to be sure I didn't try it again. But he needn't have bothered. I couldn't try anything with Dumbledore there. All the other teachers thought Snape was just trying to stop Gryffindor from winning. He did make himself unpopular. And what a waste of time it all was when, after all that, I'm going to kill you both tonight. Quirrell snapped his fingers, and ropes appeared out of nowhere and wrapped themselves around Jack and Harry tightly. You two are too nosy for your own good, Quirrell said Potter, scurrying around the school at Halloween. Like that. For all I knew, you'd seen me coming to look at what was guarding the stone. And you, Frost, always poking your nose and playing around the Forbidden Forest, making me believe you were on to the fact that it was I that was attacking those pathetic unicorns. Now wait quietly, both of you. I need to examine this very interesting mirror. It was then that Jack and Harry both saw that behind Quirrell was the mirror of Ariste. This mirror is the key to finding the stone, Quirrell murmured, tapping at the frame. Trust Dumbledore to come up with something like this. But he's in London. I'll be far away from here by the time he gets back. At the top of the stairs, Harry was asking Jack what they could do. We need to keep him distracted, Jack whispered, trying to think up of something to say. I have a friend who's good with monsters, sir, Jack called out, and she says that no vampires have attacked humans since the 1800s. Really? Quirrell said in an uncaring voice, going behind the mirror now. Yes. So I take it wasn't a vampire you met on your year off in Romania, Jack said, fighting against the ropes. Harry had a try. We saw you and Snape in the forest, he said. Yes, said Quirrell, still studying the back of mirror. Snape was onto me by then, trying to work out how far I had got. He, along with Frost, as I already mentioned, was onto me from the start. Tried to frighten me, as though he could, when I had Lord Voldemort on my side. Quirrell came out from behind the mirror and looked into it. Jack had another try. So if you didn't really come across vampires, I bet you didn't really get that turban you're wearing as a thank you gift from that supposed African prince, Jack said slowly, trying to inch across to be in line with the mirror. Once again, Quirrell ignored him, carrying on facing the mirror. I see the stone. I'm presenting it to my master. But where is it? Seeing what Jack was doing, understanding why, Harry, to keep Quirrell from giving the mirror his full attention, called out, but Snape always seemed to hate me. Oh, he does, the man said. Heaven, yes. He was at school with your father, didn't you know? They loathed each other, but he never wanted you dead. Something about him liking your mother. Ignoring this, Harry tried one more try to distract him, looking to Jack, who was almost in position. But a few days I heard you sobbing. I thought Snape was threatening you. For the first time, a distant look and a spasm of fear came over Quirrell's face. Sometimes, he said, I find it hard to follow my master's instructions. He is a great wizard, and I am weak. You mean he was there in the classroom with you? Harry called out, surprised. He is with me wherever I go, said Quirrell quietly. I met him one time I was traveling the world. A foolish young man I was. So full of hope and wonder. So sure there was good and evil. But there isn't, of course. There is only power and fear and darkness, and those too weak to seek it. You know, sir, you remind me of another friend of my family. He always goes on about fear and darkness, Jack said, seeing Quirrell look up to him. Why, just a couple of years ago now, he tried to make it so there was no hope, wonder, good dreams, or good memories left in the world, and only he and his power over fear remained. Jack paused, feeling the ropes slacken a bit due to Quirrell losing his concentration. My family's boss found me and saw how skilled I was and told them to let me help. Jack carried on, but a misunderstanding after one was put in a comma made them turn their back on me. Here the friend came to see if I wanted to join him, but I said no, because I didn't want to be feared. I wanted to be believed in and loved for all the right reason. And you get that through trust and loyalty, not fear and power. As Jack came to the end of his speech, Quirrell seemed to be trying to rethink this whole thing when a cold voice rang out from somewhere. Don't listen to the boy. There is no such thing as loyalty or trust. In the end, everyone will abandon you. You need power to make sure they don't do that. And for that, I need that stone. It said, do you want a repeat of when you failed to get it out of Gringotts? No. No, master, I don't. Quirrell said, sounding weak and timid again, turning away from Jack, but not before gagging him, so he couldn't distract him anymore. When the voice said Gringotts, that got Harry thinking and remembering his trip to Diagon Alley. How could he have been so stupid? He had seen Quirrell there that day, in the leaky cauldron, shaking hands with him. Quirrell cursed under his breath. I just don't understand. Is the stone inside the mirror? Should I break it? He asked out loud. What does this mirror do? How does it work? Help me, master. Use one of the boys. The voice from before said. Quirrell rounded on them. Come here, Potter, now, he said, clapping his hands once, and making the ropes binding Harry together fall off. Slowly, getting a nod from Jack, who was still tied up, Harry walked towards Quirrell. Look in the mirror and tell me what you see, he said. Quirrell moved behind him, meaning he couldn't escape and blocking Jack's view. After a few seconds, Quirrell asked, annoyed, Well, what is it? What do you see? I see myself shaking hands with Dumbledore. I won the House Cup for Gryffindor, Harry said, but Jack could tell by the tone in his voice he was lying. And if he was lying, that must mean, get out of the way, Quirrell said, cursing and shoving Harry to one side. Slowly, Harry made his way back to Jack, who gave him a curious look. Understanding why, Harry nodded and played with his trouser pocket. But he wasn't even halfway back to Jack when the voice called out. He lies. He lies. Potter, get back here. Quirrell shouted. Tell me the truth. What did you just see? Jack got his mouth free. I could look instead, sir. Jack called out. Maybe Dumbledore's trick didn't work for Harry because, he didn't grow up with magic, he said, shrugging. Fine, Quirrell said, letting Jack go and come over as well. Jack looked into the mirror, thinking the thing I most desire right now is a way to trick Quirrell. He saw himself alone, his mirror's self, then made a set of plans come up and Jack read it. Having enough time, Quirrell asked him what he saw. I see the stone, Jack said. It's in the darkest shadows of the Forbidden Forest, guarded by the King of Nightmares and his black horses. Then why is all this here? Quirrell said, mad, and turning to leave just as the voice said, he lies too. Having enough of this, Quirrell turned to them again and again, demanded to know what they just saw. Let me speak to them, face to face. The voice said more coldly than before. Master, you are not strong enough. Quirrell says nervously. I have strength enough for this. Jack knew they had to get out of there. But for an unknown reason, it seemed that neither of them could move, as Quirrell reached up and undid his turban. Soon it fell away, and Quirrell turned around slowly on the spot. It looked as if Harry would scream if he could, but Jack, having had a goodish idea that this was the case, stayed firm. Where there should have been a back to the teacher's head, there was another face. One that was covered in scars, chalk white, had glaring red eyes, and had slits for nostrils like a snake. Harry Potter. It whispered, more focused on Harry than Jack, which gave Jack an idea. Slowly, he pulled out his wand and quietly moved around the room to where he needed to be, letting Voldemort be the typical big-shot supervillain he is and banter on about his life and plans. See what I have become, he said. A mere shadow of myself? I have form only when I can share another's body, like a mere parasite. But there have always been those who are willing to let me into their hearts and minds. Unicorn blood has strengthened me bit by bit all year, but it has not been enough. But when I have the elixir of life, I will be able to create a new body of my own. Now, why don't you be a good boy and give me that stone that's in your pocket? So he knew. Quickly, Harry shook his head and tried to back away, but ended up tumbling backwards. Jack, not quite ready yet, but seeing as he didn't have that much time, stared, making the floor into an ice ring and some piles of snow to make snowballs. Don't be a fool, Voldemort snarled. Better save your own life and join me, or you'll meet the same end as your parents. They died begging for mercy. Liar, Harry shouted suddenly. How touching. I always value bravery. Yes, boy, you parents were brave. I killed you father first, but your mother needn't have died. She was trying to save you. Now give me that stone, unless you want her to have died in vain. Never. Harry yelled, got up, and raced to the flame door. Seize him, Voldemort cried out. But as Quirrell turned around and started to race after Harry, he lost his balance on the now ice-covered floor and collapsed. Get up, you idiot, Voldemort yelled. He's getting away. Slowly, Quirrell got up, but was soon knocked down again by some snowballs. Come on, Moldywort. Surely a big bad bully like you can handle a bit of ice and snow. Jack's voice rang out, laughing. Harry was surprised that Jack would even dare try a thing like this. Snowballing, and then mocking the most villainous dark wizard of the era. After a few more hits, Jack came out of the shadows, grabbed Harry, and they carried on running for the flames. Jack sneakily pickpocketing the stone from Harry and putting into his own pocket. Get them, Voldemort yelled as they were almost there. Next thing they knew, they were pinned to the floor, and Quirrell was on top of them, a hand to each of their throats, meaning they were finding it hard to breathe. Because Jack had just used all this power, He was a little drained, but he could still focus his power of ice and frostbite to go Quirrell's hand, making him scream. And it seemed somehow the hand holding Harry's had something wrong as well. It looked like it had been burnt and was turning to dust. "What is this magic?" Quirrell cried out, looking at his hands, and then to the boys. "Get them, you fool!" Voldemort yelled out, obviously not caring about Quirrell, just as he got the stone. "But Master, I can't. My hands. My hands." "Then kill them, fool, and be done," screeched Voldemort loudly. Quirrell raised his frostbitten hand to perform a deadly curse, aiming to Jack first. But instinct came over Harry, and he reached up and placed his hands on Quirrell's face. "Arrgh!" Quirrell screamed, rolling off them, his face blistering now, which only got worse when Jack fired a blow of the coldest winds he could summon and blasted them in his face too, making the man scream louder. "Come on," Jack said, pulling Harry up, and finished running to the flames just as Voldemort screamed once more to Quirrell to kill them. After they got through the flames, Jack blasted the top of the door, making it collapse and blocking any spells and trapping a screaming, dying Quirrell on the other side. Panting, the two boys sank to the floor, Jack pulling out the stone to check if it was still okay. It was. Grinning, he looked over to Harry, but he had already fainted. Hearing voices from the chamber before, Jack smiled and let sleep come over him too. Chapter 30. Gryffindor vs. Ravenclaw. Chapter summary. A few days after the fight with Quirrell, Jack wakes up in the hospital wing, and a couple of days after that the last Quidditch match of the year is set to take place. Only Harry is still asleep. Chapter notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Jack wasn't sure how long he had been asleep, but seeing as he was in a bed in the hospital wing, and there was a sleeping Tooth in her disguise, asleep on the bed next to him, and North, Bunny, and Sandy sitting around him, he had to guess at least a few days. "Hey, kid," Bunny said quietly, so not to wake up Tooth. "How you feeling?" "Meh," Jack said, trying to sit up a bit, looking around, seeing Harry on the bed opposite him. Then, "The stone," Jack said, looking around, panicked, trying to find it. Jack, it's all right, we got to you and Harry, and found you had the stone, and Dumbledore has said it will be destroyed," North said calmly. Slowly, Jack calmed down. "How long have I been asleep?" he asked, looking to the number of gifts. Harry had a bigger pile. Get well cards, and how messed up Tooth looked. "At least a couple of weeks," Bunny said, Sandy nodding in agreement. Just then, Fred and George came in with something behind their backs. "Jack," they called out and came over grinning. "This is great. Now all we need is for Harry to wake up by tomorrow, and we can play that match against Ravenclaw," Fred said, grinning. "But Jack woke up sooner because he's magic, so he healed faster," George said, thinking out loud. "What have you boys got there?" Madame Pomfrey asked, coming out of her office to see what the noise was about. "Just some get-well gifts for the sick and injured, ma'am," Fred said as he and George both pulled from behind their backs 2 toilet seats, making Jack laugh so hard, and increasing as Madame Pomfrey got mad and confiscated them before she shooed the redheads out. "What did they mean by saying you were magic frostbite?" Bunny asked as Jack calmed down. "They know I'm the real Jack Frost, and about you lot, and some of my spirit friends," Jack said right away, reaching over to help himself to some chocolate frogs and read his cards, the first one being from Elisa. "What?" Bunny asked. "Kid, you were meant to stay undercover, remember? And what happened to your hair and eyes to make them white and blue again?" "Must have turned like that because my guardianship duties were overriding my be as human as possible role," Jack said, shrugging. It had been a few hours since the Guardians had gone. Tooth gave Jack a huge, almost bone-crushing hug when she woke up. Jack was playing some Win the Pot Wizard's chess with Baby Tooth. They both put something to one side, and the winner got both items. The items in question were a small pile of Bertie Bott's beans and some candy canes. North had left with Bunny's mini eggs. Jack was just about to win when another visitor came in to see him. "Jack," the voice said, making him look up to see Elisa coming over. "Oh, hi, Elisa," Jack said, smiling, inviting her over air. "Thanks for the card and sweets." "You're welcome," she said as she sat down beside the bed. "So, hero of Hogwarts, rumor is you and Harry faced, you know who down there." "Yep. Which reminds me, Harry, Ron, and Hermione still need to pay up to me for winning that bet." "Bet?" Elisa asked, confused, unsure how a bet was connected to you-know-who. "Well, they kept thinking it was Snape who was after the stone, but I, with my years of street smarts and pickpocketing cheats that I had, was sure that it was Quirrell, but they didn't believe me," Jack began, getting a nod from her to say she was following. "So I said we should bet on it 5 galleons. And I won," he said, beaming. Not to be rude or anything, Elisa said after a moment, but I don't think Ron even has 2 galleons. She said, my friend's father is in the Ministry of Magic, and he says the Arthur Weasley doesn't get paid all that much because he is always going on about wizards treating muggles as equals and not seem as if we're above them. Oh, Jack said, having a good feeling how that must feel. Well, then he can pay for the bet some other way. Just then, Baby Tooth squeaks made Jack look back to the board, and a grumpy Baby Tooth glaring at him for taking so long on his go. Oh, checkmate, Jack said, moving his queen. After a good night's rest thanks to Sandy, Jack woke up bright and early tomorrow, and Madame Pomfrey, after checking he was okay, let him leave. He was only just out of the doorway when he was almost bumped into by the Gryffindor Quidditch team. Frost, Oliver said, getting his attention first. Is Harry awake? Harry, Jack asked, confused. Sorry, Captain, you need to be a bit more specific on to who you're talking about. Harry Potter. The Seek. Oliver began, pausing when he saw Jack smirk. Katie and Angelina realized as well and looked away. Sighing, Oliver tried again. Is our friend Harry Potter awake? He asked. That's better, Jack said, smiling, but no, he's not. And seeing how panicked you lot are, I guess we don't have a backup seeker. No, but we do have a backup chaser, because we thought you'd still be out too, Katie said. Then let me be the seeker instead, Jack said, smiling. But you haven't been practicing Harry's roles in the plans I came up with to beat the Ravenclaws, Oliver said. I grew up on the streets. I can improvise. I can to it, Jack said, almost begging. Trust me. Yeah, come, Oliver, trust him, Fred said, smiling. Besides, all it is flying around until the snitch is found and then get there before the other seeker. Yeah, besides, we need all the points we can get if we want to try and get a chance at that House Cup, George said. Fine, Oliver said, checking his watch. Have you had breakfast yet, Frost? He asked. Not yet. I was actually on my way there now, Jack said, smiling. Well, have it as soon as you can. I'll go tell the teachers the match is on, he said, then looking to the girls said, you two go find Alicia and tell her we need her for this match. Nodding, they all divided, and within 1.5 hours, everyone was on the Quidditch pitch. 0-0. And we got word there has been a change to the positions for the Gryffindor team today, folks, Lee Jordan said through his mic. It seems due to Potter still in bed in the hospital wing. Frost has taken his spot, and Alicia Spinnet has taken over the spot for third chaser. There were cheers from the crowds when Jack's and Harry's names were called out, and they two teams came onto the pitch. Ravenclaw playing in deep blue. The captains shook hands. They all mounted their brooms, and they were off. Gryffindor in position. Quaffle taken by Katie Bell as she heads for the Ravenclaw goalposts, Lee commentated. Jack rose up high to get the full view of the pitch and look for the snitch, keeping an eye on the Ravenclaw seeker at the same time. It was a few minutes of flying around and dodging players and bludgers before Jack saw a glint of gold fluttering around the Ravenclaw goalposts where Derek, the name of their seeker, was currently looking. Getting an idea, Jack span around and headed for the Gryffindor goal, speeding up the pitch. Wait a minute, everyone, it looks like Frost has seen the snitch, Lee called out, all eyes on Jack. And just as he had planned, Derek came racing after him. Yes, nearly, Jack said to himself. Now, he pulled up just in time to miss the post of the center goal, letting Derek collide with it, and zoomed back to the other end, spotted the snitch, and snatched it, holding it up for everyone to see. There were explosive cheers coming from the Gryffindors, and some less explosive cheers from Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff. Because of this match, Gryffindor had gained back those points that they had lost, plus an extra 30 points. So now, instead of being in way behind last, they were in second, behind Slytherin by 110 points. There was still a few days left before the end of term feast. Surely they could get that many points in that time. As that day got closer, though, it seemed less possible for it to happen. One day before the feast, word got out that Harry had finally woken up, so Jack, Ron, and Hermione went to go see him. Just 5 minutes. Jack heard Harry whine a little to Madame Pomfrey as he turned up a bit late. Ron and Hermione already there. Absolutely not. You let Professor Dumbledore in? Well, of course, that was the headmaster, quite different. You need rest. I am resting, look, lying down, and everything. Oh, go on, Madame Pomfrey. Yeah, go on, Madame Pomfrey, Jack called from the doorway. Besides, you let my friends and family in when I was still in there. Oh, very well, she said in the end, but 5 minutes only. And she let Jack, Ron, and Hermione in. Harry, Hermione called out, looking as if she wanted to hug him, but upon seeing the bruises, and that chose not to. Oh, Harry, we were sure you and Jack were going to. Dumbledore was so worried. The whole school's been talking about it, said Ron, pulling up a seat. What really happened? Surprised, Harry turned to Jack. You haven't told them yet? He asked. All I said was that they still owe me 5 galleons, Jack said, smirking and playing with his wand. And so do you. Although, Ron, if you can't pay me, that you can give me some of your wizard cards instead. Rolling his eyes, Harry went into the story of what happened in the last chamber. Ron and Hermione were a great audience. When it came to the part when Harry got the stone out of the mirror, Jack questioned about it. Dumbledore said I was able to get it because I wanted to find the stone but not use it, Harry said in reply, before he carried on to what was under Quirrell's turban and got a scream from Hermione. So that it then? Ron said when the story was done. The stone's gone and Flamel's just going to die. That's what I asked, Harry said, but Dumbledore thinks that, what was it? To the well-organized mind, death is but the next great adventure, or the start of one, Jack muttered to himself, tickling Baby Tooth gently in thanks after she snuck him some of Harry's sweets. I always said he was off his rocker, Ron said, looking quite impressed at how mad Dumbledore was. So what happened to you two? Harry asked. Well, I got back all right. Hermione said, I brought Ron around. That took a bit of time, and he had some injuries, but nothing too bad. We got past Fluffy, and we're on our way to the Ollery when Jack's friends came over, asked us where he was, so we told them. And they headed there, and not 2 minutes later, Dumbledore came into the entrance hall as well. He already knew. He just asked. Harry's gone after him, hasn't he? And headed off to the 3rd floor. Do you think he meant you to do it? Ron asked, sending you your father's cloak and everything? This got Jack to thinking. What if he did mean for Harry to do it? He got the path to it set up. The tasks were done so 3 mere first years could get through them. And what of the fact that no teacher seemed to believe them when they said there was someone after the stone? Well, Hermione exploded. If he did, I mean to say, that's terrible. You could have been killed. No, it isn't, said Harry thoughtfully. He's a funny man, Dumbledore. I don't think it was a mistake. He let me find out how that mirror worked. Yep, Dumbledore's barking all right, Ron said proudly. Yes, so anyway, you have got to be there for the end-of-term feast tomorrow, Jack said, changing the subject. The points have all been counted, and Slytherin have won. But it's only by 110 points to us, thanks to Jack taking your place in that Quidditch match against Ravenclaw, Ron said, smiling. Yeah, but the food will still be good, Jack finished. At that moment, Madame Pomfrey came bustling over. You've had nearly 15 minutes now out, she said, shooing Jack, Ron, and Hermione away. For the rest of the day, Jack was spending it in the room of requirement with Elisa. She had been surprised when Jack had showed it to her a few days ago. A room that can give you whatever you want or need. At the moment, thanks to Jack needing a place to cool off a bit thanks to the weather. The room was a winter wonderland with snowdrifts, an ice ring, and a table where they can have hot cocoa together. This is nice, Elisa said, looking around. A little bit of winter and summer. And we didn't need to travel to the southern hemisphere to get it. It's not too cold, is it? Jack asked, helping himself to some snacks. Nope, I like cold more than heat anyway, she said, smiling. Heat makes you all tired and sticky and sweaty, and you can't do anything with it. With cold, you can build snowmen, forts, make snow angels, curl up with friends to keep warm, and I love snow. Really? Jack asked, even though there are asterisk 62 things that can go wrong with it? Oh, I'm sure there's not that many, Elisa said, rolling her eyes and going over to the ice ring. Asterisk besides, snow is soft and it melts. Not like some man-made things like bricks or concrete. Smiling, Jack finished his snacks and went over to join her. It was almost 10 p.m. when they left the room and went back to their dormitories. Chapter and notes. Asterisk both lines from Milo Murphy's Law. Season 1, Episode 7a. Chapter 31. The End of Term Feast. Chapter Summary. The last day of school has come. The points are all added up, and soon it will be time to head home. Chapter notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. The next day, everyone was going around packing up their things for the journey home tomorrow. Harry wasn't back from the hospital wing yet, so Jack did most of his packing for him. One last day was there for friends to do what they wanted. Jack, Fred, George, and Pete spending it firing water balloons at anyone who came out of the front doors to spend the perfect day in the grounds. And then it was time to the leaving feast, the hall being decorated in Slytherin's colors for winning the House Cup. Jack was looking around as he came into the hall looking for Harry. He's not here yet? He asked Ron. Nope, but he's just being fashionably late, he said as everyone settled down. After they were in a bit of silence, the doors opened and in came Harry, pausing as everyone turned to look at him, then cheered as he made his way to his table next to Jack, Ron, and Hermione. Once he was sat down, Dumbledore got up and the chatter died down. Another year gone, he said cheerfully. and I must trouble you with an old man's wheezing waffle before we tuck into our delicious feast. What a year it has been! Hopefully your heads are all a little fuller than they were. You have the whole of next summer to get them empty again before next year starts. But right now, as I understand it, the House Cup needs awarding. And the points stand thus. In fourth place, Hufflepuff with 352 points. In third, Ravenclaw with 426, Gryffindor 462, and Slytherin 572. A storm of cheers erupted from the Slytherin table, with some polite applause from everyone else. Yes, well done, Slytherin, well done, Slytherin. However, recent events have taken place and need to be taken into account. The cheers died down, and the Slytherins looked worried. Now let's see. First to Mr. Ronald Weasley. Ron went purple in the face. For the best game of chess Hogwarts has seen in many years, I award Gryffindor House 25 points. Gryffindor cheers nearly raised the bewitched ceiling. The stars did seem to quiver a little. Percy could be heard calling out, "My brother, you know. My youngest brother." Got past McGonagall's giant chess set. When there was silence again, Dumbledore continued. Second, to Miss Hermione Granger, for the use of cool logic in the face of fire, I award Gryffindor 25 points. Hermione buried her face in her arms, Jack, so sure she was crying. The other Gryffindors, on the other hand, were cheering madly. They were 50 points up. Third, to Misters Jack Frost and Frederick and George Weasley. Here Jack was surprised. He didn't think he had done anything special at all. For their use of fun and laughter to get through the difficult times here at this school, and for their leadership and guidance, I award each of them 10 points. More cheers from the Gryffindors, and now a few from Ravenclaws and Hufflepuffs as well. Slytherins, on the other hand, were getting worried. Fourth, to Mr. Harry Potter, said Dumbledore, the room going deadly quiet now. For pure nerve and outstanding courage, I award Gryffindor 30 points. The noise was deafening. 3/4 of the students were cheering about this, and those who could count while screaming their heads off knew that Gryffindor were how 110 points up, having 572 points, meaning they had tied with Slytherin. Dumbledore raised his hand, and once again, the hall fell silent. There are all kinds of courage, he began, and it takes a lot of it to stand up to your enemies, but just as much, if not even more, to stand up to your friends. I therefore award 10 points to Mr. Neville Longbottom. Oh, 0. Come on, guys, we're already late, as it is. Tooth, as her human self, said, hurrying north, and Bunny across the entrance hall. Sandy helping her. Tooth, calm down, Bunny said, getting away from her. It's not like the school will blow up just because we're not here to celebrate the leaving feast with Jack. Just then some form of an explosion was heard coming from the other side of the doors. Worried, they threw the doors open and were about to go charging in when they saw it was only the Gryffindors cheering and burying one of their own under hugs. Seeing them, Jack waved them over, before being nudged by Harry to look in the Slytherin table at Malfoy, who looked completely stunned. Which means Dumbledore called over the noise because Ravenclaws and Hufflepuffs were joining in as well. Assuming my calculations are correct, a change of decoration is in order. With a clap of his hands, the drapes shifted a little. The green became scarlet. The silver became gold. The huge Slytherin serpent vanished, and a towering Gryffindor lion took its place. Gryffindor wins the House Cup, Dumbledore declared. And now, let us enjoy our last meal together. Tuck in. At the Gryffindor table, Jack and his friends were explaining to the Guardians what all the fuss was about. Well, Jack has been known to help break things a lot, Bunny said, putting some mashed potatoes and veg on his plate. No, I haven't, Jack said, his mouth full. You just don't let me touch anything. Because you'll break it. It was only one mini egg, Jack said, rolling his eyes. That I spent 5 hours working on. Who spends 5 hours working on a mini egg? Ron asked Seamus, who shrugged, tucking into the roast chicken. Besides, Jack said, his mouth now empty, I was only part of the crew that helped to break Slytherin's winning streak. With that, and some more stories, the evening was over, the Guardians saying they'll spend the night here and come with Jack and the students on the train home in the morning. The next morning, as the students left, they were all given notes to remind them not to use magic over the summer. I always hoped they'd forget to give us these, said Fred. At the station, Elisa was helping her Ravenclaw friend Lexi get her trunk inside the compartment. Need some help? Jack asked, spotting them and coming over. Yes, please, Elisa said, smiling. I have no idea what Lexi has in here, but it's really heavy. Working together, the two of them managed to get Lexi's trunk onto the train. Thanks for that, Elisa said, smiling. So, see you next year? That is unless you're free over the summer. Well, I am. Not sure about my friends, though, Jack said, rubbing the back of his neck. Two of them are 24/7 jobbers, and the other two get so focused on their work they don't really have time for anything else. But I'll try and get them to drop things so we can meet up over the summer. Thanks, but if it's that much trouble, it can wait, Elisa said, smiling, giving Jack a quick kiss on the cheek before getting into the compartment with Lexi. Blushing, Jack went back to his trolley, and the Guardians, ignoring how Tooth was saying how adorable that was, how baby Tooth was pouting all jealous again, and how the guys were all smirking. Rolling his eyes, Jack went to find Harry and the others. They all find a compartment of their own together and spent the trip enjoying the last of Harry and Jack's sweets. Jack enjoyed it ever so much when Bunny got a vomit-flavored one. Soon the announcement came that said they would arrive at platform 9 and 3/4 at King's Cross Station in 10 minutes. Quickly the kids got changed into muggle clothes, Jack saying to Ron, Harry, Sandy, North, and Bunny they should explore the train a little and let Hermione change first. Oh. It took a while for everyone to get off the platform. There was a wizard at the barrier who only allowed them to go in 2s and 3s. The reason being they did not want to draw attention from any of the muggles on the other side. You must come and stay over the summer, Ron said to all 3 of them. I'll send you an owl. Thanks, Harry said. I'll need something to look forward to. Soon they were all on the other side, and the voice of an excited 10-year-old girl was heard. There he is, Mum. There he is. It was Ginny Weasley, Ron's younger sister, except she wasn't pointing at Ron. Harry Potter. There he is, Mum, I can see. Be quiet, Ginny. And it's rude to point, Mrs. Weasley said, then turning to them asked, busy year? Very, said Harry. Thanks for the fudge and the jumper, Mrs. Weasley. Yeah, thanks, Jack said. Ready are you? A new voice said, coming from one of the fattest men Jack had ever seen. Jack was about to say something about it and mock him when Bunny elbowed him, making him be quiet. You must be Harry's family, Mrs. Weasley said kindly. In a manner of speaking, the man said, come on, boy, we haven't got all day. Well, he sure was pleasant, Jack said now the man was out of earshot. He's mostly like that when it come down to me, Harry said, sighing, something about the fact I'm magic. They're muggles, aren't they? Jack asked, a sinister smirk coming to his face. Yep, and from what I gathered from the start of the year, they pick on you a lot, don't they? They do, Harry said, not sure where Jack was getting to with this, turning to him confused and seeing him wave the don't use magic note. Oh, Harry said, smirking now too and ripping his up. Just then Hermione came to say goodbye. Hope you have a nice summer, she said, unsure, looking over at the Dursleys. Oh, I will, as Jack has just reminded me. They don't know we're not supposed to use magic outside school, Harry said, grinning. I'm going to have lots of fun with Dudley this summer. The end. Chapter and notes. And that concludes Book 1. Book 2 will start on Friday, 27/9/24. Summary. Just as Jack, Harry and their friends are getting ready to start their second year at Hogwarts, a darkness that has been hidden inside the school for hundreds of years has been unleashed and Muggle-born students are being attacked and petrified. Can Jack and Harry solve the problem before the school is closed forever? Read and find out. Please drop by the archive and comment to let the creator know if you enjoyed their work.